Oh, okay.
I guess I was a little seedy. So I felt pretty safe in there. And she was surprised to see us, to be totally honest with you. It was a fun night. It was a great experience. And then we go back to what's supposed to be a decent casino, and it was worse than the first one.
Dude, whatever Hooters was at one point, which I've never been to.
Dude, it was horrible.
Rob Thompson has told us stories about when he was there for the grand opening when he was with EA, and it's close to the house. It's called Oyo or something right now. That was awful.
It was terrible.
That place was awful.
They had they had a bunch of blackjack tables, but there were only like 3 of them open.
Yeah.
So you couldn't sit down. There were people all over the place. And then there was nobody else. I mean, the place was like it was deserted.
It's going to be a baseball field soon.
Is that one too? I know the Tropicana
is, and quite frankly, after going into the whatever they call the Hooters now, Oyo or whatever it is, just knock that one down too. Nobody's there.
Well, I would. I mean, that place, or it needs a hell of a remodeling job, one of the two, because that place was it was really bad. I think I like Lucky's better than I did Hooters.
Maybe. Boy, we got a lot going on today here on Wednesday, day 3 of our Radio Road coverage. And I think about all the different guests that we're going to have today. And one that I think is tomorrow, we'll have Tony Pollard coming up tomorrow here on the Blitz. Let me check the schedule real quick. Tony Pollard. Now, Pollard, and I didn't see him, but apparently he was on with Pat McAfee earlier. And there's a lot of talk about Cowboys defensive coordinator. And now Rex Ryan has entered the chat. We said that tongue-in-cheek last week, yet Rex Ryan has entered the chat. This was Tony Pollard, the Dallas Cowboys running back, earlier today on Pat McAfee talking about Dan Quinn, defensive coordinator.
Your guys' defensive coordinator obviously got the head coaching gig in Washington. I think you guys are still going through the process, right, of figuring out who that DC might be. When you face that defense, you guys have stars everywhere you look. What do you think? What do you look for them for next year, and who do you think they might bring in?
It's crazy. See, I hadn't been on social media. I got rid of Instagram like midway through the season.
How come? Too much people being negative?
I mean, being a Cowboy, you just have to find ways to keep your mental on point,
Yeah, keep the noise out.
Yeah.
Did you just find out you lost your defensive coordinator?
I just found out right now.
What? Hey,
congratulations.
Newsbreaker. Dan Quinn's head coach of Washington.
Dan Quinn, head coach, Washington Commanders.
Backwards hat showed.
How's he going to do?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't doubt Dan Quinn at all and whatever he's doing, head coaching, defense.
So how does Pledge? That's enough. I mean, does nobody on the team text him?
Well,
is he not friends with anybody?
This news to me. I mean, the guy's not even on the team, is he? He played under the franchise tag. That's done. I guess technically he is, but they're talking to him like, well, you're head coach, you're defensive coordinator. I don't know. Where's he talking about? He's going to be in Washington? Is he going to be in Philly? Is he going to be in Minnesota? Who knows?
He is a Dallas Cowboy until he is not, because the Cowboys could tag him again. They still own his rights. So technically today, he is a member of the Dallas Cowboys.
Can't wait to ask him about that. Hey, Tony, where are you playing next year?
Well, I mean, I'm just listening to that, wondering what all has he been paying attention to, and what are we going to talk to him about? We'll find out. Now, as we do want to think about who will be the next defensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys and what Dan Quinn might be able to do in Washington, Chris Meyers from Fox Television, he'll know some good insight on that. He joins us next here live on our AA Best Bail Bonds Radio Road coverage, brought to you by Southern Recipe Small Batch Pork Rinds and Synergenics.
First of all, I've got some great news for you if you've been dealing with some dental issues, right? This is going to change that in about 60 seconds. Ask you a question. You fed up with the same old dental routine? You know what I'm talking about. Those endless trips to the dentist, dealing with missing teeth, really never seem to stick. I got the answer for you. It's called Doctor's Implants. They're board-certified oral and facial surgeons. Well, they're ready to transform your smile. You can say goodbye to the frustration of traditional dentistry and welcome a brighter future. Don't let old-school dentistry hold you back any longer. Embrace your future with full-mouth dental implants at Doctor's Implants. You can check them out at doctorsimplants.com. And here's the kicker. When you call 210-640-0000, tell them I sent you, Joe Reinagle from the Blitz, and you're going to snag a complimentary consultation and a CT scan. Your journey to a perfect smile begins at Doctor's Implants. So don't wait. Call them today, 210-640-0000.
The Sports Star Boys are in Vegas for the big game.
Remember, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Robin, RJ, and Jason and Joe are in Sin City and Radio Row for the big game, with security provided by AA Best Bail Bonds.
Let's go to Vegas. We'll all get drunk and
woo!
I
think you gonna get away with it. Not up in here.
Not up in here.
Powered by AA Best Bail Bonds, Synergenics, Southern Recipe Small Batch Pork Rinds, and 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9313. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9313. That's 800-575-9313. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Okay, if you love playing fantasy sports like I do, take it to the next level with Prize Picks. It's the #1 daily fantasy sports app. This is Rob Thompson, and right now, with the big game around the corner, NBA in full swing, there's no better way to get into the action than with Prize Picks. Just select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projections on a wide variety of stats, and place your entry. It's that easy. You can turn $10 into $250 just like that in 2 taps. I love the easy gameplay, the quick withdrawals, and huge selection of players, the stat options, and more. And check this out. Prize Picks is the only daily fantasy platform with injury protection insurance. It'll keep you in the game even if one of your players isn't. It's great. Over 7 million sports fans have already signed up, and I'm one of them. So join me and watch your favorite players and get paid doing it right now. Just download the Prize Pick app and use the code Alamo. That's Alamo on Prize Picks for your first deposit. They'll match up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more. Pick less. It's that easy.
Gomez Law Firm has been taking care of the people of San Antonio for almost 50 years, the leader in personal injury law. Jose, tell us a little bit more about what you do.
We do ride-sharing cases, 18-wheeler cases. Obviously, we've done those for very many years. Work injuries. We will be happy to take a look at and see if we can help.
If you have been injured in an accident or hit by a company vehicle, then you need to visit joegomezlaw.com.
We've been around for almost 50 years, and we're not going anywhere.
Call the Gomez Law Firm at 736-4040.
Jason Minix here. Guys, your testosterone levels start to decline in your 30s. If you're feeling a lack of energy and drive, it could be caused by low T. Get your levels tested at Synergenics. They make it quick and easy, and with the convenience of their on-site lab, you'll get your results back at your first visit. At Synergenics, you will get customized care from testosterone specialists. Conquer your New Year's resolutions. Go to fixmylowt.com to book online. That's fixmylowt.com.
Rob Thompson here for SA Card House. It's where I go to get my poker on. They're over at 281 in Bitters, 13400 San Pedro Avenue if you are going to be using the map services. Easy to get to, open 7 days a week. Everything that I've been looking for. Look, I've played poker for years, and card houses have been a great experience, but let me tell you, you want to talk about next level, it's SA Card House, because they've got everything that I want. I'm not just a casual player. I like to play, but I like to play with folks I like. I like to be in an environment that I feel comfortable around, the service and all that goes around that. I get all of that. And then you add in Foster's Grill, which takes SA Card House over the top. They have the opportunity, you have the opportunity to go play great cards in a great environment, a great place, and then add in a great meal made by worthy chefs. It is not pub grub. This is posh nosh. That's SA Card House. Games to be played, fun to be had. Go there today and thank me later.
Check out the Jim Rome Show, weekdays at noon.
If you're San Antonio, there are benefits that come along with it. I will cut you the front of the line. We're going to hike the return.
On 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagle. I'm Jason Minix. Our AA Best Bail Bonds Radio Road coverage in Las Vegas continues. Brought to you by Southern Recipe Small Batch Pork Rinds and Synergenics. Go to fixmylowt.com to book your appointment there. Now joined by Fox broadcaster Chris Meyers. Chris, always fun catching up with you on Radio Row. I'm curious. We just played a clip earlier from Cowboys running back Tony Pollard. Earlier today, dude is on Pat McAfee show, and they asked him about Dan Quinn leaving, and he had no idea.
No idea.
No idea.
Where has he been?
That was the question we had. He said he got rid of Instagram.
Well, let me just say, after the way the Cowboys played in the last playoff game, they should go into hiding for a while. Okay, so he's probably under a rock somewhere, and hopefully he's come out now to be aware. That is shocking, especially even if you were trying to avoid that news. That's big news. Maybe that tells you something. Not to pick on the Cowboys, about where the connection is with this team and how aware players are of what's going on.
Well, Chris, you can pick on the Cowboys as much as you want to. It's allowed here on this program.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for the record, he's a hater.
Oh,
well, you know how that
I'm a Jerry Jones fan, by the way. I go way back with him. I have roots, so there's a soft spot there.
There you go.
They do
I'm a
disappoint.
truth teller, Chris.
Okay.
That's all it is. There's a difference. And I love Jerry Jones, too, by the way. He's fantastic. But, you mentioned it, and obviously Cowboy fans very upset. It's been a long time since they've made an NFC championship round, much less a Super Bowl. And that Green Bay game was just a disaster. What'd you think about that?
Well, I'll tell you what, and it seems like it happens every year, no matter what the talent. And I've been on the sidelines for Fox covering the broadcast many times, going back when Aaron Rodgers threw the sideline pass, the late field goal. That was another opportunity when they were at home. I was there at Lambeau, and I think that the
Dez caught it.
Yeah, and I think he caught it. But anyway, they got a bad break there. Still had a chance to win the game. So anyway, been around that stuff in the play. But I'll tell you a couple of, and I won't give their names, but some prominent Cowboys who've had success through the years have later said that we have an issue that during the week as the games get bigger, we hear all the hype, as the America's team, and it gets into our heads of the star, even the backup tackle and the backup corner, and guys are just not as focused for the big game. And it's still teams want to beat Dallas. I mean, that's part of their history, even though, as you said, they haven't won in a while. But they still have a reputation, the America's team, that bothers some players. Some coaches use that against them. Still, no excuse. So that I didn't see this one coming. First of all, I thought it was amazing that they were able to get the division. Okay, I thought the Eagles this year, they'll get the Cowboys will get into the playoffs, but the performance of that team, especially the defense, I just and I don't take anything away from Green Bay, had a good game plan, but there were just adjustments that could have been made. So even as just an observer of the NFL and not necessarily a fan of one team or another, I got to say I was shocked at that result, like many were.
Chris Meyers joining us here on Radio Row here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. And Chris, I hear that. We were all shocked. Is when you're talking to the people you're fortunate enough to get to talk to around the league, what is the perception of the Cowboys in big moments, specifically Dak Prescott?
Well, I think you can get people say, the constant has been Jerry Jones, the owner. It starts at the top and the way the teams run. But he was there when they won the Super Bowl. So he has to hire the right guy. And that was my follow-up to what I was saying about I don't want to say the lack of preparation. I mean, they prepare, but I guess focus and devotion in those moments. And that's where I think that's the head coach. The head coach has to be, and there's different ways to do it. You can be the rah-rah in your face guy, you can be the mild-mannered guy, but you got to connect with your players or lock them out from whatever they have to be and lock them into because they're talented enough to go further than they've gone in most of these cases. So I'm not singling out Mike McCarthy or Dan Quinn. I'm just saying that maybe they're not. Remember, Jerry Jones went to Bill Parcells. I mean, I know that's been out there. But I could see it fall short again, miserable. I could see a deal. Jerry will tell you, deal with the devil, bring in Bill Belichick for 2 years, say, give me that Super Bowl. You can have whatever you want because the clock is ticking. I mean, we're all getting a little older here. We might have to get Jerry some Synergetics to help get him through if this team doesn't turn around and win in the postseason. This is a golden opportunity for them. Before Parcells didn't have the quarterback. I mean, Dak Prescott, that's the next thing people are going to pick on. He's good enough to get them to a Super Bowl, at least win a championship game, I think. And I've been around him and people who, defenses and other quarterbacks who have said that as well. And he's finally got, some pretty good coaching. Mike McCarthy's a good coach of quarterbacks and a play caller to a certain degree. The head coach thing in Dallas, that's still, there's a big question mark, I think.
Yeah, lame duck situation for Mike McCarthy playing for his contract. And a lot of the talk has been that that is hampering their efforts to bring in a defensive coordinator. You got names like Mike Zimmer, Ron Rivera, and Rex Ryan, for goodness sake, coming out of the woodwork. I mean, is there anything more cowboy than those names?
Boy, he is a hater. Boy,
I told you, Chris.
But I'm trying to solve things, and he's digging up a lot of.
Well, that's what he does.
No, but I would try to find it, and we just saw the move. Maybe I think it was Harbaugh hiring somebody, and who else? Green Bay brought in from college a young defensive coordinator. I would go more. Obviously, you want him experienced enough, but he's got to know NFL personnel. But at this point, given what you said there, and it's a good point, I would get that kind of guy. I don't know that those other guys, as accomplished as they are the right fit. And that way you got a guy, even if he's a hot property, he's earning a career for himself. He might be your next head coach or at least hang around if there is another coaching change.
When you think about hearing Rex Ryan has entered the chat, Mike Zimmer, who was in Dallas for a long time, tough, hard-nosed coach, which maybe a guy like Micah Parsons needs. Why is Mike Vrabel's name not being mentioned anywhere for any of these jobs?
Yeah, I don't know that he would take it, but I certainly and look, both of those guys. I mean, Zimmer could coach defense. He's been there in Dallas before, and he was a head coach. His defense is, at least until the end there, where he kind of lost touch with some of the players in Minnesota, were very good. I think that's a good example, and I think he's a guy. Again, how guys are paid with the end of their contract when they're let go, and do they want to go do? It's not only lame duck situation, but what happens with the money? What am I giving up versus sitting back and observing and going? He wants to be a head coach, Mike Vrabel, and I frankly thought he would get more of a shot than he did, just like Bill Belichick. I didn't think this was automatic, but I think that is a candidate. That's the right kind of guy who is a hard-nosed guy who's not quite. He's got that Patriot attitude, but we've seen those Patriot assistants not be successful as head coaches. Vrabel was probably, I guess Bill O'Brien won a playoff game in Houston, but he's really the only one who's, remember, he beat the Patriots, Brady's last game as a Patriot, so he's probably one of the more successful coaches in that regard. I think that would be the best answer for the Cowboys if they're really going to put all their chips in the middle of the table here.
All right, Chris, I've got to ask you this because I saw a report about Mike Vrabel, and the source was that some NFL executives said, well, he's too big, he's intimidating. Do you buy that?
No. And I think they tried to dial it back. And this is the problem with everybody feels like social media. They throw something out, they have to comment on it. And so I do think the look of a head coach is important. It's become more and more. And by the look, I mean, does he look like a guy that can lead men? Does he look like a CEO? Does he look confident? Can he speak and handle the press conference questions? That type of thing. And Vrabel has got a little edge to him. I've sat in production meetings with him, did a game with him this year when he kind of knew things were going south and they wouldn't have the ownership and general manager, but he still put a great effort with his guys forward. He is a big guy. He's not really intimidating. I mean, he was intimidating as a player, but he's really not as a person. If you talk to him, he can be tough. He can be, almost rude in a coaching kind of way, which I think sometimes you need. But yeah, I don't know. I saw the source of that, had some doubts, and then the more I looked into it, the more it was kind of a casual. Somebody might have said, "Hey, boy, he's an intimidating guy when you sit and talk to him," not because of his size. I find that hard. Believe me, if the guy could win, he could be 2 feet tall. He could be from the Wizard of Oz and the land of the Munchkins, so they would put him out there. The mayor of Munchkinland, if he could win.
Well, that works as a visit with Chris Meyers from Fox here on the Blitz 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. Now, you talk about sitting in production meetings. A look of a certain head coach, and can they be a leader of men? And then you look down in Miami. What's it like doing a production meeting with McDaniels?
Boy, he was even as an assistant coach. You almost thought like it did this, and I heard somebody describe him as a throwback beatnik surfer that wandered into coaching. And it's a great description. And he if you said that to him, he'd be flattered. Right? Mike McDaniel. He's you watch Jim Harbaugh kind of go off when he answers things, right, and thinks about things. There's a little bit of that with Mike, but he's very profound. He knows offenses really well. I haven't seen enough of him connecting with players beyond his offensive staff, right? And as a head coach, that's his specialty with Tua and that offense in Miami. But I haven't seen enough of an overview. I mean, you watch Hard Knocks and you get a sense of things. He is very theatrical. Guys do respect him. They do respond. But in some tough, critical situations this year, I would have liked to have seen a little more, I hate to say mature, just a little more grown up in that area. That's probably it. Less beatnik, less surfer, more coach. But he's a very likable guy and he's very entertaining. Whether he's going to become a successful head coach, I don't know. We'll have to see. I was buying into it. I got to say, I was a little disappointed that I thought they'd win the division, and with Vic Fangio, I wonder what happened there. That's kind of a little dicey, and that would have been a good guy, by the way, to bring in. The Eagles snatched him up on defense as a coordinator.
I think it's funny. And in our business, Chris, as you know, a guy like McDaniels, he's good for us because he gives you a lot of fodder and a lot of funny stuff. Jim Harbaugh going to the Chargers. I want to ask you about that because there was something that he said that I found fascinating. He said when he met his teammates, the Herberts and Keenan Allen, he was starstruck. I love that human type of, letting loose, if you will, and admitting that. What do you think?
Yeah, no, he was like that when I was around him with the 49ers. And by the way, he hit his whole Ted Lasso. He's using that as his coaching blueprint, which we all love the show and it's entertaining. And I think that tells you about his human element. I was at a production meeting with him when he was with the 49ers before a game, and we're talking about, he says he would talk football with you, and then he'd go off and say something very human, like, boy, I had a long wait at the checkout line today at the 7-Eleven. I go, oh, okay. Can we get back? Tell me more about. So he mentioned something like, oh, so you live in California? I said, yeah, I got. And he said somehow it came up where he was a fan of Tom Selleck. I don't know how he kind of said that. And I said, well, I ran into him. I said he's a neighbor that lives a couple of streets over. His sister lives there, and he's got a big ranch. I don't live in that fancy neighborhood. But he said, and then he was like, well, hey, and then we're doing the football, and then he says, hey, do you think you could get me Selleck's autograph? He goes, because let me tell you, because I was a big fan of James Garner, and I got a picture of him as what was the show he was on? That was he was the actor.
Oh, Selleck.
James Garner.
Oh, James Garner.
Yeah, I forget.
The Rockford Five.
There you go.
Yeah,
so he runs it.
Yeah, the old guy would know that.
Yeah, I know that.
I'm sorry, no, and he was in The Great Escape. Garner was so great, but he runs it. He gets a picture of a James Garner thing, the autograph. He was a Raider fan, and Harbaugh was just so excited. But it shows you that kind of human element. So it's not surprising to me that he said something. Hey, he was in awe. He really does appreciate great football talent, just like his brother, that football family. But he's a unique guy. I think it's interesting, and he got out of college football just in time. He's probably the best when you talk about the best situation in terms of, because he has the quarterback, right, of all the new head coaches. That's already a star that they've kind of fouled up because of their coaching there, and with the Chargers in Los Angeles.
Visiting with Tom Selleck's neighbor, sort of. Chris Meyers here's on at the Blitz.
I ran into him. My kids were picking out pumpkins one time, or something. He came over there with his family. So
did he come up to you and say, "Are you Chris Meyers?"
No, he didn't know.
What's it like to be on the sideline at the Super Bowl?
He did know who I was, though, which I was kind of flattered about.
Everybody knows who you are.
You're the best.
And then you start talking, everybody recognizes that voice.
He's a big sports fan, Tom Selleck.
That
played baseball, as you know.
That is awesome. What are your thoughts on Sunday's game?
Well, I'm leaning 49ers, and I don't think anybody should be favored. This is a coin toss game. I do think, and I was on the sideline when the Chiefs won the game, their first Super Bowl with Andy Reid and Mahomes. They trailed halftime, 49ers, they come back and then did the post-game interview. So I saw how they operated and how they adjusted. This team is more about defense. Of course, Mahomes is the best quarterback right now that's out there. Their defense is very adjustable. It's malleable. They'll shape it to whatever they need. Could give Brock Purdy some problems. But I think this 49er offense is better than the one that was in the Super Bowl the last time around with McCaffrey, and obviously Purdy. Maybe just he's fit better than Garoppolo. They don't have to work around him. And I think the 49er defense is good enough, even though they've been run on a little bit. That's the thing to watch. Pacheco running against the 49ers because the last 2 playoff games, teams have run on him. But I'm leaning towards the 49ers.
And, of course, with a game like this, it's about knowing your numbers. And, Synergenics is one about, for you personally, knowing your numbers.
Well, he segues because he cares. That's what you do. Yes. But I would just say, and you mentioned it as we came into the segment, Synergenics, and think of it with low T. And it's more about energy than it is worrying about numbers. And they mentioned it. Just go to fixmylowt.com, fixmylowt.com. And Synergenics, they will check your testosterone. Once you get over 30, muscle mass, energy, things got to go down a little, even if you try to do all the other things. In a quick check within 20 minutes or so, they'll let you know what you need to do. It's covered by most health providers, insurance, and it is medically monitored to go through that. So if you have a lack of energy, whether it's your drive or you have battling a little depression, a little wear and tear, also, even if you're feeling okay, you're in that range and the muscle mass is going to decrease. It's a little bit of a preventive type of thing to do that I think, and for women too at a certain age, but for men, once you get into your 30s, go to fixmylowt.com. Just get checked out on that. Synergenics is a name that you should be familiar with.
Fixmylowt.com is the website. Chris Meyers joining us here on the Blitz. Always fun catching up with you, man.
Yeah, thanks. Great conversation.
Appreciate it.
All right. Good luck to those Cowboys.
Thanks. Yeah. Speaking of former Cowboy, a current Fox broadcaster, the Moose, Daryl Johnston, joins us next here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
First, though, I got to tell you about Stevens Roofing. There really is only one name in roofing that stands high above the rest, and that is Stevens Roofing. Look, a quality roof overhead by Stevens Roofing, it means comfort, it means confidence, and certainly it means peace of mind. It's protection for all of the things that you love. Look, if you're in the market for repairs, a replacement roof, an upgrade, or you just want to have your roof checked out to make sure there's nothing wrong with it, Stevens Roofing is that experienced team that brings local roots, value, and a vast knowledge of their craft to every job. Work with Stevens Roofing. In fact, give them a call today, 210-785-0994. You can also check them out online at stevensroofing.net. Call Stevens Roofing, best in the business, 210-785-0994.
It's the Morning Huddle with Rob and RJ.
Thursday on the Morning Huddle, big game coverage continues live from Media Row. Guests to be talked about, parties to be attended, and hangovers to be cured.
Jalen Hyatt, Dan Marino, Bert Kreischer, Tony Pollard, Jordan Addison, the list goes on and on and on. Rob and I are going to do our best to get up at 2 a.m. for the 4th day in a row, but you don't have to. We'll see you at 6.
Gas, groceries, utilities, you name it, the price of everything is going up. And if you're stuck in a bad timeshare with rising maintenance fees, the financial burden can be crushing. It is time to get your finances in order and get the real facts about that timeshare that you are stuck in and your options to get rid of it. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has been helping families out of horrible timeshares for over 10 years and has put together a complete timeshare exit information kit that he will send you absolutely free. To date, over 30,000 families have trusted Wesley Financial Group to help them out of financial hardship by getting them out of bad timeshares. Get the facts about how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation. Simply call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit and see how you can become timeshare free. Call 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. Once again, 800-462-3333.
Don't let pain keep you from doing the things you love. I'm Dr. Jason Garrett from Arasti. At Arasti, we fix pain fast. Whether you've been living with chronic and nagging pain for years, or if you've recently experienced an injury, our goal is to get you out of pain as quickly as possible. Arasti is completely natural and non-invasive. Plus, Arasti accepts most insurance plans. There's a location near you. Visit Arasti.com. That's AIRROSTI.com. Arasti, we fix pain fast.
If you love them enough to turn off your music and pretend like their music is your music,
this is Mommy's jam.
then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're in the right car seat.
Let's play it again.
Check today at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Hey, Joe Montana here. Back in my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia, a bacterial lung disease that can be life-threatening. If you're 65 or older or 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like diabetes or asthma, you're at increased risk. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about vaccination and learn more at knowpneumonia.com. That's KNOW pneumonia.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Attention all homeowners, do you know when to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Fog between the glass. Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've put off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And right now, you can save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. Just call 800 New Windows for your free consultation on top quality affordable windows or patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for a year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. But hurry, these big dollar savings end this month. Call 800 New Windows right now. Don't wait. Call 800 New Windows. 800 New Windows.
Hi, I'm attorney Steve Benke. If you've made the decision to divorce, you need an experienced attorney who can help. I've helped many people get through divorce, custody, child support, and alimony problems. Call me. I'm attorney Steve Benke.
210-DIVORCE or go to BenkeLaw.com.
It's The Blitz with Jason and Joe, live from Radio Road for Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas.
Welcome back to The Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Our AA Best Bail Bonds Radio Road coverage continues from Las Vegas. Brought to you by Synergenics and Southern Recipe Small Batch Pork Rinds. And always fun catching up with an old friend. Daryl Johnston, the Moose, Cowboys Super Bowl champion. Former GM of the Commanders. Now you're running the UFL. At least we have spring football in San Antonio.
Exactly. There's a number of voices in my life, and yours is one of the more distinctive ones. Every time I hear it, it's like, I think San Antonio right away. So,
is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a great thing.
Okay,
it's a great thing. I am so happy to be back into San Antonio with something that we are doing. I was envious of the XFL having San Antonio. So the fact that the merger has come together and San Antonio is going to be a part of the UFL family, for me, means more than a lot of the other markets. Birmingham has become special to me the same way that San Antonio was special to me in the Alliance of American Football. So I am over the moon to be working again with San Antonio.
Daryl, what was the decision-making process in having the two leagues merged together the way you did?
I think the big thing was for spring football to be sustainable, we had to come together. We couldn't stand toe-to-toe and fight each other. One of us was going to lose. It didn't make sense to do that. Why not come together? And then the question was, how do we come together? And that's been the hard part, because we have great people that are a part of the UFL, but we lost a lot of great people that are not a part of the UFL. And that's players that are trying to find a way back into the league, coaches that are no longer a part of the teams that are a part of the new league, athletic training, strength and performance, video, marketing, sales. I mean, it's across the board. And that's the one big thing I've learned here. I'm always football, but when you get into it, how many different components really kind of make up what football is and how many great people there are that support you. I told the Dallas Cowboys this. I said, you used to travel? And I was like, everything's taken care of. This is amazing. What goes on behind that curtain to make sure that everything is smooth is unbelievable. And so I have a newfound respect for everybody that supports what we did as players and a team when we traveled, when we went to the stadium. It's a million moving parts.
Well, and I can also see with the leagues coming together. I know going back to when we were working together with the Alliance and people talk about quarterback play. So, well, yeah, but look at the line play. It's hard finding offensive linemen. It kind of starts there. So with the two leagues coming together as one, the talent pool is going to be far better, which should create more quality football.
Absolutely. Instead of having 800 players in two different leagues, we've got 400 players. And then the mechanisms we put in place to get that dispersal out, to allow our teams that survived the merger to go back to the teams that didn't and give those players another opportunity. Initially, it was the USFL pulling from the USFL franchises onto their roster, and the XFL doing the same thing. The second component had us actually crossing over if we wanted to, or just coming in and supplementary, picking up a few more after you had a time to evaluate for a little bit longer. So we had a couple of teams that crossed over. Memphis was probably the most aggressive team on our side. And I would say DC was probably the most aggressive team on the XFL side. So I'm interested to see how that works out for everybody.
Are there any conversations at all with the NFL and partnering in some former fashion with those guys?
Well, they worked with both of us last season. You know, they had to support both of us in what we were doing. And when we talk about player safety and rules and some of the technology that's there, you know, they were working with both leagues. I think now that there's only one league, they can commit more into doing a deeper dive into some of the things that they want to look at. You know, we are going to be the USFL kickoff. It's just it's something that we drew a line in the sand on. I respected the kickoff that we did in the XFL in 2020, but I'm more traditional. I want to see movement at the kick. I didn't like the stationary component. I understood it for player safety. There's talk about the NFL really wanting to just get rid of the kickoff. We still feel that it's a position of value. Cavante Turpin has taken an opportunity as a kick returner and taken that to the NFL and become a part of the Dallas Cowboy offense, not just special teams, but offense. And that door was open through the ability to return kicks. The NFL has a Pro Bowl position as a kickoff returner. If we're getting rid of kickoffs, we need to get rid of the kickoff returner or change it to a punt returner. You know, we just feel that it's a value position. When I grew up watching football and Billy White Shoes Johnson and all the great returners that were in the league at that time, it's one of the more exciting plays of the game. And it's a play that can flip the entire game when you talk about momentum. So it was something that we're really adamant about. And I know it's a big thing that the NFL wants to look at. So we'll see what they think about that. But I think they're going to have their eyes on not only our rules and some of the things we do special teams wise, but the technology. You know, what happened at the University of Michigan when they violated the rules. You know, I think everybody's going to look at that at the collegiate level of how do we share film better, make sure that we don't have people that are attending games, you know, scouting in real time. The NCAA allowed video on the sidelines at their bowl games this year, which is something that was exclusive in the spring leagues. And for us in the USFL through DV Sport, it was wireless. And some of the greatest moments that we had last year when you talk about TV production is Brock Heward talking with Skip Holtz and Alex Magoo as they're watching video on the sideline and dissecting a play and anticipating what the adjustment's going to be in the second half. So we're bringing technology onto the field that the NFL should already have, but has been hesitant to embrace. So hopefully we answer all the questions that they have there.
The Moose, Daryl Johnston, joining us here on the Blitz, three-time Super Bowl champ with the Dallas Cowboys, the UFL head of football operations. That means you're the boss. You make the ultimate decision. When you guys get in a room and figure out what we're going to do, what we're not, it's your call.
It's my call, but I lean on everybody that's in that room with me. I don't have all the answers, and I've got a ton of experience around me. You know, Jim Popp is a guy that I've met during my time at the USFL. Jim Popp was a general manager in the CFL when he was 26. He's won 5 Grey Cups. Why he was never a GM in the NFL, I don't know. Doug Whaley was, you know, a longtime executive in the NFL, you know, general manager with the Buffalo Bills. You know, Russ Giglio is a guy that worked with us in the Alliance, worked with him in the XFL in 2020. You know, he was at Park Avenue for a number of years. He's worked in officiating and data and analytics. You know, we've got great football minds. I got Russ Brandon. Russ Brandon was team president of the Bills for a number of years. Not only ran the Bills, but also ran the Sabres for a while. So he's got the business acumen, you know, above everything else. So when we sit in a room and we have to make a decision, you know, we get some tremendous input. So it's easy for us to come to a consensus. And there's only been a few occasions where we really felt like we weren't, you know, all on the same page. And those have been few and far between. So I think we all see it the same way. We want to do it the same way. And this is our one chance to really put this league on a strong foundation, because we all do believe this league is going to be around for a long time.
All right, Daryl, we introduce you as Super Bowl champion. It's been a long time since the Dallas Cowboys are able to say that. What do you think about the current state of the team? They had a lot of talent this year. It just didn't come together. Is there a quick fix? Do you have any answers for that?
Yeah, a lot of times the most talented team isn't the best team. We see that a lot of times. There's a lot of intangibles that create that opportunity to win a Super Bowl. That's why it's so important when you have that opportunity, you got to cash in on it because it may not ever come back. Dan Marino went to the Super Bowl his rookie year and never went back again. It's important to maximize that. And I think one of the things is you'll hear Jalen Hurts say it a lot. Keep the main thing the main thing. Does Dallas know what the main thing is? The organization. Is it football? Is it the brand? What is the main thing? What are we trying to keep the main thing the main thing? When we were there, the main thing was football. And everybody knew the main thing was football. And one of the things that I've shared with a lot of people here today on Radio Row is when I watched the Dallas Green Bay game and I saw Jair Alexander shove CeeDee Lamb and him not respond, I knew frame of mind to have success that day. Because can you imagine anybody shoving Michael Irvin in the divisional round and something not happening? When we walked onto the field in our first NFC Championship game in San Francisco, our secondary was in an all-out war with the wide receivers of the San Francisco 49ers. That was pregame. That was the emotion that group brought. They were uber talented, but they were also competitive as any group I've ever been a part of. And that's what I think is missing from not just Dallas. I think that attitude as the league struggles with the individual branding component created by social media and all these platforms that these guys can get on. How do you keep the main thing the main thing?
How does a team as a whole, because I was at that game in the stadium against Green Bay, everybody was flat. The offense wasn't very good. The defense wasn't very good. Green Bay took the crowd out of it early. I know it was cold outside, but they're playing indoors. But how does an entire football team in a playoff game come out flat?
I don't know. We had those games even with our great teams, but they weren't in the playoffs. We were 8-1, and we got beat at home by the 2-7 Los Angeles Rams. I don't know how that happened. I don't know how we played that poorly. We went out to the championship game in San Francisco after winning back-to-back Super Bowls and played the worst 6 minutes of football to open that game that group ever played. The remaining 54 was pretty good, but the first 6 put us behind by 21 points, and we just couldn't get out of that hole. But they were not good the entire game. They were very inconsistent the entire game. They never got into a rhythm the entire game, and that was the biggest mystery for me.
Daryl, when you bring that up, and I think it's interesting, and everybody wants to blame Mike McCarthy for that, for not having his team ready to play, but as a professional football player, isn't a lot of that responsibility on you?
Yeah, I wanted Mike McCarthy fired too. I mean, he missed so many tackles. He had several fumbles. He had a number of drops. He threw a couple interceptions. I know he missed at least 4 assignments. I mean, it was like, really? Coach McCarthy's fault? Your best players have to play their best football in the biggest moments. And Dallas's best players did not play their best football in the biggest moment. Dak, CeeDee, Micah, you can go down the list. All the guys that this franchise is known about did not play their best football that day. And I think the emphasis and the spotlight got put onto the offense. The defense did not support. They didn't have 1 sack against Green Bay that day.
The defense was awful. I know Dak gets a lot of blame, and he wasn't great in that first half, but that defense was awful. But going back to what you said a minute ago as we visit with Daryl Johnston here on the Blitz, it was about winning. It was about you understood the mission. It was about football when you were part of those championship Cowboy teams with Jimmy Johnson. Dak Prescott and his contract situation. Will Jerry Jones and the Cowboys make a winning decision or a business decision?
You got to find out what the difference in those two is. What is the winning decision? Dak has had his opportunities to step through the moment and become the Troy Aikman or the Roger Staubach of the Dallas Cowboys franchise. Tony Romo had a number of opportunities to do that. They were the number 1 team going into the playoffs on a number of occasions and got beat. Tony Romo had opportunities to step into the Troy Aikman or the Roger Staubach status for the Dallas Cowboys and never did. I really thought Dak was going to do it last year in San Francisco after the way they played against Tampa Bay and Tom Brady in the first round of the playoffs. It's 17-9. He's going to take him down the field. They're going to go for 2 and make it. They're going to go to overtime. They're going to find a way to win this, and that's going to shoot Dak Prescott on the trajectory to be this generation's Troy Aikman, Roger Staubach for this franchise. And it didn't happen. And it didn't happen again this year. So if keeping the main thing is about winning championship football, then they have a hard decision to make.
Well, yeah, I find that interesting because obviously salary cap's a big part of the NFL. Cowboys would take a big hit. I mean, the fact that they don't have a plan B, Daryl, is that a problem? Is that a Jerry Jones problem?
I think you always have to have a plan B when you talk about the quarterback position because it's such an important position. You don't want to be there before you have to, but hopefully you've got something that you just haven't shared publicly. We know what we want to do if we can't do this, but you've got to make a decision because they have Micah Parsons coming up. They have some big contracts coming up. And let me tell you, you load up your salary cap into 4 or 5 positions, you will not be a great team because you're not going to be able to find that. As good as Will McClay has been with the draft the last few years, that's going to be key to keep those guys. You consolidate your cap into 4, 5, 6 players and expect to be able to pick up the slack on bargain deals in free agency and rookie players. You're not setting your team up for success.
The Moose, Daryl Johnston, here on the Blitz. He'll be back in San Antonio for a San Antonio Brahmas kickoff event on Sunday, February 18th with Wade Phillips. I'm going to host that thing. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Awesome.
It's great having you back doing football things in San Antonio, my friend.
Looking forward to it.
Appreciate it. The Moose, Daryl Johnston. He joined us on Radio Row, and it's a car wash. We switch one out and switch in another. Laura Okmin, who's going to be on the sidelines for the Super Bowl. Westwood won a game you can listen to here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, brought to you by Flight by Yingling. Laura, it's hard because you see everybody that you know so well, but you're busy, and it's like, I'll catch up to you later.
Totally.
Totally catch up to you later.
I was very happy to be in the middle of my interviews and what I was doing this morning, and all of a sudden have somebody tap me while I was listening to an interview and kind of turned around to be like, what are you doing? I'm in the middle. And it was Daryl. And I was like, Moose can enter around to anything he wants. But I was so happy. I loved hearing that conversation, and I can't stress this enough. I was so fortunate to be partners with Moose for either 4 or 5 years with the NFL on Fox. And I was with Daryl, and I was with Kenny Albert, and he is my fullback in life. Like, I can't stress this enough to you all, that there was a season, I had a really tough season and a lot going on. And I didn't say anything all season, and I privately, quietly struggled. And at the end of the year, I called Daryl, and I was like, I need to talk to you. And so I just said, here's what I was going through all season. And there's silence. And he was like, I am so sorry. And I said, what are you sorry about? You were one of my best things about the season. And he said, I should have seen that. I should have seen that you were upset. I should have seen you were struggling. And I was like, I hid it. I wasn't showing it to anyone. And he said, I pride myself on being able to read you. And so truly, this man is a fullback in life of looking out for trying to open your holes to make your life easier and better. So I could not think of a better person than Moose that I followed.
Laura, that's a great story, and I love that. But look, I mean, you're a pro. This is going to be your 5th Super Bowl, right, for Westwood One. You know what you're doing, and you bring it every time. But I think as broadcasters, we do that. So we're harder on ourselves than anybody else is.
And I've had more of those conversations, every year, Super Bowl week and Radio Row. I have an organization for women in sports. It's called Galvanize, and I'm here with them also this week. And what the whole motto of Galvanize is you're who, not your do. We don't care about what you do. We care about who you are. And so if you go over and sit down over at our little podium of 7 Rockstar Women, we are only talking about who you are. And what amazes me is how many former athletes come over and sit down with us and talk about how in their head they are as broadcasters. So it does not matter if you're a Hall of Famer, but all of a sudden you sit down in this new world and you're trying to all of a sudden, it's not about just your physicality. It's not about what you've been doing since you're a kid. It's about us being afraid of saying the wrong thing, no matter how long you've been doing it. So I find with our group of broadcasters, if you're players or if you're players, if you've been a broadcaster your whole life, whatever it is, there's such an insecurity more than ever about making sure we get it right.
Well, I mean, because you never know if you get a new boss who doesn't like you. Now you're done. You say something wrong. A suggestion here in today's world, especially with social media, how often do you say something and you're trying to put those words right back in your mouth as soon as you say them?
And it's as a woman in sports. So I started about 32 years ago. So there weren't many of us. And the fear of saying something wrong, because how I always equate it is, if no matter, I've been doing it 3 decades, but if I say the wrong thing on the Super Bowl, if I call George Kittle George Edwards, she is so stupid. She doesn't know what she's talking about. Now, a man says something stupid, but we are stupid. And so I learned that at a very quick age of making sure that you say the right thing, or else you're kind of thrown out, where that's another woman who knows sports. And that's paralyzing to go through life, not just a career. It creeps into your life of, how do I make sure I'm always saying the right thing so nobody thinks I don't belong here, because you're constantly being told you don't belong here.
You know, Laura, I find that fascinating. How difficult was it to break into this business 30 years ago?
It was really
as
difficult.
A woman,
for all
anybody,
of us, right?
Sure, of course.
But for a woman, it was very. But what I would say is this: it was so difficult to break in, but what was harder was staying in. And so, to be doing this as long as I have been. That would have surprised me, because once I hit 30, I was always asked, what do you want to do next? And I was like, but I'm just getting good. And they'd be like, but women don't age on camera. And I never saw women past 30. And so what I tried really hard to do is show all the women, of Galvanize, of all these women, want them to see women north of 40. Now I want them to see women north of 50. Crushing it. And so still doing what we're doing, because we see men age. We see men in the booth who are in their 70s now, in their 80s. And we are never quite, the way the world is, we're always questioning now. But normally that we're like, boy, look at their poise. They've been doing this forever, and for women, it's been more of how long can she do this for? And so it was very hard to stay in. I feel to get in. I feel very sorry for that young woman who went through a lot. But it's also been really hard to stay here. And I didn't call my first Super Bowl until I think I was 50. And so that's pretty awesome also, to say that I thought that was kind of done. And I didn't think I would have that in my career. And to be able to do it at an age where I'm so appreciative, where I'm so much better, where I'm really good now. And I know the work that it took here. As much as when I was 30 or 40, I would have been like, I can't wait to call a Super Bowl. I love to be doing it at this age. I did not know we were going to be talking about aging as a woman.
But out of curiosity, as we visit with Laura Okmin here on the Blitz, Joe's got 5 daughters. I've got 1. I'm a girl dad, right?
That's why we're having this conversation.
Exactly, right?
How much better has it gotten over the last 30 years for women in sports broadcasting?
I struggle with this because today is Girls and Women in Sports Day. And so I'm usually asked a lot to do interviews because of Galvanize. I started it a dozen years ago, and it's over 5,000 women all over sports. It's not just women on camera, it's everything. And so I'm asked a lot about that. And I think people think I'm going to give a Pollyanna rah-rah, answer. And I don't, because what I say is, the cool thing is, my first Super Bowl was in 92. I called 2 Olympics. I've done a lot of really big events, but in the beginning I would count women because I could. And so I'd be like, okay, for years it was 1 hand. I could count them on 1 hand. And then suddenly it was 2 hands. And the cool thing is, we can't count today. There's a ton of women, and that's awesome in numbers. But when we start going, women who are making an impact, women who are hiring women and men, women who are making decisions, I'm back to counting that on 1 hand. So we've come far in numbers, but also what I would say as fathers of daughters, that you'll hate this, but it's important to know. The most important thing I say is, if we've changed so much, why are these young women calling me at 3 a.m. and telling me they're going through the same thing I went through 30 years ago? And so that is kind of in a nutshell what I would say, and why Galvanize was so important. They'll get better at their jobs, and they'll get their reps. But at the end of the day, I struggled. I had a hard time navigating it, and I wanted to make sure that they had confidence in themselves, in each other, and to give them a network of women to go through this with. A mentor is important, but even more so, I wanted them to be able to look at another woman and go, how are you handling this? How are you handling it when a coach says, I've really enjoyed, you building this relationship for 2 years, but why don't I take you to lunch so we can get to know each other better? And there's no right or wrong. It's just, how are you going to handle that when it happens? And you can't usually ask your male friends or even your girlfriends how you do it. So what I would say, it hasn't changed enough, because we still need that network to really help women navigate a very male-dominated industry.
Laura Okmin here on the Blitz 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. She'll be part of the broadcast Sunday for the Super Bowl. I know we're running short on time. They're saying you got to run off to the next one. I mean, you've got that. You've got it. It's going to be fun. Have a great call on Sunday.
I so appreciate the conversation. Thank you for raising good young women, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura.
Laura Okmin here on the Blitz 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star.
I got to tell you about the Golf Club of Texas. If you haven't been out to the Golf Club of Texas lately, then you haven't been out there. Look, the Golf Club of Texas is not a private country club, but it has a country club feel. Open to the public 7 days a week. And, well, the Golf Club of Texas offers some of the best course conditions in town with the friendliest staff. And look, even if you're not a golfer, you need to get out there, because they have one of the best restaurants on that side of town, the Tin Cup. It's always open to the public. Not a country club, but again, that country club experience, they have the best, friendliest staff that will always take care of you. And I got to tell you, the food out there is absolutely fantastic. The Golf Club of Texas, it's on Briggs Ranch Road off Highway 90. Get out there for dinner at the Tin Cup. They've got a lighted driving range. You can go have some fun, take the family, and have some fun at the Golf Club of Texas. You won't regret it. I promise you, this place is fantastic. Not to mention the fact it is the friendliest golf course in Texas.
94.1 San Antonio Sports Star Spring Golf Classic is set Monday, March 25th at Golf Club of Texas, with plenty of prizes, including a shot at $50,000 in a trip to the big game. Go to sasportstar.com and get signed up. A 4-person scramble, $120 per player to join, or a group of 4 can sign up together for $400. It's the San Antonio Spring Golf Classic, benefiting the Will Smith Foundation. Monday, March 25th, presented by Flight by Yingling and 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
Sick and tired of achy joints? Dread the idea of surgery? You need to call QC Kinetics today. Hey, it's James Spudger with San Antonio Sports Star. Listen, the state of healthcare is always changing. The old ideas like steroids and surgery are no longer your only options. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is transforming lives with innovative and non-surgical drug-free treatments that deliver lasting results. Knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, pain from arthritis or injury. Don't let this pain keep you from living your best life. QC Kinetics' advanced state-of-the-art treatments harness and direct your body's natural ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. This is a revolutionary approach that can get you long-term relief with no downtime. Make 2024 the year you reclaim your mobility, reclaim your independence, walk, run, play, and live without the danger and trauma of surgery and without harmful drugs. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. 210-571-0318. That's 210-571-0318. Locations in Hollywood Park, Westover Hills, and New Braunfels.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9313. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9313. That's 800-575-9313. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Rob Thompson here for SA Card House. Over there on San Pedro, you know where it is, 13400 San Pedro right there in Bitters. One of my favorite places to go for a lot of reasons. It's not just about the restaurant and the bar, which is a reason to be. It's not just about the atmosphere and the great games and all the prizes that go along with being a San Antonio Card House member. It's a vibe. It's a thing that you get, whether you're a brand new player. They have brand new classes for you to get you interested in playing, to teach you how to play the game. They got great membership rates. They've got food to serve and great atmosphere while you're playing, or if you just bring your friends and family to play. But it's an atmosphere of success and fun, and that's why I go to SA Card House, and that's why you need to give them a try. Go check out their website, sacardhouse.com, but you're not going to know until you go. It's a private social club waiting for you to come and play. It's at Bitters in San Pedro. It is my SA Card House. Head there today. Thank me later.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health San Antonio will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 210-615-7777. That's 210-615-7777. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
This is Jim Rome. Have a take, don't suck on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. KTFM Floresville.
San Antonio's Sports Center.
Well, the Cowboys still looking for a defensive coordinator, but they have concluded interviews with several candidates. Mike Zimmer, Ron Rivera, defensive line coach Aiden Durd. It's also being reported that Rex Ryan, Sexy Rexy, the former Jets coach, has interviewed for that job. By the way, Durd is also expected to interview with the Seattle Seahawks about their vacant defensive coordinator position. Spurs, Rodeo Road Trip in Miami.
Sports Center is brought to you by Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the third time in 7 seasons, the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix, live in Las Vegas for our AA Best Bail Bonds Radio Road coverage, brought to you by Synergenics and Southern Recipe Small Batch Pork Rinds. Run a little late, but man, that was cool talking with Laura Okmin. Not what I expected to talk to her about, but that was a cool conversation.
You know, it was, because we went in a completely different, and they're talking about on the call of the Super Bowl, the teams, all of that kind of stuff, and it got into women in sports, and a fascinating conversation. And I tell you what, Laura Okmin has been one of the best, man or woman, in this profession for a long time.
Well, and you think about the length that she's been able to do it, at the high level that she's been able to do it, and now helping so many others is incredible. And her program, Galvanized, isn't just for women in sports. It's more about confidence. And, as a girl dad, and any girl dad knows this, that's obviously something that I think every girl at some point in their life, no matter where they are, they deal with that.
No question about it. I mean, and in some professions, it's much harder for a woman to succeed than others. And this has typically been one of them. And she explained all the reasons why. I thought she was fascinating, and a great conversation with Laura Okmin.
Yeah. Now, out of curiosity, we're in Vegas. We've got a lot going on. Ed McCaffery is going to join us here in about 5 minutes. His kid's playing in the game today. Although
he is. Who's his kid?
Christian
something.
He's also got a kid that just went to Rice in the Senior Bowl. We talked about that. Ed McCaffrey, 3-time Super Bowl champion, will join us. But as I look around the convention center, Rob Thompson left a little while ago. I'm not sure where he went. Haven't seen him. I assumed he was going to take a nap.
Yeah.
But then I see all this breaking news out of Las Vegas. Now, we're stuck in a convention center. But apparently traffic just sucks outside in Las Vegas down the strip because they've had to close the highway because somebody has figured out how to climb up on top of the Sphere.
Dude, I'm going to tell you what. I don't know what that dude's issue is, but he's a hell of a climber. How in the world do you get up on top of that Sphere?
There's a way. I mean, I'm guessing there's a way. But at the same time, that closes down traffic. What I'm curious, though, is I've been in the Sphere for a U2 concert. You could see it from everywhere.
Yeah.
How did they notice a little man up there that was real and that wasn't a part of the show?
Well, who knows? I mean, but this guy is clearly very talented when it comes to climbing things. And that Sphere, if you haven't seen it, is pretty amazing because it was in the shape of a Super Bowl ring last night. It's been in the shape of other things.
Well, the shape doesn't change, but
not the shape, but the
video.
picture.
Yeah.
And so it's fantastic. Look, I just hope the dude gets down before we have to leave because I'd really like for traffic to be cleared up by then.
I'm with you there. But the fact that has happened and it's only Wednesday.
I know.
It's only Wednesday.
It's going to get nuts out here.
I cannot confirm or deny whether it's Rob Thompson on a Sphere or Rob Thompson's taking a nap.
Dude, I know it's not Rob Thompson on the Sphere, okay? That I can rule out completely.
You don't think Rob is nimble enough to climb up there?
No, he couldn't take the first step to getting on that Sphere. Well, so I don't think there's any issue that Rob is not on the Sphere.
Unless it's happened since we left the house this morning. Rob has survived 3 days in the house without hurting himself.
Well, he really has, but don't jinx him because there's a lot of steps and a lot of stairs and a lot of things that he can trip over or bang his toes into.
Ed McCaffery joins us next here on the Blitz in Las Vegas for our Radio Road coverage.
Absolutely. Marquise Dental, also known as Doctor's Implants. They are doing wonderful things with folks and their teeth. That's right. And it's a great message because it would really change your dental game really quickly. You know, I know you're fed up with the same old dental routine, those endless trips to the dentist, dealing with missing teeth, temporary fixes. It never seemed to the answer. It is Doctor's Implants. Look, don't let old school dentistry hold you back any longer. Embrace your future with full mouth dental implants at Doctor's Implants. You can check them out at doctorsimplants.com, but there's a better way to do it. If you call them at 210-640-0000, tell them I sent you, Joe Reinagle from the Blitz, and you're going to snag a complimentary consultation, and you're going to get a CT scan. Your journey to a perfect smile begins at Doctor's Implants. So don't wait. Call them now and let them know that I sent you. Joe Reinagle from the Blitz. That number to call, 210-640-0000.
The Sports Star Boys are in Vegas for the big game.
Remember, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Robin, RJ, and Jason and Joe are in Sin City and Radio Row for the big game with security provided by AA Best Bail Bonds.
Let's go to Vegas. We'll all get drunk and
Woo! Think you gonna get away with it? Not up in here.
Not up in here.
Powered by AA Best Bail Bonds, Synergenics, Southern Recipe Small Batch Pork Rinds, and 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
When Cynthia came to TurboTax, she just launched her new side gig, a true crime podcast.
I'm a first-rate detective with a golden voice.
As her TurboTax expert, I made her second income count by guaranteeing 100% accurate filing and her maximum refund.
What did she do with that refund? Find out next week.
Switch to Intuit TurboTax and make your moves count. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language, like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's BABBEL.com.
Attention all homeowners. Do you know when to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Fog between the glass. Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've put off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. lose. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And right now, you can save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. Just call 800-NEW-WINDOWS for your free consultation on top-quality, affordable windows or patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for a year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. But hurry, these big dollar savings end this month. Call 800-NEW-WINDOWS right now. Don't wait. Call 800-NEW-WINDOWS. 800-NEW-WINDOWS.
You've heard the buzz about IT jobs and cybersecurity and AI, right? Why not prepare for a career in these fields and take advantage of the high demand? You could enjoy a more rewarding and recession-resistant lifestyle. Train in just a few short months at My Computer Career. Are you a veteran, active duty military, or already in IT? Skill up for positions employers need to fill. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. That's mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Charles Barkley in a pickup game.
We'll take Barkley.
Ha! First pick. Sorry, kids. Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision?
Okay, here's the plan. Pass me the ball every time.
This is banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
If you're looking to get a new car, you could really cut expenses by bundling your car and renter's insurance with Progressive. Sure, you love your old car, but you know it's not normal to give instructions on how to open the window. It should be self-explanatory, but it's not. And notice how when you're in other people's cars, you can feel cushion in the seats? That's pretty nice, right? No, it's just normal. So bundle your renter's and car insurance with Progressive and put the savings toward a new car. It's time. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states.
Super Bowl 58 in Vegas is set. It's the Chiefs. Hear it right here on your exclusive home for the Super Bowl. 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
Welcome back to the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, along with Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Our AA Best Bail Bonds Radio Road coverage continues. Brought to you by Synergenics and Southern Recipe Small Batch Pork Rinds. Great to be joined by 3-time Super Bowl champion Ed McCaffery. And Ed, 3-time Super Bowl champion, Radio Rose, it would always be about you. But your kid's in this game, and I imagine you're spending a lot more time talking about your son.
Yeah, this week's a little different. I've spent a lot of time talking about my son. He's been in the league for a while, but no,
I was talking about the one at Rice, man. He's been no, I'm kidding.
He had the Senior Bowl last week. I've been talking about him as well. And Christian's been talking about him. It'd be pretty cool if those guys ended up playing together one day, but he's going through his journey. Last week, I have 4 boys. Lisa and I have 4 boys. Last week was about Luke. And this week's about Christian. So they're all coming out on Saturday to support him. And rarely do we get all of our kids together. I mean, 4 boys, it hardly ever happens. They all play football their whole life, and we're finally going to get them all together. So any holiday cards for the next 4 or 5 years will probably come from this weekend.
You know, when you talk about your son playing football, was that something that they just wanted to do? Did you push them towards that? How did that all work out?
That's a great question, because I think a lot of people think, hey, you played football, you obviously wanted your kids to play football. And I know that's the case sometimes. I had teammates who didn't want their kids to play ever. They're like, no, I don't want them doing what I had to do. And we were indifferent. We're like, look, we want them to do what they want to do. I think kids chase their dreams and they chase their passions. And if they don't want to do something, we learned this when we signed them up for piano lessons. If they don't want to do something, they're not going to do it. So we waited for them to ask. And our oldest son, Max, who's now coaching with the Dolphins, asked when he was 9 years old. And he was the first one to ask, and they start at 6 in Colorado. So he, it's 3 years after a lot of kids had already started playing. We're like, we're not going to say no if he wants to do it. Give it a shot. Maybe he'll keep playing. Maybe he won't. Who knows? But, I love football, so I was happy he wanted to play. And as soon as Christian saw that Max signed up, he wanted to sign up. He watched one practice, and he was just chomping at the bit on the sideline. He's like, can I play? Can I play? He wanted to run out and practice with Max's team, who was 2 years older than he was. So when Max started playing, Christian asked, and he started playing at 7, and then the other 2 started at 6. And, what are the odds all 4 boys end up playing football?
Yeah.
We thought for sure some of them would want to do different things. Our only rule was you're not going to sit around all day playing video games, although now they probably would be more financially successful if they did. But we're like, hey, you got to do something. We don't care what it is. Sign up for sign up for the chess club, or get a job, or do some charitable work. But whatever you do, you're not going to come home and sit around. So whatever it is you want to do, feel free to go do it. And they played football and basketball and baseball and ran track and played lacrosse. And some of them did get jobs when there was downtime and did some other things. We just wanted them to stay active.
Well,
Nice.
I imagine Kirsten's got a pretty good job right now, and so successful at it as we visit with Ed McCaffery here on the Blitz. What makes Christian such a special running back? I mean, he is just so different than so many others that are playing in the league right now.
Well, I think it's a combination of things. I mean, physically, you got to have the size, the speed, the strength, the quickness. I think one thing that separates a lot of running backs is vision. I think Christian has really good vision. And then, the ability to catch the ball out of the backfield can separate him. So he runs between the tackles, runs outside. He's really good in pass protection. And backs don't get a lot of credit for pass protection, but it's a pretty big part of the game to play running back. And then, he's really a receiver when he lines up in the slot. And so, you can throw screen passes to running backs, and you can have check downs or, flat routes. There's certain, Texas route. There's certain routes that all running backs will run. Not many can line up at the slot and actually run like a double move or a route like a receiver. Very few running backs in this league can do that. And I think that's going to be the trend moving forward. Back in the day, you got your thumper, first and second down. You bring in your third down back. But there's an advantage to leaving one back on the field the whole time, right? Because you stay in your base personnel. They don't know if it's a run or a pass. They're leaving their linebacker and safety in. They're not bringing in nickel defense to cover a receiver. Then you can create mismatches. And this game is all about mismatches. So he's one of the handful of backs in this league that is even able to do that. And I think he's proven that. And I think that's pretty valuable. And it ends up being like a force multiplier. So when you have a good run game like San Francisco has, but now also if you're going to throw a pass, you have an extra receiver in the backfield that we're not accounting for because we didn't switch to our nickel defense. And you want to bracket him because you don't want to guard him one-on-one. Well, you got your tight end and George Kittle. You got your receiver and Debo and Brandon Ayuk. You got a fullback you can slip out because they play a lot of 21 personnel. Now it's just kind of a real challenge for defenses.
Ed, was there a point in time when Christian was growing up that you knew, oh, man, he's special?
Well, it sounds funny, but when he was 7, we signed him up for his first team, and he was scoring, 5, 6, 7 touchdowns a game. And you're like, I don't know what he's going to grow up into because he's 7, right? But he's really good for this age in Colorado. And, you think that if he progresses, because you still have to grow up, right? How tall are you going to be? How much you're going to weigh? How strong you don't know at 7. So you kind of have to wait till they grow up. But he certainly was very gifted and showed that early. And then he just kind of kept progressing as he got older and older. And that skill level kind of stayed the same relative to the other players. But we're in Colorado. We're in Castle Rock, Colorado. What's going on in Houston, right? Or Dallas, or in the state of Pennsylvania, out in L.A., like there's great Florida, right? There's great players everywhere, and you just never really know. But he certainly showed some promise early.
Ed McCaffery joining us here on the Blitz, courtesy of Low T Center, lowtcenter.com. You talk about at 7 how good he was. And obviously at that point he's playing, and he's Ed McCaffrey's kid, so expectations are he needs to be good. But I saw a video that he put out the other day where I guess he was going on some college recruiting visits, and you put weights in his socks so that when it came time, if they put me on a scale but made me take my shoes off, at least I'd still be in my socks because he needed those extra 10, 15 pounds.
Yeah, well, that's a trick I learned from the Denver Broncos linemen who used to slip a 5-pound plate in the back of their tights because we had weight limits, and we had the lighter linemen who tried to stay over 300 pounds. And so if they were having a light week, they'd try to slip a plate in there. But, it's not everything. And by the way, they make you take your shoes off. You don't get away with that particular trick. The other trick I would have say, look, you got to down like 8 chocolate milks before, because they're going to weigh you right when you get there, first thing in the morning, because they haven't seen you in person, and nobody believes any weights or heights that are online, right?
Sure.
We'll believe when we measure you. That's what we'll believe. And so, he was on the lighter side. I'm like, I know you're going to grow. All our kids were a year to a year and a half young for their grade. And I'm like, look, some people just want to see a weight. And some people that don't know football well enough are going to judge you by your weight, even though today they don't do that as much. So just, be as heavy as you can in the morning and then go to the bathroom and you'll be good to go. So add a couple of pounds. But that stuff used to matter. Like, why, if it didn't matter, why would, you go to the combine, right? They measure your height, they measure your weight, they measure your wingspan, they measure every part of your body practically, right? And they're like, hey, we want to know what we're investing. You're like a piece of cattle. So we want to know what we're investing in. And so it's the same when you're visiting out of high school, going to colleges. It's like, hey, who are we giving the scholarship to? We'll probably bring in 1 or 2 guys. That's it at your position. You want to bring in the right guy. So you want to look good.
Ed, when you look at it, and obviously 3 Super Bowls for you, does Christian ask you questions like, I think when guys get to the Super Bowl, they think that that's going to happen all the time. And a lot of guys go to the Super Bowl once and then never get back there. You tell him how hard it is, and obviously he probably knows, but, it's a very difficult thing to get to.
It's extremely difficult, and I think Christian understands that, and he certainly learned it because he didn't get there for his first few years in the NFL, right? But he also has been part of a championship team everywhere he's gone for his whole life. So he's kind of expects to be in championship games, and I think that's important. I think most great athletes expect to be the best, expect to win the battle in front of them, and expect to play in championship games. So, like, every year he ever played in Little League, he was in a championship. Every year in high school, they won a championship. They won the Pac-12 championship, and he got to the NFL, and he's, football's a team sport. You can't will your way to a championship as an individual. You got to be on the right team, right? And that's why for so many of these players, what team signs you out of college matters. I tell players all the time, it's more important what team you go to than where you go in the draft. But I think, if he was honest, he'd say, I've always expected to play in a Super Bowl.
Interesting.
Yeah. Is he going to win Super Bowl MVP on Sunday?
Look, we just hope the team wins the Super Bowl.
Come on, Dad.
No, and that's the thing about this game. It's such a great game, right? But the other thing about offense, if a team wants to limit you or try to take you away, they can dedicate a lot of resources towards doing that. And now it's time for somebody else to step up. So if they try to take away George and BA and Debo, and then, Christian's going to have to step up and make plays. If they try to take away Christian, those guys have to step up and make plays. And obviously Brock is he's in control of everything. So, and then your defense, right? Your defense you could score a bunch of points and lose a ball game, right? So it's the greatest team. It really is. It's the greatest team sport in the world. I'm going to be just dialed in every single play, offense, defense, special teams. It all matters. And that's why it's so hard to do, to your point, right? It's like, you can be a great player, and Dan Marino's the guy we usually refer to, one of the greatest quarterbacks in the history of the game, was way ahead of his time as a passer. Now, I can imagine what he would do in today's game, right, with how much we pass the ball. And but, he got there early and never got there again. So it takes a team to win. The best team will win. Patrick Mahomes gets a lot of credit, and he's one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. But he can't will himself by himself to win either. It's gonna take one of these teams to play the best ball, and that's every individual winning the individual battles. Team with the most individuals that win the most individual battles wins the game.
How nervous are you going to be on Sunday?
Yeah, I'd like to say not nervous, but it's, dude, it's and there's a good energy too, right? There's a good nervousness. It's like when you're a player and you feel some butterflies before the game. That's a good thing. Your body's saying we're getting ready to compete, and then you get hit once or twice and the butterflies go away and you get refocused. But it's kind of a good thing, and I'll feel the same way. The only difference is, the only person hitting me is Lisa. I usually get about 25 or 30 elbows in the game if I sit next to her. So I'll probably be icing down after the game as well. But I've learned to appreciate it, right? It's like life goes by too fast. You can't just be a ball of nervous energy all the time. Nothing I do, doesn't matter what I eat in my seats or what seat I sit in or how loud I cheer. Nothing I do is going to determine the outcome of this game. So I've just kind of come to peace with that. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. I'm going to be there no matter what.
I love that attitude. That's
Absolutely.
great. Yes.
Ed McCaffery, 3-time Super Bowl champion, joining us here on the Blitz. And what's very cool is, your son has a chance to win a Super Bowl playing for a coach that's the son of the coach that you won a Super Bowl with, which is very cool. And you talk about the ball of energy that you're going to have leads right into you're here with Low T Center. And if you're lacking energy, Low T Center can certainly help you in that area.
Yeah, I have a lot of friends. I'm in my 50s now. Not all my teammates are with me. And so early detection of anything is important, whether it's something serious enough that could cause death, which has unfortunately happened to a few of my friends, or it's something that controls your energy levels. And so, some of my friends, I'm in my 50s now, some of my friends try to be their own doctor and monitor. Look, you got to get medically monitored. Don't try to do this yourself. And I'm a really big believer in testing, right? And so my wife Lisa and I have gotten tested the last couple of years, and I think it's really important because we're here as long as we're here. While you're here, you want to be healthy and you want to enjoy life. And there's too many people that are getting depressed, that are angry, that are irritable. It's affecting their moods and their attitudes and their friendships. It costs people friendships and relationships, and there's just no need to do it. Get tested. If you're fine, great. If not, there's something you can do about it.
Could you tell a difference in your life once you started with the Low T Center?
Yeah, well, I got tested the last couple of years, and luckily I tested pretty good in most areas. But, I think the important part is getting tested. So if something's wrong, you can get treated. And this isn't just for men either. This is for women as well. I don't know if new women can be low in testosterone. And, younger people out there listening don't know about menopause. You ought to find out about it if you're married, right? And it's like, but these things are controllable. And back, when I was living at home and my parents were my age, that they didn't know anything about this type of treatment. But the important thing is to test often. Early detection is critical. And then just think of it this way. I want to be my best version of myself, not just for myself, from my spouse, my husband or wife, my girlfriend or boyfriend, my kids, my family, my friends. There's no reason to be depressed, to be irritable, if it can be controlled.
Good stuff. Yep. LowTCenter.com to schedule that test. 3-time Super Bowl champion, Ed McCaffery. Appreciate you stopping by. Have fun on Sunday, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, this was fun, Ed.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Ed McCaffery here on Radio Row. Coming up as we continue, former linebacker Dhani Jones will join us live here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Injuries do happen, and when they do, you can skip the ER and get straight to an Ortho Now Injury Clinic by TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine. Ortho Now provides walk-in care for injuries like broken bones, dislocations, sprains, strains, conveniently located in the Corey area with extended hours Monday through Saturday. They have on-site x-ray, casting, and bracing. Ortho Now has everything you need to treat your injury, but best of all, no urgent care or emergency room copay. If you're injured, get to an Ortho Now Injury Clinic. Learn more online at tsaog.com.
It's the Morning Huddle with Rob and RJ.
Thursday on the Morning Huddle, big game coverage continues live from Media Row. Guests to be talked about, parties to be attended, and hangovers to be cured.
Jalen Hyatt, Dan Marino, Bert Kreischer, Tony Pollard, Jordan Addison, the list goes on and on and on. Rob and I are going to do our best to get up at 2 a.m. for the 4th day in a row, but you don't have to. We'll see you at 6.
At Edwin Watts Golf Shops, there's something that binds us all. The collective goal to transcend the ordinary. Introducing the all-new TaylorMade QI10 Max Driver, combining TaylorMade distance with the forgiveness of 10K inertia. Experience your drives in 10K. Visit us in-store for a free custom fitting at your local Edwin Watts Golf Shops or shop us online at worldwidegolf.com. Get there.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like saddling up and chasing down.
Look at that sweet moolah!
That big old cash cow.
Look at all that money!
File for free with TaxSlayer Simply Free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Brakes? We can save you 15% on that. We have OE quality Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job right. When you get Duralast pads and rotors together, you'll save 15%. It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
If you're a man and you live in San Antonio or the surrounding areas, you need to pay close attention to what I'm about to say. Are you having issues rising to the occasion? Do you constantly worry about whether or not you can perform? Have you completely stopped having adult time? Is it something you just don't talk about? Guys, we have a solution. Mojo, the 100% guaranteed male enhancement pill that's fast, effective, and was designed to reignite passion, performance, and confidence in the bedroom. Yeah. Be ready at a moment's notice with the Mojo Male Enhancement Pill from Pure Line Nutrition. And for those of you who have used Mojo, check out Mojo Enduramax.
Touchdown!
A new formula that improves the potency and effectiveness of Mojo. Get fast results, last longer, and be the man she'll never forget. Mojo and Mojo Enduramax, 100% natural male enhancement formulas, only available at Pure Line Nutrition. Call now, 210-494-2210. That's 210-494-2210. Or visit us online at thepureline.com.
Sick and tired of achy joints? Dread the idea of surgery? You need to call QC Kinetics today. Hey, it's James Spudger with San Antonio Sports Star. Listen, the state of healthcare is always changing. The old ideas like steroids and surgery are no longer your only options. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is transforming lives with innovative and non-surgical drug-free treatments that deliver lasting results. Knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, pain from arthritis or injury. Don't let this pain keep you from living your best life. QC Kinetics' advanced state-of-the-art treatments harness and direct your body's natural ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. This is a revolutionary approach that can get you long-term relief with no downtime. Make 2024 the year you reclaim your mobility, reclaim your independence, walk, run, play, and live without the danger and trauma of surgery and without harmful drugs. Call QC Kinetics now for 210-571-0318. That's 210-571-0318. Locations in Hollywood Park, Westover Hills, and New Braunfels.
Rob Thompson here for SA Card House. It's where I go to get my poker on. They're over at 281 in Bitters, 13400 San Pedro Avenue if you are going to be using the map services. Easy to get to, open 7 days a week. Everything that I've been looking for. Look, I've played poker for years, and card houses have been a great experience, but let me tell you, you want to talk about next level, it's SA Card House, because they've got everything that I want. I'm not just a casual player. I like to play, but I like to play with folks I like. I like to be in an environment that I feel comfortable, enjoy the people around, the service and all that goes around that. I get all of that. And then you add in Foster's Grill, which takes SA Card House over the top. They have the opportunity, you have the opportunity to go play great cards in a great environment, a great place, and then add in a great meal made by worthy chefs. It is not pub grub. This is posh. That's it. Games to be played, fun to be had. Go there today and thank me later.
Listen to this station anytime, anywhere on Odyssey. Odyssey is your new audio home for all the music, news, sports, and podcasts that matter to you. Odyssey. That's AUDACY.
It's The Blitz with Jason and Joe, live from Radio Row for Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas.
It is The Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. Our AA Best Bail Bonds Radio Road coverage continues, brought to you by Synergenics and Southern Recipe Small Batch Pork Rinds. He's Joe, I'm Jason, and this is the most powerful man in the room, Donnie Jones, joining us here.
The most powerful man in the room. First of all, you are sitting here with 2 Stanley Cups, of which I know people are like trying to find a way to go buy them, go take them. I know who the most powerful people in the room are.
Look, I'm not.
You guys, if you have a whole car full of these things, they will arrest you.
Well, I don't have a car.
You saw that article?
But no.
There's a lady that had like, I don't know, maybe like a couple thousands of these Stanley Cups in her car, and she got arrested. I don't know if she stole them or not.
Clearly she stole them if she got arrested.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe she maybe she was investing in her future.
The illegal smuggling of Stanley Cups. Now, I say you're the most powerful guy in the room. You sit down, you're like, I need hand sanitizer.
No. I think, did I say I or did I say we?
I initially.
Oh, I did? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You're very generous.
And then you asked, do you have hand sanitizer? No. Joe, no. And you look around, and then all of a sudden, hand sanitizer appears in your hand, and then you're making sure everybody around us has sanitized their hands.
Isn't it amazing how, but just think about it. Like 2 years ago, we were clamoring to find hand sanitizer.
Yeah.
We didn't even actually want to talk to one another.
No.
Now we're hugging each other, kissing each other, giving each other like high fives, shaking hands, and fist bumps, and all this other kind of stuff. It's like amazing. I'm so glad we're out of that phase.
Yes.
It was a challenging time for so many of us during that phase. I mean, I was heavily involved because there was a lot of people that were financially affected during that time, and I helped raise like a lot of money and gave $500 cash installments to young people or not even some people that have families.
Yeah.
That was actually through Stand Together. We gave away so much money, but over 120,000.
Wow. Impressive. Yeah.
120,000 people. Wow. Right? Think about that, right? All these people that were financially affected due to COVID-19. But I'm just happy we're away from that time and into our sort of new time. And Radio Row is back in session.
It is back. And what's great is because now, our hands have been sanitized, but you also made sure we were all fed today, or you were a part of that because we had lunch. We had lunch. Dude, you are the man.
Look, Well, I appreciate that. I think it's the amazing organization of Stand Together that really should be celebrated here because, supporting so many different amazing nonprofits. Like I said, during COVID, we gave all that money away to 120,000 people. They've supported organizations like the Phoenix, which is focused on addiction. They've also supported organizations like Downtown Boxing Gym in Detroit, which is focused on after-school programs. All those kids that go through the program graduated. And now here, right at the Super Bowl, Feeding You Food, Cafe Momentum, justice-involved at-risk youth that have been through the juvenile justice system that are trying to find a better way, right? And they're here talking about their story, getting their second chance, but part of their second chance is their second story, right? To be able to communicate to you. And so as you look at the restaurant that's been in Dallas and Pittsburgh and Nashville and so many places, going new places as well, Stand Together, fixing and tackling some of these biggest problems are solved where people are, meeting people exactly where they are, and organizations like Cafe Momentum making that change and being right here at the Super Bowl in Las Vegas.
Donnie, I got to tell you, when we went over there for lunch, and again, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Some of the nicest people you'll ever meet over there.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that amazing? So many people have a perception about, young people or older people that have come out of the criminal legal system, right? Until you meet somebody that's been through it. Right? Yeah. You have a conversation, it changes the math, right? It creates a new opportunity. It also makes you understand them understand you, and then you're able to sort of create this level of mutual benefit where you're able to understand and believe in one another versus look down at one another. Look at them as a problem, not looking to help them find a solution, right? That's what it's ultimately all about. And I hope everybody goes up. Did you have one of the ambassadors on your show yet?
We have not yet.
Okay, I think you all should try to figure out how to do that. That would be my ask to go over there, grab one of those young people, one of those ambassadors from Cafe Momentum, have them come on the show and share their story, right? Because we want to have all these restaurants in every single NFL city and other cities as well, too.
Dhani Jones joining us in Las Vegas.
With hand sanitizer.
With hand sanitizer. The cleanest guy here on Radio Row, at least at the moment. Now, longtime linebacker in the league, and obviously we're Cowboys country. You played for the Giants, played for the Eagles, right? So I know you love the Cowboys.
Yeah. The Cowboys were supposed to draft me in the second round?
We're supposed to.
Why didn't
we're supposed to?
What happened?
I think, actually, I probably trained a little bit too hard, and then I ended up, pulling my hamstring during the combine. When you pull your hamstring during the combine, your draft stock all of a sudden starts to adjust and shift, right? It comes down to those choices that you make at certain periods in time in your life, and then it goes a different direction.
Which
right?
what 97, 98, right?
I graduated in 2000, so that that 2000 draft going to the Giants. I mean, think about it. If I would have gone to the Cowboys versus the Giants, would I be sitting here, right? You know what I learned about today? Did you watch Spider-Verse?
No.
Do you watch any Marvel or anything?
No.
Okay.
Our producer right now is freaking out.
Okay. All right. So if your producer can dial in, tell him he or she to say what's up. Pop in and say something.
All right.
But they talk about in these different multiverses the canon moments. Canon moments. Canon moments are things like Spider-Man would not be Spider-Man had he not been bit by the spider. That's a canon moment, right?
Yeah.
Superman, all of a sudden Krypton, all this other kind of stuff would not be Superman, right? It's a canon moment. So I wonder if getting drafted, I try to figure out what's the canon moment of me arriving here. Like playing football was at the canon moment, so it didn't matter what team. I just ultimately ended up in this seat, right? It's a canon moment, bow ties, things that are absolute in the timeline of your life, no matter what the verse or multiverse you might actually be in. So I can't wait for your producer to call in.
James,
because
are you gonna fight?
Already speaking your level.
This verse and these canon moments are critical. And I also think when I think about the Super Bowl, these two guys, in a lot of ways, people would have thought that they weren't supposed to be here, right? I mean, especially Brock, Mr. Irrelevant, right? He wasn't supposed to be here, or was he supposed to be here because he was supposed to be Mr. Irrelevant because a lot of people were not supposed to believe in him, so therefore he was supposed to believe in himself, and then the team was supposed to take him, and then all of a sudden Shanahan was supposed to I don't know. You think about these moments. These are canon moments. Yeah. Maybe you know what? Everybody makes a joke about the NFL being scripted. You know, let's just throw that out the window and just realize that life is scripted, right? Let's just raise it above one level. Right? We don't know the plan. We don't know the time. We just show up and it's all of a sudden there. Right? So in essence, somebody wrote the script. Whether you're a believer or not, there's something that's greater than yourself. So anyways, I can go down a lot of paths, but I'm excited to be on y'all's show.
Well, we're excited. We're excited.
And they give you guys hand sanitizer. Hand sanitizer.
You're much smarter than Jason and I can tell you that right now.
Come on.
Because I was lost the first sentence. You know,
was it the spider or the verse? Which one lost you?
Oh, I think both.
Okay,
I mean, spider, verse. No, but that's it. But you're right. I mean, things happen for a reason. You have a platform because you played pro football, and look what you're doing with it. So you were maybe supposed to do that.
Maybe I was supposed to do it. I mean, I've loved it. I've loved the transition even that much more. I love the opportunity to work with different causes like Cafe Momentum and Downtown Boxing Gym and working with places like the Phoenix. I love working with Stand Together. Stand Together is phenomenal. But the game gave me so many amazing tools in my tool belt, ones of which I've realized it's not about me. It's something greater than myself, to give back and to be able to invest and learn about small and medium-sized companies so that I can grow those businesses too, and to be able to have an opportunity to talk in front of people and be able to put together good sentences so that I can communicate effectively.
Is that a Michigan education?
Oh, yeah, the greatest university in the world. We all know that. What was that? Did I hear something? What was that? What was that? Oh, someone. Oh,
dude, you guys
make
are
sure you hit the cough button.
You guys are when you do that. You guys are riding high. You guys are riding.
First of all, we're always riding high because we know who we are. We're the greatest university in the world. Period. End of discussion.
Well,
we all know that.
For about a decade, as a Longhorn fan, we've been saying Texas is back.
First of all, everybody wished they could have gone to Michigan. Period.
Dude, it's cold outside there. The answer is no.
You don't have to lie to me. Is that mellow yellow?
I don't like cold.
I don't know. You want one?
No. I thought it was mellow yellow.
I don't know what that is.
It's
soda pop.
It's
soda
a
pop.
Starry lemon lime.
I don't even know what that is.
I don't either. You want it?
It's got was the yellow 6. That stuff is bad for you. No.
No idea. No idea.
Well, congratulations on the championship.
Honey Jones, man. This has been
so much
and fun, man.
Make sure you guys go. Make sure you guys go get. You already had the lunch, right?
Yeah,
all right.
Right here.
So tomorrow, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. All the kids are going to be over there as well. Remember, go grab one of those kids, have them on your show, have them tell the story about how Cafe Momentum changed their life. I think it's really important, and everybody else who has a chance to listen in, cafemomentum.org/Super Bowl.
Awesome. Appreciate you. Donnie Jones,
so much.
man. Great catching up with you, man.
Thank you very much.
Good stuff.
Hand sanitizer.
Always.
Yes,
Absolutely. Fun stuff with Donnie Jones here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Stars. Our AA Best Bail Bonds Radio Road coverage continues here from Las Vegas, brought to you by Synergenics and Southern Recipe Small Batch Pork Rinds. There's all kinds of things going on around us, and I'm not exactly sure what is happening here.
It's the buzz in this place is incredible, and when we get good guests, all of a sudden Rob and RJ just show up. The professor and Mort just kind of come in. They said, "Man, we don't get guests like that."
Well, I mean, now I'll be fair to them. They're going to have Dan Marino tomorrow morning.
Oh,
okay. It's no Donnie Jones, but
we got to throw him a bone, right?
It's close. I mean, Dan Marino brought them M&Ms, and we got hand sanitizer from Donnie Jones. I think we win.
I think we're better off.
I think we win.
There's no question.
Well, because the M&Ms, and somehow a half-eaten Rob Thompson bag of M&Ms are still here. It's the peanut butter M&Ms, but not the rings that they're going to have.
Well, maybe. Could be.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And you never know who you're going to see.
Yeah.
Now, everybody here has a challenging job.
They do.
Not that I'm going to embarrass my friend Liz that just sat down, but her job is keeping up with Michael Irvin's schedule. Have you ever tried herding cats?
Yeah.
That is what she does for a living.
Yeah, I wouldn't want that job. It's fun.
Yeah. There's always something.
Always something. Love Michael.
Well, and seeing Michael Irvin. I mean, because Michael Irvin has this cat herder. He's got this person, that person, and the get along guy. Because Michael Irvin can't walk 3 feet in here without 18 people trying to talk to him. So you got to have that move along guy. Yeah, you got to keep going. I mean, there's there are a lot of people on that staff.
Absolutely, as there should be. He's Michael Irvin, for goodness sake. He needs a lot of folks like that. But Michael's the friendliest guy in the world.
Well, and he's going to say hi to everybody.
That's exactly right.
He is going to say hi to everybody because that's what he does. And so Rob Thompson has made it back to Radio Row. So he's apparently had a nap. And apparently it was not Rob Thompson that was on the Sphere, that climbed up on the Sphere earlier today. That person has been arrested.
Yes.
So they've gotten him down from the Sphere. I'm not sure if they just used like a slingshot to get him off there or what they did to go get him off the Sphere, but it clearly wasn't Rob Thompson.
The guy got up to the top of the Sphere and went, I'm on the top of the Sphere. So he came down and got arrested.
That was weird.
That's exactly what happened.
That was weird.
That's exactly what happened.
The traffic apparently on the Strip was a nightmare because they closed it down. And that's what I don't understand. The Sphere is far enough away. If you fall off of that thing, you're not going to land on the street. Why did they have to close down traffic? Because the dude was on the Sphere.
I don't know. Can we get the police chief on? I have no answer.
I really don't want to know, but I want to know, like, there was no reason for them to close that thing down, the Strip. Imagine it's Super Bowl week and they have closed down the Strip because there was a dude on the Sphere. He's not going to jump from the Sphere to the Strip.
Well, it doesn't matter because we were in here. We didn't have to get in traffic. So I'm glad it's cleared up. It'll be fine now, and it didn't affect you or me.
Although traffic this morning at 8-ish was a little bit more than it was the last couple of days, so I'm wondering.
It's going to get worse from here on out. Everybody's arriving in town now for the Super Bowl. Vegas is just hopping. I mean, it's just, man, the vibe here is just incredible. Don't you think? Yeah, it's incredible.
It's fun times. And you look at...
I'm going to talk to Liz. Well, she's a lot more interesting than you.
Well, Liz could put on headsets so we could talk to her. Will Liz put on headsets? I'm guessing not. Now she's turning red, which I've never seen.
Don't embarrass her.
Dude, I could tell stories.
I'm sure. I
mean, it goes both ways, but yeah.
Yeah.
It works. It certainly works that way. You think about the Dallas Cowboys and the defensive coordinator position. The fact that Rex Ryan has entered the chat, which we've talked about tongue in cheek. If you listen to the morning cuddle with Rob and RJ, you know that RJ is not happy about the candidates that the Cowboys have right now for defensive coordinator. And you really do wonder what in the hell is the plan for Jerry Jones?
Well, it's look, I got to admit, and I hate to admit this, but I'm with RJ on this. Rex Ryan? Are you kidding me? That just sounds like a prank, like somebody's getting pranked. Rex Ryan? I mean, honestly, that just sounds like a joke.
Well, I mean, it is. But it's Jerry Jones, so
why
you have to take it.
Interview that guy?
Well, I mean, he was a hell of a defensive coordinator, and and he could be again. He wasn't the greatest of head coaches. I think everybody got turned off on Rex Ryan when he was on Hard Knocks talking about his foot fetish. Well, and so now you think of Rex and think of
it's sexy Rexy.
Yeah.
I don't care. Look, I don't care what fetishes he has. As long as he can do the job. But the guy's pretty good on TV, and let him stay on TV. To me, that just makes the Cowboys like a laughing thing. I mean, it's just a joke. I don't know what the hell's going on over here, but it's crazy.
Well, they're setting up to do something.
Oh,
and in the meantime, every time Rob around wires always makes me nervous because he's either going to unplug the entire convention center room or it's going to blow up. One of the things, well, you can't defend yourself because you just unplugged your microphone. Rob Thompson, awake from his nap.
I am awake, and I'm here to defend myself. I will have you know that I defended our country as a munitions maintenance guy. I used to defuse bombs. I kid you not.
Gee.
I spent 8 years with some wire cutters and a flashlight. I am not kidding.
Wire cutters and a flashlight.
And I only have 9 fingers, but
well, and the fact that they got the one sewn back on, works out pretty well.
You could worry about other stuff around the wires.
Was that you on the Sphere today?
That
We're worried about you.
What are you talking about? What did I miss?
Dude, seriously. Some dude, the traffic got stopped on the strip today for a couple hours because some guy climbed up on top of the Sphere.
Sweet.
And it was shortly after you left. And we didn't hear from you. And so we wondered if it was you. And then Reinego remembered, you can barely handle the steps in the house. You're not climbing the Sphere.
What's that song? As Good as I Once Was.
I had
to get one of them, but not as many.
I had no doubt that it wasn't you.
But it's kind of a slant, though. It's not straight up.
Oh, come on. The dude's been arrested.
It's not really a slant.
It's a sphere.
It's a ball.
That's what I'm saying.
You would have to. We'd be crawling upside down for a while before you were able to kind of flatten out and then
if
go
somebody
up.
gave me like a boost, just a little leg up.
Well, it'd have to be Wimby and 10 others.
It's not a steep. It's just round.
It kind of is. It's crazy.
It was cool to see you guys with the Honey Jones. That is one smooth cat.
He's great. He is a lot of fun. I have no idea what we talked about, but he is a lot of fun. That is for sure. It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. Our AA Best Bail Bonds Radio Row coverage continues.
We've lost
here
control.
from Las Vegas, and nobody plans on getting arrested unless you're climbing the Sphere in Las Vegas, because people get arrested every day for all kinds of reasons. If you get arrested, you want to get out of jail fast, the best way to do that is to call my good friend Albert and his great staff at AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121. Text bail to 474747, or excuse me, you can start the bonding process online at mybestbailbonds.com. You don't have to call attorneys or anybody else to get out of jail, and you don't want to be forced into a PR bond. If the jail offers you a PR bond, make sure you truly understand what all those conditions are before accepting it. Your best option for stress-free bail bonds is AA Best Bail Bonds, because nobody beats their price. They have payment plans, have a free shuttle service. They're discreet and confidential and open 24/7 with offices all over San Antonio and Texas, services nationwide. If you're up in Dallas, down in Corpus, anywhere in between, license number 149, call AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121, or go online at mybestbailbonds.com.
94.1 San Antonio Sports Stars Spring Golf Classic is set. Monday, March 25th at Golf Club of Texas, with plenty of prizes, including a shot at $50,000 in a trip to the big game. Go to sasportstar.com and get signed up. A 4-person scramble, $120 per player to join, or a group of 4 can sign up together for $400. It's the San Antonio Spring Golf Classic, benefiting the Will Smith Foundation. Monday, March 25th, presented by Flight by Yingling and 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
The Spurs game, Spurs play tonight as they kick off the Rodeo Road trip. Got the big game coming up Sunday. You want a place to go watch those big games, those big events, get into the Roo Pub there at 281 and Redland Road with those 3 massive 170-inch screens and TVs all around it. And when you get into the Roo Pub, go hungry. The food is fantastic. They got the biggest and best wings in town, about 15 different burgers on the menu, including the original Wemby burger. Great salads, great appetizers, and that kitchen is open late till 2 a.m. every day with the full menu available. Of course, the Roo Pub has all the beers you want and a full bar. The game room has the best darts area in town and indoor cornhole. Happy hour weekdays from 11 to 6. In the same plaza as the new Big Blind, the Roo Pub next to the Angry Elephant, 281 in Redland Road. We'll see you at the Roo.
When was the last time you went to the dentist? Need a new dentist? Hi, Jason Minix here. Go see my dentist at Smile Structure Dentistry and Braces. Smile Structure can handle all your dentistry needs, from general dentistry to oral surgery, orthodontics for the kids, or Invisalign for adults. Mention this ad, get a free exam and x-rays. Veteran owned with 5 San Antonio area locations. Learn more and book an appointment online at smilestructure.com. That's smilestructure.com.
When your business needs an electrician, for over 35 years, the family-owned Hill Electric has served San Antonio. Powered by relationships with dedicated estimators who analyze the issue, research cost-effective solutions, and clearly communicate the options without charging you a dime. A proven process that allows you to continue focusing on your unique purpose. Call Hill Electric at 210-404-9074. That's 404-9074. Or hill-electric.com.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Dustin. I'm the head designer for Cody James Black Boots, and this is Behind the Design with Boot Barn. The objective of this new line was basically to create a collection of boots that were going to be elevated, quality made, using the finest materials and craftsmanship available. Some of the key quality construction details that carry throughout the line would be premium cowhide lining, hand-nailed leather soles, and simplistic design. Cody James Black, only at Boot Barn.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9313. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9313. That's 800-575-9313. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
KTFM Floresville. This is 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, your home for the Aggies. San Antonio's Sports Center.
A road trip tonight. They're in Miami to take on the Heat. Tip-off is set for 6:30. The Dallas Cowboys, well, they've interviewed some possible defensive coordinators, some interesting names, Mike Zimmer, Ron Rivera, defensive line coach Arden Durd, and it's also being reported that Rex Ryan has interviewed for that position as well.
Sports Center is brought to you by Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the third time in 7 seasons. The San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Our AA Best Bail Bonds Radio Road coverage continues from Vegas, brought to you by Centergenics and Southern Recipe Small Batch Pork Rinds. He's Joe. I'm Jason. What a day.
Boy, I tell you what, it's just a bang, 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 bang. It's been fun, though. That's the fun of Radio Row out here at the Super Bowl. It's just you never know who's going to show up. You never know how that's going to happen and how it's going to play out. It's just it's a lot of fun, and that's the excitement and the fun of what we're doing out here.
The organized chaos of everything that goes on with Radio Row and keeping everybody on schedule, which is one of the more challenging parts because,
yes, it is.
You know, radio guys, you go a little bit long on an interview, or player sees a buddy of his that he hadn't seen in a while, and how you doing, how's the family kind of thing 18 times, and then you get behind schedule, and that's the way it works. Although everybody's trying to stay on schedule and go from there. We've got a lot of stuff coming up. Joe Cardona, is the salute to service winner for USAA. He's going to be by at 4:30. Michael Lombardi at 5 o'clock. And I think I saw Michael a little while ago walking by. And again, I want to go back and revisit something that Michael Lombardi said last week on ESPN that is worth exploring a little bit more, when he said that based on talent, the Dallas Cowboys actually overachieved this year. And I think most feel like the Dallas Cowboys underachieved with a roster capable of winning a Super Bowl. So when I hear a formal general manager say, dude, you won 12 games in the NFC East, you overachieved. I need more detail on that. I need a little bit more insight. I got questions when I hear that.
Well, yeah, and you should have questions, and I've got questions too. Look, you go back. It depends on who you talk to, right? Did Jerry Jones do a good job, or did he not do a good job putting the talent that was necessary to win a championship? I think he did. I think he put a lot of talent around this team, and I think it came to the players underachieving. Certainly, they didn't overachieve. I can't imagine that they overachieved. They underachieved. Everybody expected this team to be there at the end, if not up on this poster here at Radio Row at the Super Bowl.
Well, that's it. And I think you can have both if you're really splitting hairs here. Did they overachieve in the regular season, getting 12 wins? Sure, maybe, possible. Did they underachieve in the playoffs? Most definitely. And so it's interesting when you try to balance out and judge the overall season, because in some ways you look at this, and for me as a Cowboy fan, it's all about postseason. It's all about playoff success.
Mm-hmm.
Would I rather, I think about the Giants as a 9-win team, wild card. They went on and won the Super Bowl. You don't remember the regular season.
No.
But, they went and won a Super Bowl. When you look at the Cowboys, 3 straight years of 12 wins in the regular season, 36 wins in the regular. Who gives a damn if you're not playing deep in the postseason, if not the Super Bowl?
Well, that's it. It doesn't look. I mean, regular season's regular season. You have to play well, win enough games to get there. But who's talking about 12 wins? I'm not. You're not. I mean, we're talking about what didn't happen in that first round of the playoffs, and what didn't happen was a Cowboys win, and that's what it's all about. Look, if you assemble a team and you give your fan base that hope each year, year in and year out, and you come up short year in and year out, you should hear it. Fans should be disappointed, and they should express that disappointment. And it's just, that's what fans are doing now.
When you look at it and you think about where the Cowboys are, continuing to be the center of conversation around Super Bowl Radio Row. And it's interesting because, we're around a lot of the Texas stations, so the things that we're talking about, but everybody you see, when are the Cowboys going to get over the hump? And I think part of it, too, is the last couple of years with the rosters that the Cowboys have put together, there is the feeling that they're finally going to be able to take that next step. They're finally have got their stuff together to be able to do it. You've got a coach in Mike McCarthy who's done it before. He wants to tell us the buy-in. He's told us they're a championship team without a championship, which might be the funniest damn thing that I have heard a coach say. Mike McCarthy, buy-in. We're a no, you're not. You're not a championship team until you're a championship team.
That's exactly right. And look, I get what he was talking about. It's the talent's here. We have the guys around us to win. We just haven't done it yet. And so you take that one of two ways. All right, they're underachieving. They're not stepping up in the brightest moment when they have that opportunity, or they really don't have the best talent around them, and they need to get better. Both things, I guess, can be true. The problem is Daryl Moose Johnston, when he was on with us here earlier on Radio Row, said it well. When you're paying 4 or 5 guys max contracts, it's going to be very difficult to field a championship winning team.
It really is. And the salary cap gymnastics that the Dallas Cowboys are going to have to do becomes even more interesting when you factor that in. Because, again, you go back to winning decisions or business decisions. And only Jerry Stephen and Mike McCarthy, Will McClay, are going to decide Dak Prescott. And do they believe? Doesn't matter what I think. Doesn't matter what Ryan Eagle thinks. Doesn't matter what you in your car thinks. Fred in your cubicle. It doesn't matter. It's what do those guys think? Can Dak Prescott be the guy to get them to the Super Bowl? They've had a lot of belief up to this point that he is that guy. That doesn't mean at some point they can't say, well, we were wrong. At some point, I mean, there has been, and I believe them, 100% belief that Dak Prescott was the guy to do that. Do they still feel that way? That becomes the bigger question, because that can change. We all can change our mind. I mean, of course, and there's nothing wrong with that. Everybody can change your mind as new evidence is in front of you, and the playoff record has dropped to 2-5. New evidence, maybe this guy, that playoff Prescott. That's more real than the belief that he can lead this team farther than he's done to at this point in his career.
Obviously, the only guy that can answer that is Jerry Jones, and he's got to come to that decision on his own. And if he does come to the decision that, look, Dak is not the guy, he'd be better off somewhere else. Maybe he needs some fresh air somewhere else. Then you got to decide what you're going to do and how you're going to replace him. But at this moment in time, Jason, and I've said this before and I'll continue to say it, I have no hope. In fact, less hope right now than I had at the beginning of the season that the Cowboys will win a playoff game, much less go to the Super Bowl next season.
Yeah, but it's February. I mean, once we get to like free agency and they draft somebody that should have an impact in the first year, and then June and August we're in Oxnard, we'll be changed. I mean, it's the cycle. We'll be ready for it as we continue our Radio Road coverage here from Las Vegas. I know Hunter Hayes is going to be playing on 4/20, April 20th, down at the Aztec Theater. You want to win tickets to go see Hunter Hayes. Be caller number 9 right now, 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776.
Hey, I want to talk to you about Parkhurst New Vision. I love talking about Parkhurst New Vision. Number one, they're just great folks down there. And number two, well, they've completely changed my life. I had lens replacement surgery over the summer, and the results have just been off the chart. They are fantastic. In fact, my results were so good that my wife, Maggie, had her eyes done at Parkhurst New Vision, and she is loving life, loving what she sees right now without glasses, without readers, and all of that kind of stuff. Look, they can do the same thing for you. All you have to do is call Parkhurst New Vision, 210-585-2020. You can also check them out online at sanantoniolasik.com. When you call Parkhurst New Vision at 210-585-2020, first thing you're going to do, if you don't mind, tell them that I sent you, Joe Ryan Eagle from the Blitz. Second thing you're going to do, set up your consultation. Go in there with every question, every concern that you have. They will answer each and you feel comfortable. Look, let Parkhurst New Vision change your life the way they have changed my family's life. Call them today, 210-585-2020.
The Sports Star Boys are in Vegas for the big game.
Remember, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Robin RJ and Jason and Joe are in Sin City and Radio Row for the big game, with security provided by AA Best Bail Bonds.
Let's go to Vegas. We'll all get drunk and
Yeah,
woo!
I think you gonna get away with it. Not up in here.
Not up in here.
Powered by AA Best Bail Bonds, Synergenics, Southern Recipe Small Batch Pork Rinds, and 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, drive, weight, hair loss, and even ED. Revive Men's Health San Antonio will check your T level for free. For your free T level check, exam, and consultation, call 210-615-7777 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Folks, there's nothing romantic about home repairs, but when your plumbing has lost that love and feeling and your AC is about to achy break your heart, call Quarterman Plumbing, Heat, and AC at 210-651-5899. We'll fix the issue fast at a great price with a servant spirit.
Joel, this is a special Valentine gift from me to you.
Yeah, but why are your arms red?
I got a deal on this plant for your office.
That's poison ivy, Nigel.
It's what?
Quarter Moon Plumbing, Heat, and AC. 210-651-5899. License number N16004. DACLA 000743458.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love.
I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? I think my battery's dead. With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road.
Get in zone.
So what if I need a new one? No problem. We have the right battery for your car, starting at only $89.99.
Get in zone.
And what about my old battery? We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
At Charmin, we heard you shouldn't talk about going to the bathroom in public, so we decided to sing about it.
When you're rolling Charmin, don't you soft on the party. Let's supposed to roll it back, everybody. Charmin's irresistibly soft and hella nice. The crib is always stocked. It's our party vibe. It's cushion things so our cheeks feel flat. So what? Everybody wanna touch the sky.
Charmin Ultra Soft is irresistibly soft and more absorbent, so you can use less. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
Nachos! Yeah, your nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just going to eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks. Oh, seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
The Jim Rome Show.
Hey, Jim Rome here. And back in the military city of San Antonio.
Weekdays at noon on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
4-1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagle. I'm Jason Minix. Our AA Best Bail Bonds Radio Road coverage continues from Las Vegas, brought to you by Synergenics and Southern Recipe Small Batch Pork Rinds. Perfect guest to talk about Nick Saban going to game day. Adam Redeman joins us now. And you know, you Penn State type doing some broadcasting now. You were a recruiter at Arizona State. So you know about all the crap with the NIL, right?
Yep.
And a lot of people wonder, was that what put Nick Saban over the edge to drive him to go do television?
Yeah, it definitely had an impact. I mean, the schedule for college football coaches nowadays is insane. I just did an interview with Jeff Hafley, who was the Boston College head coach, just went to be a defensive coordinator in the NFL. So took a DC job to leave college as a head coach. We used to not see that ever happen before. And it's because of NIL, the transfer portal, and really the coaching calendar. I mean, these coaches are dealing with a bowl game, NIL, transfer portal, recruiting, a signing day period, all in the same period of a month or two. The college football is the only sport there is that does free agency during the season. It makes no sense. Yeah.
Well, and I think that trend's going to continue. I think you're going to see head coaches leave and try to get into the NFL or do something else. With San Antonio, UTSA, Jeff Traylor talks about it all the time. You're recruiting 24/7, 365.
Yeah. I mean, recruiting really is the lifeblood of a program. I saw it firsthand when I was at Arizona State. You know, we had Herm Edwards was the head coach. Antonio Pierce was the defense coordinator. I mean, we were recruiting all the time because the talent acquisition is how you win in football. You need good players. It does not matter what your scheme is. Does not matter how good the plays are that you call up. You don't have good players. So you're recruiting 24/7. I think everyone in college football knows that. But the calendar and what's allowed and NIL in the portal, it's no longer recruiting. It's, you know, I was talking to Trent Dilfer, who's the head coach at UAB. Yeah. He was telling me how there's literally parents that think they're agents, right? And they're calling around saying, and at UAB, think about the smaller scale. It's not in Alabama. They're not dealing with big numbers. He goes, I have kids' parents now with NIL calling, asking for $10,000 or saying they want guaranteed season tickets for their family. Like, it's just crazy the stuff they're dealing with now. And there's no legislation because of the failure of the NCAA.
When you think about it, Adam, the idea of a parent calling, all right, coach, you want my kid? I need 10 grand or $1 million or whatever the number is. With a lot of the players that are coming out today, is it the coach, the school, or the dollar amount that's the number one priority?
Man, it's the dollar amount now. I mean, that's the reality. And I don't even blame the kids, right? If I were in their shoes, I mean, think about my playing career. I was an All-American in college, never played in the NFL, had a knee injury. I made no money playing football, none. Despite all the time that I put into it, despite the All-American awards, I never made $1 from my football career because there was no NIL and I didn't play in the NFL. So I'm a great story of why it's good for the kids to get paid, right? They're in college, putting their body on the line. They should get paid. But it's now become where it's being used in recruiting. There's no level playing field. There's no salary cap like there would be in the NFL. There's no timeline for free agency in college football. So that needs to change. But if I'm a kid, I'm telling kids nowadays, go to where, you know, there's a balance, right? Go to where you're going to get the most money, but it's got to make sense for your future because at the end of the day, you'll make way more in the NFL than you will in NIL deals in college. Don't pick a school because you may make 40 grand here opposed to 30 grand, but that's the conversation that's being had where when you're getting recruited now, you need to know how much money you're going to make because you need to get what you're worth in college football. And the market dictates what you're worth. And top quarterbacks and defensive ends and left tackles are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars for Power 5 football programs.
But when you look at it, Adam, I mean, how much is enough? And I hear the stories all the time. Guys get into the portal and say, well, I'm going to sit here and maybe my school that I was playing with will give me this or match these guys. And it's just becoming a bidding war right now. And I wonder, you say you wish you would have gotten paid. And I'm all for college football players being paid. But how much is enough? Is there a ceiling? Is there a limit that we can go?
I really believe that where this goes wrong is the combination of NIL and the portal. If it was just NIL, it wouldn't be an issue. If it was just the portal, it wouldn't be an issue. It's when NIL is used for the transfer portal to entice kids to transfer because of NIL, right? That's the combination that hurts college football. I was talking to Kenny Pickett on my podcast, who played at Pitt. Obviously, Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback now. He stayed at Pitt during his whole career, despite he could have transferred a bunch and probably made more money. And he said to me, I'm worth way more in the portal than I am staying at Pitt. Because obviously when the bidding goes up and you hit the portal, everyone makes offers. When he just stays at Pitt, there's no leverage. He makes, $100 grand at Pitt on NIL. If he hit the portal, he's worth $800 grand to a Power 5 program. Now he decided to stay at Pitt, which was a great move, became a first-round NFL draft pick, made way more money, made the right decision. But that's the reality. And kids nowadays know that if I hit the portal, I'm worth more money. And the bidding war will start. So and that's where has to come in. That's where the NCAA, that's where we just saw the Big Ten and SEC form the alliance. Something has to change to make it a level playing field in college football.
Adam Brenneman joining us here on The Blitz as a podcast, has done games for CBS, ESPN. Basically, you're a gun for hire. You'll work for anybody that will give you a paycheck because you didn't get all that NIL money. I'm curious, an example that I know very well. Cam Ward started in San Antonio at UAW, went to Washington State, and now he's at Miami. Originally, he was going to go into the NFL draft. And the numbers that were thrown out there were insane. His dad said, don't believe everything that you're reading out there. Yeah. I don't know what he actually is getting, but his dad said, don't believe what you are reading. Are the numbers that we are hearing in the media for a lot of these players accurate? or are they getting inflated so kids can hopefully get close to that?
Yeah, they're getting inflated, certainly. I mean, that's the one thing when you talk to coaches, they all say that the numbers, don't listen to the numbers. And as you just said, there's agents that play here. There's agents that want to leak numbers, just like in NFL coaching, you have agents who leak that this coach got an interview for this job. It's all a bidding war, right? So there's numbers that get leaked. I'll tell you what I know from working in this industry and being around a bunch of agents and coaches. Power 5 quarterbacks are at the upper echelon of Power 5 schools are all making $1 million a year in NIL money. And those are payments from the collective that are paying them monthly retainers to stay at their school. Mid-level Power 5, $500 to $600 to $700 grand. The top skill players, defensive ends and tackles. So those are the and corners. So like elite cornerbacks are all making $500,000 a year at Power 5 schools, like in Ohio State, like a Penn State, like a SEC school, all those. Now, again, there's the rest of the roster who's not making that kind of money, but that are making $50 grand, $100 grand, $20 grand, depends where you're at and what your status is as a player. But those are the numbers. You're talking, close to $1 million a year for a lot of guys that are really good players on Power 5 teams.
Do you see a scenario if this isn't fixed? And I think it will be, because I think people see the urgency of getting some sort of a handle on this. And we hear the term guardrails all the time. But if it's not, do you see a scenario where these collectives, these big boosters, will get tired of writing these checks?
I mean, the money runs out at some point, right? I mean, that's the issue in college football is all these NIL came, and all the big donors got asked, we need $1 million. We need $2 million for our collective. Well, what happens is this. Your donor gives $1 million to Team Y in the ACC or the SEC. Well, then Team Y doesn't win many games that year, right? So then maybe they go 6-6, and all of a sudden, big donor, when you go back to him the next year and say we need another $1 million, he's like, you won 6 games last year with my $1 million. So how do I know my $1 million is going to be worth anything now? So there's donor fatigue that comes in where the donors don't want to keep giving $1 million every year, and these collectives now, I mean. The numbers that are true are the numbers that these schools are spending on their rosters, right? I mean, Ohio State is spending $13 million on their roster. And then you have the competition in the conference where if Ohio State's spending $13 million, then Penn State thinks they should be spending $13 million, right? James Franklin's calling his donors and saying, you want me to beat Ohio State every year, but we're spending $8 million, they're spending $13 million, right? There's no salary cap, no level playing field, so it inflates the numbers, and then everyone's asking for more money. At some point, it's going to run out, and that's why I don't think we'll see the collective model stay as the model of college football. We're going to get to a point where there's revenue sharing for the athletes, where the TV deals come in, where a lot of this is allowed to be in-house at athletic departments. Right now, coaches technically can't talk about NIL with the players. We all know what's happening, right? But it's technically against the rules.
Yeah, I mean, coaches online too. He needs more of your money going back to Penn State. Where can people find your podcast?
On YouTube at Next Up with Adam Brenneman. We're on Spotify and Apple, wherever you can listen to podcasts.
Adam, man, this has been fun. We could do
me.
this all day.
Yeah.
Appreciate you,
Thank
man.
you so much. Appreciate it.
Stuff.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
As we continue here on Radio Row, Joe Cardona is going to join us here. It's not often you get a guy in a uniform show up.
I know it, right?
Yeah, USAA. He's got Super Bowl.
He wants to make it happen.
A uniform, a Navy uniform, and Super Bowl ring.
Wait a minute.
Yes, Joe Cardona. Do you not recognize the uniform? Good Lord, Joe. Man, you think about the game this Sunday. It's a big one. You got to fire up the grill, and you've got to do it absolutely right. And at Tri-County Meat Market, they're going to make sure you can do it. Tomorrow through Super Bowl Sunday, 20% off sirloin fajitas, chicken fajitas, the Tri-County Fresh sausage, all their chicken wings and baby back pork ribs, all 20% off at Tri-County Meat Market this weekend, because you know that great meal starts with great meat. And Tri-County Meat Market, locally owned, full service, they have everything you need to up your grilling game. And it is Super Bowl Sunday. Maybe you want to do something bigger. You want to do a brisket. You want to do some good beef ribs, sausage, a picanha, Tri-County Meat Market. You can always take advantage of their Pick 5 for $25, and they always offer a 10% discount for military and first responders. 2 great locations on Ralph Fair Road and on Huebner, or online at tricountymeat.com.
It's the Morning Huddle with Rob and RJ.
Thursday on the Morning Huddle, big game coverage continues live from Media Row. Guests to be talked about, parties to be attended, and hangovers to be cured.
Jalen Hyatt, Dan Marino, Bert Kreischer, Tony Pollard, Jordan Addison. The list goes on and on and on. Rob and I are going to do our best to get up at 2 a.m. for the 4th day in a row, but you don't have to. We'll see you at 6.
Creed. Are You Ready Tour with very special guests, 3 Doors Down and Mammoth WVH. Friday, November 15th at Moody Center. Tickets on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Creed with 3 Doors Down and Mammoth WVH on the Are You Ready Tour.
All right, guys, who's ready for the biggest game of the season this Sunday? Hey, it's James Pledger. Come pregame with me and San Antonio Sports Star and the lovely ladies at Twin Peaks out at the Twin Peaks Park North location starting at noon. Show up early. The first 100 fans get a free square, and every fan will walk away with a free fried pickles bounce back. This is going on at all 4 area Twin Peaks locations. So come join me this Sunday and register to win tickets to Machine Head while you're here. That's starting at noon at Twin Peaks Park North, 410 and Blanco Road.
When Cynthia came to TurboTax, she just launched her new side gig, a true crime podcast.
I'm a first-rate detective with a golden voice.
As her TurboTax expert, I made her second income count by guaranteeing 100% accurate filing and her maximum refund.
What did she do with that refund? Find out next week.
Switch to Intuit TurboTax and make your moves count. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language, like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's BABBEL.com.
If you get arrested, get out of jail fast by calling AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121. Text bail to 474747 or online mybestbailbonds.com. You don't have to call attorneys or anybody else. Don't be forced into a PR bond. If the jail offers you one, make sure you understand the conditions before accepting it. AA Best Bail Bonds. Nobody beats their price. They have payment plans. Call 210-225-2121 or mybestbailbonds.com.
License number 149.
Now is the best time to buy a Connecticut water softener. With current models being closed out to make way for the new ones, you can save big. Call Connecticut at 656-PURE and tell them Dave Ramsey sent you. That's 656-PURE.
It is time to play Pass the Pigskin for a chance to win $5,000 cash and tailgate prize packs. Celebrate with Southern Recipe small batch pork rinds by entering the Pork Rind Appreciation Day giveaway at porkrindappreciationday.com. That's porkrindappreciationday.com. And don't forget to pick up your favorite bold flavored protein packed Southern Recipe small batch pork rinds today at H-E-B.
There's never any FOMO with the iHeartRadio app. You won't ever have to miss out on your favorite shows and contests with this radio station again. Radio 24/7, 365. We're here when you want us. Stay connected and listen anywhere when you download the free iHeartRadio app.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to start getting conversational in another language in as little as 3 weeks? Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's BABBEL.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It's The Blitz with Jason and Joe, live from Radio Road for Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas.
It is The Blitz Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagle. I'm Jason Minix. In Las Vegas for our AA Best Bail Bonds Radio Road coverage, brought to you by Synergenics and Southern Recipe Small Batch Pork Rinds. We've got a naval officer with Super Bowl rings sitting in front of us, Lieutenant Joe Cardona, long snapper for the New England Patriots. How you doing, sir?
Doing well. I've had the little runaround today of media obligations, a lot of face-to-face interviews, TV interviews, but I'm happy this is a radio one because they say I got a face for radio. So
yeah, but look right into that camera, my friend, because we are live on YouTube. Yes.
Never mind. I take it all.
You can show those Super Bowl rings off to those watching.
Hope there's a lot of San Antonio Patriots fans out there.
Yeah, there's not.
Those are huge.
This is Cowboys country.
Those are huge. I mean, really.
Well,
we are for your loss.
Sorry for your loss.
No, you're not.
Joe, I mean, this is amazing. You look great, and I'm glad that USAA has got you here, and very happy for you. And congratulations for winning this award. This is fantastic.
Yeah, extremely grateful to be recognized as the Salute to Service Award recipient. Grateful for a lot of things, but I think I'm most grateful for the recognition of my fellow service members. I'm one of very few service members that also gets the pleasure of getting to play professional football. There have been a few of us that have done it throughout, the history of our league here. Some pretty big names, as you guys mentioned. Your guys' Cowboy, there, Roger Staubach and Chad Hennings, and some very legendary individuals that I'm following in the footsteps of. And I think about that when I think about this award, are the people that came before that walked in both these worlds. This is the 13th award, 13th annual award. I'm the 13th recipient, and to think about the men that have received it before me, and the work they've done, it's really an honor to be a part of that.
The Salute to Service Award presented by USAA. The winner is Joe Cardona. Now, Thursday night at NFL Awards, they do it officially, right? You get to be on TV and do
the press release was today.
So, I mean, like the secret is out.
The
right?
secret is out.
The secret is out.
Yeah,
and you've known for a while because they even made like cool little challenge coins with your autograph on it. You got the. Is this your first personal challenge coin?
I do have a couple floating around for some, sailors that accomplished some pretty extraordinary things, for personal challenge coin. But I'm happy to add these to my repertoire because, hey, at the end of the day, the opportunity to recognize, an individual for good work, I'll never pass that up. And that's what the challenge coin represents. You as a Navy vet understands. I mean, even our trophy here, you guys might be able to see it, but the rest of you on the radio, this is about a 5-pound challenge coin, about the size of a personal pizza. USA very generous to give me about 12 pounds of bronze here. So really grateful. And I think it's a good representation of what our military community is about, and the honors and the values we hold dear. And bringing it back to a challenge coin is kind of cool.
Yeah, it's just awesome to have you here and win that award. And USA does such a great job. And congratulations and thanks for your service. But I got to ask you, how do you become a long snapper?
That's a good question. Amongst everything, long snapping was a unique opportunity. For me, I grew up in a Navy household. My dad was a sailor, and because of that, we'd show up extremely early to practice all through growing up. And, he taught me a skill that we'd show up early. I'd work on my long snapping, and then I'd go play, I'd play tight end. I'd play defensive end, linebacker, all over the field. But, something we always had, that we'd show up early, we'd work on the craft. And he knew that no matter what team I was on, I would have a job. I think he was looking at that from the high school perspective, to be honest. Like, hearing him talk about it now, he thought I wouldn't be a great varsity athlete, like, Tony Soprano's kid or something. But, I look back, I had a lot of fun playing football, but obviously I'm most grateful for those times and for that insight, because it got me into the Naval Academy, my dream school, the only place I wanted to go. Never expected to play a snap in the NFL when I showed up in Annapolis, but one thing led to another, and I just keep snapping, and here I am 9 years into an NFL career, couple Super Bowl rings. Couldn't ask for anything better.
It is pretty crazy when you think about it. It is a visit with Lieutenant Joe Cardona with the New England Patriots. Still going through, and you think about, like, one of the cool things we get to do with our radio station, thanks to the USAA, is we go to the Army-Navy game every year. And I went once when I was in the Navy in the early 90s, and it's always incredible. And you realize all of those athletes on the field, they're likely not going to the NFL. There's very few exceptions. You're one of them. Most delay service and go play, and then they have their naval commitments after, similar to what, or, David Robinson from San Antonio, he did his time and then joined the Spurs after. You're doing it at the same time.
Yeah.
How challenging is that on a day-to-day to handle your naval responsibilities, but also, you're playing for Bill Belichick for all those years. We know he's strict. How do you balance all of that?
Yeah, the balance has been something that I think it's ingrained in, so many of us that wear the uniform. You have a job that's hard, that's demanding, and then they expect you to go home to your family, and be a functioning member of society when, all day you're talking about, weapon systems and tactics. There's an element of separation that you have to have. And for me, as a reservist, I've embraced that role because that's what every reservist does. And I know you guys have a ton of them in San Antonio. You guys have a ton of them. USA has a ton of them. Ultimately, you balance your military career with your civilian career and then your home life. You're wearing 3 different hats, and I'm doing no different. I'm an NFL player, and that's very exciting. But first and foremost, I'm a naval officer, and it's something I take pride in. My unit's in Newport, Rhode Island. Want to give a shout out to Mesron 8, small boat unit, maritime security. We got 500 plus members all up and down the Eastern Seaboard. They deploy to the Middle East. It's an awesome thing to be a part of because I get a unique understanding that no matter what I'm doing in the civilian world, we may have just lost. We may have had 13 losses. I know. But at the end of the day, when I put on the uniform, none of that matters. I got to show up and be a good officer. I got to show up and be a good sailor because that's what the individuals that I work with, and that's what the American people deserve.
That's a great answer. I got to ask you a question. Now, you got to be honest with me. It's a 2-parter. Got to be weird not having Bill Belichick there. And number 2, he's really a softy, isn't he? He's not a hard guy, is he?
Oh, that's a see, that's a loaded question. All right. It was a pleasure playing for Bill. No doubt about it. And I can say he changed my life 3 times, drafted me, believing in me, and then re-signing 2 contracts.
Yeah.
And the journey I got to have, the personal development along the way, getting to be in a system and to be in a program that was challenging was all I could have wanted. I don't think I would have felt fulfilled without showing up and having that challenge every day. And I can't help but laugh when you hear guys talk about the Patriots and, it wasn't any fun and this and that, but it's like, man, I got 2 Super Bowl rings. Like, I worked my ass off. Excuse me if I can't
say that. That's fine.
Okay,
yeah.
Cool. Because I did. I earned that.
Yeah.
And that was something awesome to be a part of. And I wouldn't trade it for the world. I'm extremely grateful to Coach Belichick and the opportunities that I got. And now I get to write a new story with Coach Mayo and get to see where we go.
I think what we just heard, Joe Reinagel, not Cardona, from Joe Cardona,
right,
when you asked the soft, the answer of saying, no, he's not a softie.
He's not a softie.
He's not. I would not call him a softie.
Well,
but he's very grateful. And I'm curious though if he had a soft spot for you when he drafted you, because you're from the Naval Academy, knowing Bill Belichick's love of the Naval Academy and the fact that his dad coached there. That had to help you, at least in some ways.
I think what helped was he was probably watching some Navy football games while I was there, to be completely honest. And that's something that, we share, like his Annapolis ties. I was very fortunate because we got to talk about the team while I was there. We talk Navy football. And I don't know if Coach is a fan of any team, but I know he's a fan of Navy football. So it was a pretty cool thing we got to share. And I don't know if it helped me get my foot in the door. If it did, I'm grateful. But I know that I wouldn't have stuck around that building if I didn't earn it.
Now, I've got to say, this year's Army-Navy game was there in New England at your home stadium. We were down on the field there. It is windy. It is cold. It is nasty. Is it one of the harder stadiums to play in, especially special teams kicking? If the snap isn't perfect, everything could be off, right?
Yeah. How you say all that? That was a pretty nice day in New England for December 9th.
That was not a nice day, sir.
See.
Everybody said it's a great day for New England.
I know.
We're from San Antonio.
Hey, look, I know the people in San Antonio may be used to hot weather, but they're tough people too. But this is when it comes down to it, New England is a tough place to play. There's no doubt, especially being a specialist. I think Army-Navy is a good display of, it's when you watch players play at this level, when you watch players play week in and week out in the NFL, when you watch those years of Patriots dominance, there's no question like how hard it was in that stadium. There's no question why other teams had trouble coming and playing there. Like it is windy, it is cold. We played that just grinded out fashion of football, and it wasn't the most exciting thing, but it was perfect for that stadium and perfect for the personnel we had.
So does Belichick get another job? Do you think he wants to continue to coach?
I hope he does. I really hope so. But I think you said it there. It's like, what does he want to do? And I think that's the ultimate goal for anybody is to control where you're at in this sport on your terms. And, I think he deserves, without a doubt, like to be able to go chase that record. And whether he even cares about the record or not, I will say, if he's free, in the fall, and he needs to be on a sideline there in Annapolis, we'd take him back in a heartbeat.
Absolutely, you would. And I'm curious, Bill Belichick well. Today it was announced Nick Saban is going to do television. He's going to do game day and some other things like that. There's been a lot of talk about, does Bill Belichick go and do television? Could you see Bill Belichick doing a TV job working for one of the networks?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we'd be fortunate to hear to listen in to just the wealth of football knowledge. I mean, there's so many people in this world, and here we are in a crowded media hall with a bunch of people talking about football. But I don't think you could pull up the collective knowledge of everybody in here, and I don't know if you'd be able to touch Bill. To be honest,
it's incredible.
That is incredible.
When he's talking in team meetings and stuff, does he sound like he's on the podium where you're not sure what he's actually saying?
No, not at all. It was team meetings, are one thing that we held very sacred, because when you're in that room, you're accountable to each other. You're accountable to the coaches. You're accountable to the fortunes of everyone around you. And everybody knew that. And that was a way of knowing the standard, understanding it, but at the end of the day, like we're in an environment where what we do is exciting. It's hard. And sometimes stuff is just kind of funny. Like some of the stuff that happens on the field is just funny. So, that was always a special experience. And, to say the least, I think he'd do a great job. And anybody who gets to tune in and listen to Coach would be lucky too.
Look, I know I know it's two different things, but military being a part of a football team, that camaraderie, I would think, is similar.
Yeah. These when we look at what a football locker room is, what a team room, a unit, a squadron, whatever you want to say in the military is, that's one of the rare instances in our society that everybody there has the same mission, the same for all the right reasons, and they get to form a bond of brotherhood and sisterhood that is unmatched. And I know that as many football players transition out, they face a lot of the same challenges that a lot of service members when they transition out, losing that sense of camaraderie, losing that sense of team, and ultimately that ties back to that sense of self. So, if I could do anything, if I could raise awareness with the Salute to Service Award, it'd just be to call your buddies, meet back up, have a beer, get a workout in, whatever you want to do it, because we mean too much to each other. We mean too much to this country. We mean too much to whatever it is, to lose each other. So I just want to encourage everybody, if I could do anything as the 2023 recipient of this award, just say, hey, reach out, get in contact, and, complete the mission.
Outstanding.
Joe Cardona, the recipient of the NFL Salute to Service Award presented by USAA with the Patriots serving our country. Lieutenant, appreciate you stopping by. Congratulations, and thank you for your service.
Gentlemen, thank you for having me.
Congratulations. Appreciate it. Joe Cardona here on the Blitz as we continue from Las Vegas. Our Radio Row coverage brought to you by AA Best Bail Bonds and Synergenics, Southern Recipe Small Batch Pork Rinds. Very cool. And he beat out George Kittle and Aaron Jones for the award this year, which is incredible, but it's the work that he does. And being a long snapper, looking at the world backwards through your legs, it just seems kind of odd, but he's made a career out of it. And it's interesting, and walking around here on Radio Row in his dress blues and Super Bowl rings, that's something you don't see every day.
Well, no, you don't, and it may look sharp. It's that officer and a gentleman kind of thing, right? I mean, he looks sharp, and it's all, man, there's not a wrinkle in that uniform, nothing, and it looks really good. And what a great guy too. And the thing that he does, obviously, the Navy is his most important thing, but being a long snapper, I mean, that takes it's harder work than people think.
Well, it is, but if you're good at it, you could do it for a long time. I mean, LP was snapping for the Cowboys for damn near 20 years. It's a pretty good life. I mean, it supplements that naval income pretty good. That lieutenant play, and you talk about how well dressed he was in his uniform. 448, 615. Carrot top.
Oh my God!
Is the extreme opposite of Lieutenant Joe Cardona.
So can I ask Carrot Top where the hell he gets his clothes?
Well, sure.
I mean,
you can ask him whatever the hell you want.
I mean,
but here's the thing, and Pledge, we've got to figure out what we're going to do because we're going long today. Speaking of a long snapper, because we've got Carrot Top at 4:15 local, 6:15 in San Antonio. So, Pledge, I don't know if we start extra innings with you and then we jump in when Carrot Top shows up, or if we just keep rolling all the way to whenever we're done with Carrot Top, because quite honestly, I know Joe was going to ask about hair because he asked a lot of men about their hair and hair products and routines. But then also, I just want to know about that airplane. What was going on that plane when that woman freaked out? Because he was on that plane, Carrot Top was.
I just want to know if she was talking about him.
Well, there's this distinct possibility.
It is.
Seeing him in person, you wonder. Pledge, if you could pull up that audio so we could play it for him when he is on. Just, so we're all on the same page.
Yes, exactly. It's going to be fascinating talking to him. I'm sure it's going to be great. But, man, what a day. It's been a fantastic day with some great guests, and we're not done yet. That's the main thing. I mean, this is I love Radio Road just for that reason.
Well, you just got to actually remember to keep up with everything that we have going on and hope that everybody is on time, because Michael Lombardi is going to join us in about 10 minutes or so. He'll be on with us. Michael Lombardi, former GM's got a great book out, but he said something the other day that I want to ask him about. He was on ESPN National, where he talked about the Dallas Cowboys at 12-5 this year were overrated or an underrated team. Like they overachieved. This is what Michael Lombardi said last week on ESPN Radio.
The one thing I think about Dallas, and I really believe this, I think they have mischaracterized, the national media has mischaracterized Dallas. Over-talented team. They did not underachieve this year. They overachieved. Go through that roster. The offensive line isn't the same, right? Tony Pollard was nowhere near the same running back. Defensively, they lost their best corner. Their defensive front wasn't as good. They lost their best linebacker in terms of the coverage style. So, to me, when they lose on the road, their line didn't play well. They couldn't stop the run up in Buffalo. I don't think they underachieved. I think they overachieved, and I think Jerry has to realize that.
Interesting. I don't know. A lot could be made out of that, and we'll get into the discussion with Mike Lombardi as well. But I got to tell you, I mean, dude, the schedule was pretty light. I mean, overall, and it's not that it was when it was worked out, but the NFC East was terrible. It was awful, and they played a lot of cupcakes. Let's face it. I mean, it's not my opinion; it's fact.
Well, I mean, they played a lot of teams that didn't have winning records.
Thank you,
but a lot of teams that had winning records played teams with losing records. I mean, it kind of works that way. So it will be interesting to talk with Michael Lombardi about that coming up in just a couple of minutes. He's standing over your shoulder right now.
Oh, yes.
And so, yeah. And so he will be on time, I'm assuming, at 5:00. But when you look at it and you think about it, so many different questions just about that statement because, did they overachieve in the regular season? All right, maybe, but they certainly underachieved in the postseason. There is no debate, no question about that. That team was a complete disaster in the playoffs.
Yes, there's no debate there. That is fact. It's nobody's opinion. It is fact. So, going to be an interesting conversation with Mr. Lombardi.
Yeah, absolutely. And we will get into it because I got questions about what he said last week about the Cowboys and overachieving. He just sat down and went, what the hell am I walking into? Michael Lombardi joins us next here on the Blitz in Vegas for our AA Best Bail Bonds Radio Road coverage. If you're dealing with any issues at your house with your plumbing, your heating, your AC, there is one company to call in. That is Cardona Plumbing, Heating, and AC at 210-651-5899. At Cardona, they are full service, big job, small job, residential or commercial. Their service trucks are fully stocked and they have all the equipment needed for any job. No commission, sales reps. They'll provide estimates and second opinions, and they have a great experienced staff that has earned an A+ ranking with the Better Business Bureau. Cardona Plumbing, Heating, and AC. 210-651-5899 is the phone number. 651-5899 or online at CardonaPlumbing.com.
94.1 San Antonio Sports Stars Spring Golf Classic is set. Monday, March 25th at Golf Club of Texas. With plenty of prizes, including a shot at $50,000 in a trip to the big game. Go to sasportstar.com and get signed up. A 4-person scramble, $120 per player to join, or a group of 4 can sign up together for $400. It's the San Antonio Spring Golf Classic, benefiting the Will Smith Foundation. Monday, March 25th, presented by Flight by Yingling and 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
For your big game party, you better pop in to Total Wine and More for a guaranteed win. We've got thousands of bottles down every aisle, and prices so low they're gonna make you smile. Ask our helpful guides for a recommendation to add some spirits and wine to your beverage station. Discover something new and let the fun begin. Come on down to Total Wine and More for a guaranteed win.
Drink responsibly, B21.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language, like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's BABBEL.com.
When was the last time you went to the dentist? Need a new dentist? Hi, Jason Minix here. Go see my dentist at Smile Structure Dentistry and Braces. Smile Structure can handle all your dentistry needs, from general dentistry to oral surgery, orthodontics for the kids, or Invisalign for adults. Mention this ad, get a free exam and x-rays. Veteran owned with 5 San Antonio area locations. Learn more and book an appointment online at smilestructure.com. That's smilestructure.com.
Football's biggest game day is almost here. Total Wine is your place for all your game day needs. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Football's biggest game day is almost here. Total Wine is your place for all your game day needs. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. B21.
God, I'm so stressed. It's a brand new year and our business is busier than ever.
Uma.
What is that? Meditation?
I'm recommending the Uma cloud phone system with auto attendant and more than 35 features.
Uma?
Yep. Switching to Uma is a cinch. Starts at $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Uma.
Now you're feeling it. Visit Uma.com. That's OOMA.com to learn more. Uma. Smart communications for the smarter business.
On job sites, few things are more important than a solid work boot. At Boot Barn Work, we pride ourselves on knowing that no matter your trade, when there's hard work to be done, your boot should be built for non-stop protection and mobility. Thoroughgood checks all the boxes. Their Wear Anywhere boots are time-tested and crafted with the highest quality materials for relentless support. For job-fitted boots, Thoroughgood at Boot Barn Work.
If you're looking for a new couch, you could cut down on expenses by bundling your car and renter's insurance with Progressive. Because you know you've had this couch for too long. Sure, you've had good times together, but a ripped-up cushion is not a fond memory. It's a sign. Notice how other people have couches with 2 armrests? Now that's living, right? No, it's just normal. So bundle your renters and car insurance with Progressive and put the savings toward a new couch. Please, it's time. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states.
This is Jim Rome. Have a take, don't suck on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. KTFM Floresville.
San Antonio's Sports Center.
It is Rodeo Road trip time for the San Antonio Spurs. They kick off their 9-game trip tonight in Miami. Taking on the Heat. Tip-off there is set for 6:30. Former 5-star recruit Denver Harris has transferred to UTSA from LSU. Started his career at Texas A&M. And the Cowboys, looks like it's down to 4. Mike Zimmer, Ron Rivera, defensive line coach Aiden Durd, and Rex Ryan.
This Sports Center update is brought to you by Edwin Watts Golf Shops, home of the 100% satisfaction guarantee.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the 3rd time in 7 seasons, the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. He is Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix in Las Vegas as our AA Best Bail Bonds Radio Road coverage continues. Brought to you by Southern Recipe Small Batch Pork Rinds and Synergenics. Starting the 5 o'clock hour with Michael Lombardi, longtime NFL executive GM. Has got a great book, Football Done Right. And Michael, appreciate you sitting down. We were teasing you coming up. We've been talking about this for a week, something that you said a couple of days ago, and your ears kind of perked up a little bit as you were walking up.
Yeah.
Well, I've been waiting for this conversation for over a week.
Good. I love it. I tell people all the time, these Twitter idiots that give you crap, they're in their basement eating meatloaf in their underwear, and they tell you you're an idiot, right? I worked for Al Davis for 10 years, right? I can handle anything. Once you go through that's probably Bud's training twice.
Well, I'm not the ripping you, and I don't
care. You can rip me.
No,
I'm Italian. We're used to getting ripped.
I'm just curious what you meant when you said, Pledge, if you could play it this last week on ESPN Radio.
The one thing I think about Dallas, and I really believe this, I think they have mischaracterized, the national media has mischaracterized Dallas. They are not a over-talented team. They did not underachieve this year. They overachieved. Go through that roster. The offensive line isn't the same, right? Tony Pollard was nowhere near the same running back. Defensively, they lost their best corner. Their defensive front wasn't as good. They lost their best linebacker in terms of the coverage style. So to me, when they lose on the road, their line didn't play well. They couldn't stop the run up in Buffalo. I don't think they underachieved. I think they overachieved, and I think Jerry has to realize that.
What do you mean? I thought this was a Super Bowl caliber roster.
I think it's pretty clear what I meant. I think to me, there's no disputing what I said. I mean, Tony Pollard wasn't even close to being the same player, right? I mean,
true.
They didn't replace Zeke. Everybody was complaining about Zeke last year. They had no power running back at all, right? The offensive line, Tyron Smith, he drives me crazy. Does he play? Does he not play? Does he have hemorrhoids? Does he not have hemorrhoids? Like, I don't know what he has. Drives me crazy. You know, you can't count on him to play every week. The line wasn't nearly as good. Why do teams play good at home and bad on the road? Okay. The reason that is because I have a line that says simply this: bad offensive lines don't travel. Okay, because when you go on the road, what is the difference on the road than at home? Crowd noise. What's the number one thing in football? The snap count. So when you can't hear the snap count and you don't get off the ball at the same level that you do at home on the road, then you get knocked back. And so the defensive line can take over a bad offensive line. There's a problem, okay? The defensive front. Jonathan Hankins got cut by the Raiders, okay? He's in your starting defensive line, right? The Raiders don't have great defensive linemen. It isn't like they had an abundance of them. He's a good player. I'm not complaining about him. But they didn't have any run stuffers. They're playing inside linebackers that are very small. They're a nickel-based defense that plays from in front. They lost their best corner. I know Bland gets a ton of interceptions for touchdowns, but in terms of playing man-to-man and locking down, that's a hard thing. You know, I think Dak played really well. I think McCarthy got Dak to play a hell of a lot better than Kellen Moore ever did, and everybody was crying about that. You'd put that clip on that was from the fan in Dallas. I mean, I had to talk him off a ledge. You know, last year, I thought I was going to have to be in Vienna to give him psychiatric help because they were crying when Kellen Moore left town. I'm sure you guys were too. I'm sure you were. Don't lie. Now, don't admit. We lost Kellen Moore. Oh, my God. We lost our play caller. McCarthy can't call plays. He can't. He's the worst play caller in all of football. And I said at the time, he's the perfect the joystick, as I called Kellen Moore, is like he plays Madden in his basement. He could care less about the game. He just wants to get yards. And McCarthy was going to manage the game correctly to help the team win. And what happened? They had the best year offensively that they've ever had. So all these Cowboy fans that were going, oh, we lost Kellen Moore. What are we going to do? We can't win. Jerry fired Kellen. They got better. Now they want to fire McCarthy. Now you lost Dan Quinn. You're probably going to get better on defense too.
Really? Wait, and explain that, because everybody thinks Dan Quinn is a defensive genius.
Well, Dan Quinn's a really good coach. Dan Quinn's style of coaching is very positive. It's upbeat. It's wonderful. But Dan Quinn, it would be like similar to a baseball pitcher who has two pitches. And if you can hit those two pitches, you eventually, Nolan Ryan's one of the great pitchers of all time, but people eventually hit his fastball, correct? Right? So on defense, you have to be able to play three different ways. You got to be able to play man, you got to be able to play zone, and you got to be able to play man, zone, dog concepts where you're blitzing people. And if you can't do all three and you can't change up pitches, the offense gets a grip on you. And Dallas wasn't really equipped to play man-to-man. They just couldn't. They're playing cover three. They're zone dropping. It's a challenge. Now, I think he did a great job, but also they didn't get enough out of their defensive front. And so it became a little bit of a problem. And what Dan was trying to do was rob Peter to pay Paul. He was trying to help one area to help another area, and it cost. It affects you. And they never could get control of the game against the Packers. I mean, that was a rout from the start. I thought they took that game. I thought they took the Packers a little lightly, because I thought McCarthy's play calling in that game was, okay, we'll get this straightened out, when he didn't realize how desperate it was going to be if they didn't get first downs.
It really was. Michael Lombardi joining us here on the Blitz, because, I've been mixed on Dan Quinn and on this show, and a lot of people are like, you guys are crazy. But around November, we started to question how good was this defense, and then the Seattle game. Cowboys won that in a shootout. So, part of me, I'm happy that Dan Quinn is now the head coach of Washington, but I am nervous about who's going to replace him, because we're hearing Rex Ryan has entered the chat, Mike Zimmer, Ron Rivera. Who do you think would be the best defensive coordinator for the personnel that the Cowboys currently have?
I really thought they were going to talk to Martindale from the Giants. I think they should have. They haven't done that. They talked to Rex instead of Martindale. Rex has been out of the game for a while. Whether he can come back or not, I think that, that's going to take some time. And is he ready to really put the time and energy in that it takes to be a coach and a coordinator in the league? You're talking about a lot of hours. Does he have that capacity? Does he want to do it? It's a good paycheck, but it's a lot of requirement. Rivera has another couple of years on his contract with the Commanders, so maybe that's appealing to Jerry. Jerry is in a tough spot, because does he hire a coach and give him 2 year contract And then he has Zimmer, and then he has his head coach who's on a 1-year contract. So if you're Mike McCarthy, you're saying, wait, I'm going to hire Joe and give him a 2-year contract. Well, I only have a 1-year contract. You're giving Joe more years than you're giving me? How does that work, right? And how does that work? It's a little bit of a problem. Now, maybe Zimmer will take a 1-year deal. Maybe I don't think Rex would. Rivera has no choice. He's on the payroll of the Commander, so it doesn't really matter. I think, to me, they got to find somebody who can do the 3 things I said. Zimmer, to me, is the best fit. He's tough. He's physical. He's got a great third down package. He can get off the field. He understands how to stop a run game. He's not too complicated, but he's complex, and especially when you get to third down with all his odd floater stuff. I think he's a really good coach. He may be a little challenging to Mike because that's 2 head coaches on the staff. But, look, Rex is going to be challenging too because Rex is going to want the cameras on him. So it'll be interesting to see. Rivera, to me, seems like the compromise candidate where he satisfies everybody's needs.
All right, I've got to ask you this because it's been a big debate in San Antonio and Cowboy fans in general. Are the Dallas Cowboys really about winning? And I say that, or are they more about their business brand and how much money they bring in?
That's a great question. Actually what I thought would happen when Quinn got the job, my initial reaction was this gives Jerry the opportunity to basically, because Quinn is going to take some of the defensive coaches with him. And then he could have brought Belichick in and just started over. And it really wouldn't have cost him as much money to do that, right? If he brings Belichick in, then what's he do with Quinn? And then what's he do with all the defensive assistants? Right now you're talking about these guys got to go get jobs. So I thought that would. I mean, it's a really fair question because they're a 54% winning percentage team since their last Super Bowl, and Jerry, when he said we're going all in, what he means is we're going to sign Parsons, we're going to sign Lamb, and we're going to have Dak here. He didn't mean we're going all in to just sign everybody, right? I mean, you can't do that. The cap won't let you. I think Jerry wants to win, but I think Jerry's 83 years old, and I don't think Jerry wants to change the dynamic of what they are in terms of how they run their operation. And Steven's a pragmatic thinker, and so Steven's kind of stay the course and let's see where we go. I think they want to win. I think they want to win with their style, with the way they operate. And it's really, for me, it's hard because I live with Al Davis, and Al Davis tried to run the team like this, and we just could never get over the hump.
Michael Lombardi joining us here on the Blitz. It's interesting because one of the big questions that Jerry has to make the decision on is Dak Prescott and what to do with his contract this year. Playoff Prescott is not a good term. He's 2-5 in the postseason. I don't care that he's won 36 regular season games over the last 3 years. They're not getting it in the playoffs. So when you're sitting in the office and you're having those discussions about players that you might love, and go back to when you're working with Al Davis and you love these guys, but when you're having real conversation and trying to take emotion out, has Dak Prescott taken the Cowboys as far as he can take them, or is there still belief that he can lead this team to a Super Bowl?
Well, I think, the biggest misconception is one player leads you to a Super Bowl. This notion of Belichick without Brady, Brady was the reason they won. That's really kind of ridiculous. Don Shula went 4 years with Dan Marino and didn't even make the playoffs. He had Dan Marino went to 1 Super Bowl. Nobody's ripping Shula over here, right? I think Dak's a really good player. Here's what I've always said about Dak. I think when we're throwing it 40 times a game with Dak, it's probably not going to be a good thing.
Yep.
But, we're going to need to run an offense that complements our defense, that complements our team. And I think that's really it. Now, he eats up a lot of the cap room, but what's the alternative? We haven't drafted anybody yet, right? We haven't put anybody there. So when Jerry says we got to go all in, it means we're going to keep going down this Dak road. And Dak ain't taking a discount. Let's be clear. Dak ain't taking a discount. And Parsons shouldn't take a discount, right? I mean, one of the things that hurt the Giants this year is they paid Daniel Jones and they didn't pay all the other players. And all the players on their team were saying, well, I'm better than Daniel Jones. Why is he getting money and I'm not? Don't think that doesn't happen in the locker room. Those guys down there in the locker room, they don't read the sports page. They read the economic page. They get it, right? We all think they get it. So I think that's, to me, if I'm advising Jerry, I'm saying, look, we got to get really good up front. We got to really do it. Will McClay is the best, has to be great at his job because we got to get a better offense. We got to get better. We can't throw it 50 times. We're not going to win that way.
The problem, Michael, that I see if you pay Dak, you pay CD, you pay Micah, Where's the rest of the money?
That's the problem. It's the Rams' problem. But look what the Rams did this year. They hit on two third-round picks in the defensive front. Those guys played really well. That's where you have to get a coach who's going to have this development. This is where you get into problems a lot of times in organizations because the coach – if the coach isn't involved with buying the groceries and he just gets told you're playing these guys, player development tends to stag. It becomes very difficult because the coach says, well, this guy's no good. Meanwhile, the general manager says, we got to play this guy. Well, he's no good, but we got to play him. He's no good. And that's the conflict that goes. That's a civil war that exists in 90% of the buildings. Whereas when you worked for Belichick will go to hey, here's a guy we got to play. Okay, he's not good enough. Get him out of here. So now there's no more we're practicing coaching. When I worked for the Raiders, we practiced a lot of coaching. We were coaching. We called them scholarship players. Like we couldn't get rid of them. They were there forever, right? We couldn't get rid of Travian Smith. I mean, he was there forever. He was part of the fabric of the franchise because Al thought he was a great player. That's where you get to conflict. That's where, and in this salary cap era, you got to have player development. You got to have coaches coaching players. Al Davis used to say to me all the time, you make those coaches think they're high school coaches. And he didn't mean it in a derogatory way of high school coach. What he meant was, if you coach high school, Joe, you have to take whatever they give you, and you got to coach that high school kid to the best of his ability. That's what Al was trying to get done. It was hard. It was really hard. And I don't think Josh Harris understands that the way he's built the franchise. I think it's one of Jerry's issues there.
It's going to be interesting to see as we visit with Michael Lombardi here on Radio Row. You look at the Cowboys, and obviously, they've got to figure out what to do with Tyron Smith, and we've talked about that on this show for years. It's not when he gets hurt or if, it's when and how many games.
Right.
Do they replace him? Running back, obviously, that was a bad decision by the Dallas Cowboys. So when you look at their roster, 12 wins this year, but out in the first round, how close are they to having a legit Super Bowl caliber roster?
Well, they got a great quarterback. They got a really good quarterback. I would say he's he's in the top 10 quarterbacks in the league. They've got a legitimate.
Will you say that again for this guy right here?
They got a legitimate receiver in CeeDee Lamb. They've got a defensive player that's dynamic. So they've got some corner pieces. They've got to continue to get better. At some point, you got to take the Band-Aid off of Tyron Smith and just say, put Tyler Smith out there at left tackle and let's go. And then we'll find some guards. So we got better in the offensive line. We got to get better in the offensive and defensive line. Look, the Smith, Smith kid from Michigan, right? I mean,
Mozzie,
yeah, they didn't get in. You got to get, when you draft and it's hard. I don't think fans understand when you're picking in the 20s how hard it is to get great players. It's really hard. It's really hard. So I think for me, they got to improve. They got to keep working on those offensive and defensive lines, and they got to be very judicious in who they pay. They just can't pay everybody.
Well, that's why we cover the Cowboys, Michael, because there's always something to talk about.
Oh, yeah.
Well, year-round.
Yeah. Well, look, one thing Parcells told me a long time ago about Jerry, he could talk the cat off the top of a fish truck.
We could talk to you all day long. Michael Lombardi, the book called Football Done Right, setting the record straight on the coaches, players, and history of the NFL. It is a great read and always a great guest when we get to have you on the phone, and even funner to do it in person.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys very much. Hopefully R.C. Buford and Pop are doing good, so send my best.
We will do that. Appreciate it. Michael Lombardi here on the Blitz as we continue with our Radio Row coverage here from Las Vegas. If you're a business owner, a manager, a club leader, and you want to get your logo on any kind of gear, get into Sammy's Embroidery and Printing down on San Pedro. If you need T-shirts screen printed, go see Sammy. If you need caps, he has over 25,000 caps and more than 75 color combinations on display in his showroom, including the popular Richardson 112 style trucker caps. If you need any winter gear done, your logo on a jacket, a half zip, a hoodie, Sam will get you taken care of. Nobody has better prices. Sammy has all the big name brands, and he's the only company in Texas that offers one-day turnaround. Call 210-824-3900, 824-3900, or better yet, go by that massive showroom on San Pedro, a mile inside Loop 410, next to Big Lots across from McDonald's, or check the website, samsembroidery.com for Sammy.
The Sports Star Boys are in Vegas for the big game.
Remember, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Robin RJ and Jason and Joe are in Sin City and Radio Row for the big game with security provided by AA Best Bail Bonds.
Let's go to Vegas. We'll all get drunk and
Woo! I think you gonna get away with it. Not up in here. Not up in here.
Powered by AA Best Bail Bonds, Synergenics, Southern Recipe Small Batch Pork Rinds, and 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
Hi, it's Jason Minix from the Blitz. Guys, Synergenics can help conquer your New Year's resolutions. Do you have lack of energy, motivation, and possibly low libido? These could be caused by low T levels. At Synergenics, they exclusively specialize in testosterone treatment and make it quick and easy to get your levels checked. And at Synergenics, you will get your results back at your first visit. To book your appointment, go to fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
No amount of money can make up for a life-changing injury. I'm George Salinas, and at George Salinas Injury Lawyers, our team of attorneys will fight to get you the maximum compensation because we prepare and we care. So if you've been injured in an accident, get George. Call George Salinas Injury Lawyers today at 210-225-0909 or visit getgeorge.com.
When you need an electrician, you know Hill Electric is available to you 24/7 for residential and commercial needs. I know I've used Hill Electric for a variety of projects at my house through the years. They've added extra outlets in the garage, a spotlight over one of the grills outside, dimmer lights in the living room. For over 3 decades, the family-owned Hill Electric has served San Antonio homes and businesses. And whatever your project is, Hill Electric has the right service at the right price. And get this, never a service charge, always free estimates. So it costs you absolutely nothing to figure out what it will take to get a project done. Call Hill Electric, 210-404-9074, 404-9074, or hill-electric.com.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Wake up. Breakfast. And Nature Made vitamins. Whatever your morning sounds like, Nature Made fits right in. Whether you're looking for vitamin C or a multivitamin to get key nutrients, we've got you covered. Now that's a good morning. We take care of you so you can take on your day. Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
If you're a man and you live in San Antonio or the surrounding areas, you need to pay close attention to what I'm about to say. Are you having issues rising to the occasion? Do you constantly worry about whether or not you can perform? Have you completely stopped having adult time? Is it something you just don't talk about? Guys, we have a solution. Mojo, the 100% guaranteed male enhancement pill that's fast, effective, and was designed to reignite passion, performance, and confidence in the bedroom. Yeah. Be ready at a moment's notice with the Mojo Male Enhancement Pill from Pure Line Nutrition. And for those of you who have used Mojo, check out Mojo Enduramax. Touchdown! A new formula that improves the potency and effectiveness of Mojo. Get fast results, last longer, and be the man she'll never forget. Mojo and Mojo Enduramax, 100% natural male enhancement formulas only available at Pure Line Nutrition. Call now, 210-494-2210. That's 210-494-2210. Or visit us online at thepureline.com.
Super Bowl 58 in Vegas is set. It's the Chiefs and Niners. Hear it right here on your exclusive home for the Super Bowl. 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
Yep, the game on Sunday, Chiefs-Niners. Listen to it here on 94.1, brought to you by Flight by Yingling. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Our AA Best Bail Bonds Radio Road coverage continues from Las Vegas, brought to you by Synergenics and Southern Recipe Small Batch Pork Rinds. And, we mentioned, Joe, that, Sunday's, big game. You got to do a lot of grilling. So if you've done any grilling over the last couple of days, you want a chance at winning an extra $50 from Tri-County Meat Market to make sure your super spread is good on a Sunday. Make sure you upload those great meat photos to the Grilling with the Blitz page at sasportstar.com.
So we get to judge meat tomorrow.
We do.
Whoa.
We do, because
How about that?
I realized that today is Wednesday.
It is.
Dude, I've lost track.
I have too.
I have lost track. and I feel like Rob Thompson, who just grabbed headphones and put them down. Rob, are you wanting to jump on? You grabbed headphones. Oh, you can put them on. You can. Well, no. What do you mean? I thought you were reaching into what with Rob. Do you know what day it is, Rob? Your microphone is on. Oh, that's because you're plugged into a different machine over there.
Rob, good though.
Rob is holding microphones that are
look
not
like a radio guy.
Absolutely, it is professional.
That looks like a Halloween costume, Rob. Very nice.
Do you know what day it is, Rob Thompson?
Here, it's like for me, I'm on my second Wednesday. I had my morning Wednesday.
Then I went home a week ago
and slept, and then I have my afternoon Wednesday. So I think it's sometime in early March. I have no idea what day it is. I'm glad I saw the sun, so at least I'm oriented.
Yeah,
at least.
Is the sun still out?
The sun was out most recently. A little windy and cool, but yeah, the sun's out, so at least I got a little bit of that. I needed some vitamin D and rest. You guys, you killed it today. It's fun watching you guys.
Well, I tell you what, we've had some great guests today. It's been incredible.
Wait till tomorrow.
I know. The natural buzz of Radio Row is Monday, yada, yada, Tuesday, and Wednesday you start kind of feeling it. No, we hit the ground running today.
We did.
We really did.
Well, we did, and it's because you guys have been busy.
Yeah, it's been a busy
You're
one.
talking about what we're doing, and I look at what you and RJ are doing as well. And a curiosity, because I want to set the record straight before RJ gets an opportunity. How in the hell did he end up with a pillow from Tony Pollard? How did you not end up with a new pillow?
Because I accidentally admitted that I had one. It's like, one of these, because they're kind of heavy. It's a good pillow. And because I mentioned that I had one, and RJ put on his sad face, and Pollard gave it to him.
So you guys interviewed Tony Pollard a little while ago, which will air tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
What I find interesting is, these people are working with different people. We've got Tony Pollard on as well, which would be
Hopefully
very
you'll
good
get a
for
pillow.
Well, I mean, maybe I'll get a pillow, but he might be. I think he's promoting something else, the neck collar thing.
Oh, that's right.
Why did RJ get
well,
a
you're going
pillow
to get a concussion collar, so you got that going for you.
Well, I'm confused here. What's happening?
Well, I mean, because that pillow is hard, you need a concussion collar, so the pillow doesn't give you a concussion. I was just thinking, I don't. We people think we don't talk about stuff like this, but our Airbnb is wonderful.
It really is.
But my pillow sucks.
That's the most difficult thing I have found about traveling. I can put up with a lot of stuff. Hard bed, soft bed, weird sheets, all that other kind of stuff. But, some sheets just don't feel like they should be sheets.
No,
I don't know how you describe it. But then some pillows look fat and they end up flat. And some pillows look flat and they weigh about 9 pounds. It's the most, as I have aged, I've really considered packing my own pillow.
But hotels generally have good pillows.
Yeah.
Airbnbs,
no, not at all.
Hit or miss.
Well, why would you have a good pillow? Who cares? If I owned an Airbnb, I'd get the cheapest pillows there are, throw them in there, and then just listen to everybody complain.
Because, that's the problem, though. What is the one thing that everybody complains about is your pillow.
Right.
So when I go to write the review, do I mention the pillow?
You're not going to
because everybody needs a different kind of pillow.
I've never written a bad review.
And you're not the only one.
You said, have you ever actually gone on and tried to get an Airbnb? That is one of the most common things that people aren't getting maximum stars for is pillows.
But let me ask you a question, though. This particular house, which is very nice, by the way.
It's very odd.
So everything is, but the pillows suck. You're still going to rent it.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
but I might bring my own pillow.
Okay, and that's fine.
Well, but see, we'll never stay.
Do
in
you
this
like
house
the
again.
soft pillows or the hard pillows? Which pillow are you? You like the big fluffy ones or the ones that have a little bit of consistency?
You got to have a little consistency, but the one I have right now is the greatest thing. We just found them. It's got a little curvature right here that you put your head on. It raises your neck, and then there's two little side things right here. So if you lay on your side, dude, I finally found it after spending a gazillion dollars on pillows. I think.
Wait a minute.
We have got.
I have that same pillow, man.
It sounds like you've just described like a lazy boy chair.
It's kind of a hug pillow, and it has an area for your shoulder. It's your side sleeper.
Yeah.
Once you go that way, you can't go back.
Is that pole where your arm kind of has that slot that it can fit through?
Jason, I saw that on one of my feeds, so I was like, I found it. So I went to look at it. This thing is like what you're talking about is like a medical apparatus. You have to go get like a prescription for the pillow to get a deal on it. Insurance covers this thing, and it's like $900.
Holy wow! Well, my problem is though is I roll over because I roll a lot. I mean, if I've got that thing on my arm. It's like my wife a couple of years ago. She said it was a gift for me, but we know damn well it was a gift for her. But she got one of those weighted blankets, which I hate.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like a torture treatment.
Well,
whose ideal was that?
Well, and when you roll over, I mean, is it like you're trapped? I mean, you're trying to roll it,
and they get hot.
Oh, you get stupid hot.
Oh my gosh,
it's insane. She loves it. It was a wonderful gift, and she said, "Well, it was for you." It was on my side of the bed for a day.
In case there's a fire, I can't get out from underneath. It's for me.
Yeah.
How'd he die? He was stuck underneath his 15-pound blanket.
This guy's not getting up for a fire.
Yeah, that blanket might actually save my life in a fire because I'm going to sleep through the fire alarms that are going on. So it might be added protection.
I thought that was for like about 5 years ago. That was a big deal. Everybody got a weighted blanket, and everybody now has it at the bottom of their closet because they all realize.
Not at my house.
Now we found those things are good. They're good with dogs.
Yes.
They like the heavy weight when it's storming. I've been told.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Really? I don't know how we got there.
Yeah, well,
I think you just called my wife a dog.
No,
that's scared in a
but
storm.
She needs to be comforted in a storm. Maybe you should. You should wrap her in a weighted blanket.
Holy cow. Yeah, we have taken some turns today. I'll tell you, we've been all over the place, but it's been a lot of fun.
We've got Stanley Cups here.
We do.
Well, the Blitz does.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's nice.
And I noticed that they have different logos. Do you
low T
and Synergenics?
And Synergenics.
Yeah. We were going to have. There's kickers walking around here. I have waited to see somebody actually get to kick one of these footballs. Do you think we could talk a kicker into seeing if he could send it down a row?
Did we just change from the cups to kickers?
Well, I was thinking we have the football, and I was seeing the footballs are now present, and I know Robbie Gold's been walking around, and maybe we could talk a guy into.
I'd rather Robbie Gold try to kick one than say you. Well, because one, you would take out somebody's entire radio broadcast and a hamstring all at the same time.
Who's the most interesting dude you've seen, or star, or persona?
Carrot Top will be here in about 45 minutes.
I've seen him walking around.
Well, he's interesting.
Yeah, so we're taking over Pledge's show. In fact, you don't know
Let's
this.
say 45 minutes.
Yeah,
you're gonna be alone.
From 6 to 6:10, you and RJ get to do a special afternoon cuddle, and then we're going to talk to Carrot Top at 6:15 San Antonio time.
Dude, that could get really interesting.
Make sure all I can ask is everybody, you want to watch this.
I'm telling you,
you're going to want to see this.
I mean,
subscribe to the YouTube, get all your notifications.
Yeah,
get
home and get on.
I cannot wait to see on my screen Jason Minix, Joe Reinagle, and Carrot Top.
Well, just the photo.
Right? Yeah.
Are you going to photobomb it?
Oh, I might lean in.
I mean, the reality is, we saw him yesterday. And our great booker, Erica Minix, actually booked him after our show was over. So we're just going to go long. What the hell, right?
Why not? It appears that Carrot Top doesn't have anything else going on. He's free.
He's got a show going somewhere.
When and where?
At the Luxor.
But what's nuts?
Right next to the Blue Man Group and Thunder Down Under. That's where
they may be doing it together. I don't know.
What I find interesting is I saw him yesterday.
Is he working?
Yeah, well, I mean, he was on the road yesterday booking, so we could have people to talk to today. Somehow today he looks worse than he did yesterday, and I didn't think yesterday anything could look worse than Carrot Top.
That guy is, he's.
Why has he? I don't, because he's completely jacked. He's yoked. The dude spends time in the gym. You can tell he's throwing weight around. And at the same time, he's wearing the lovely mascara. I don't get.
I see. I haven't seen
lots of makeup going on there.
I don't know what's living in his hair. That's the main thing. I want to find.
Not a comb. I can tell you that.
There's something living in there. Hey, you guys. I just saw Jerry Rice over there.
Yeah,
walking by. Now you talk about starstruck. Jerry Rice.
He's one of those guys that whenever he walks by any table, everybody just kind of opens their eyes and watches him go by.
As Michael Irvin called him one time, Jesus and cleats.
Jerry
Rice is here?
Yes, he walked by over there. I was going to the restroom. Of course. But that's where you see people here. Jerry Rice with an entourage.
Did you talk to the entourage?
No.
Why didn't you grab him for the show?
Oh, sure. Well, I had to pee.
Did his feet?
Priorities.
Exactly.
Priorities.
While I'm trying to book it, I'm peeing in my pants, and that wouldn't have looked good.
Was he on the way there too? Because all men of age, we all.
I mean,
have about an hour.
In reality, Joe. He would have understood the importance of how excited you were to meet him if you actually wet yourself talking to him.
Well, I mean, people probably do anyway. I mean, it's Jerry Rice.
All right. We'll send our great booker to find Jerry
You think
Rice.
so?
Yeah.
The Blitz will be available tonight at 9. Live.
That is incorrect because we've got big plans tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Is there something strange afoot at the El Cortez?
It can't be any worse than the crap we dealt with last night. Be glad you boys went home and went to bed.
Lucky.
Oh, my God.
I don't know. The girl at Lucky's said the El Cortez was the bomb.
She did.
Well, anything's the bomb compared to that place she was working at.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Hey, we've got Creed tickets to give away for their show up in Austin at the Moody Center November 15th. If you want a pair of tickets to go see Creed, be caller number 9 right now, 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. Hey, Fletch just likes playing higher.
Of course.
He loves that. We give away concert tickets all the time, and we don't always get their one song, right? But, Creed's coming, and Pledge hears that, and he gets all excited and pushes the play button.
So, Pledge is a Creed fan.
A closet.
Apparently.
But he's coming out of the closet.
I think he just came out.
I think he's now out of the closet.
Completely, both feet.
Maybe you win one ticket and you've got to take Pledge with the other. Either way, caller 9, those tickets are yours. 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. Smile Structure Dentistry and Braces. I've been telling you for a while now. You need a dentist. You need to go to a dentist. You go to Smile Structure. Go see my dentist, Dr. Smith, over there at Smile Structure. Out here in Vegas, Spence had a broken tooth, needed to see a dentist. If we were in San Antonio, we know where he would have sent him. If you're dealing with a tooth emergency like Spence did, or if you just know it's been a while since you've gone in and gotten a checkup and a teeth whitening, Smile Structure Dentistry and Braces. Get a free exam and x-rays right now when you mention 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. Medicaid and all PPO insurance is accepted. They offer a dental savings plan if you don't have dental insurance, and they can handle all of your dentistry needs. They're a general and family dental practice, from cleaning and whitening to crowns, fillings, dental implants, wisdom teeth extraction. They can handle it all. They even offer general anesthesia, sedation, and cosmetic dentistry. They are veteran owned and operated, and they offer discounts to uninsured veterans. 5 San Antonio area locations. Learn more, book an appointment online, smilestructure.com. That's smilestructure.com.
It's the Morning Huddle with Rob and RJ.
Thursday on the Morning Huddle, big game coverage continues live from Rodeo Road. Guests to be talked about, parties to be attended, and hangovers to be cured.
Jalen Hyatt, Dan Marino, Bert Kreischer, Tony Pollard, Jordan Addison, the list goes on
That's in
and on and on. Rob and I are going to do our best to get up at 2 a.m. for the 4th day in a row, but you don't have to. We'll see you at 6.
This is Rob Thompson. I'm here with my brother, Jason Thompson, a lawyerforus.com.
I'm a lawyer for you. I've helped you.
Yes, he has, and many others here in San Antonio. And that's why I'm so glad I get a chance to talk to you today about what happens when you get into an accident.
It's overwhelming for everybody involved. you have this paralysis of what to do next, who to talk to, how do you get medical care, or you're in the hospital and who's going to pay for this? It's this swirl of anxiety, and many times it's even worse than the injury itself. You have to help people through that situation. And I tell every client the same thing. Don't worry. I've got this. I will take care of this. Just worry about your family. Just worry about getting healthy. If I can do that for you and maximize your recovery, you stay in business, you keep clients. And for 30 years, I've kept every client I've ever had. I don't lose clients. I represent their family and friends because that's how seriously I take my job.
A lawyerforus.com. You can find him in Jason Thompson, a lawyerforus.com.
Ew. Gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, boys.
Tell me why.
I've washed it so many times, but the odor won't come out.
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why I can't get rid of this odor.
Have you tried Downy Rinse and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up odors. It helps remove them.
Wow, it worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in one wash than the leading value detergent in 3 washes. Find it wherever you buy laundry products.
It's Macy's one-day sale now with great deals of the day just in time for Valentine's. Like 40 to 60% off your date night outfit from INC, Karl Lagerfeld Paris, Guess, and more. And 40% off handbags to complete your look. Plus, get 25 to 40% off beauty and fragrances they'll love from Clinique, Carolina Herrera, and more. And get it faster when you pick up in-store or curbside at Macy's. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Over the past decade, the Roo Pub has proven to be the best place to watch games with those 3 massive 170-inch screens and TVs all around. All the games, all the UFC fights, and when you show up at the Roo Pub, show up hungry. The food is fantastic. Open daily at 11. Great for lunch, great for dinner, great for late at night, and certainly the best place to watch a game. The Roo Pub is next to the Angry Elephant and in the same plaza as the Big Blind there at 281 in Redland Road. We'll see you at the Roo.
Denise has been playing jazz for 40 years. Last concert, one of the musicians fell sick with RSV. Respiratory syncytial virus, or RSV, is a highly contagious virus that can lead to breathing problems. This time, she's choosing to help protect herself with Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo. Abrysvo is a vaccine for the prevention of lower respiratory tract disease caused by respiratory syncytial virus, RSV, in adults 60 years of age and older. Abrysvo is not for everyone and may not protect all who receive the vaccine. Don't get Abrysvo if you've had a severe allergic reaction to its ingredients. People with a weakened immune system may have a decreased response to Abrysvo. The most common side effects are tiredness, headache, pain at the injection site, and muscle pain. Ask your pharmacist or doctor about Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo, respiratory syncytial virus vaccine. For full prescribing information, please call 1-844-989-7284 or visit abrysvo.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Hey, this is Rob Thompson for Tri-County Meat Market, your locally owned full-service meat market. Tri-County has 2 great locations, Hebner Road and Ralph Fair, stocked full of everything you need to up your grilling game. You're looking for the perfect cut of beef, they've got it. If they don't have it, they'll cut it for you. Roast chicken, prepare foods, they've got it. The 5 for $25 is always in play. If you're a first responder, 10% off the best meat you're going to find. Tri-County Meat Market. Head over to either location, put some good meat on the grill, and thank me later.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Ryan Eagle. I'm Jason Minix in Vegas. AA Best Bail Bonds Radio Road coverage brought to you by Synergenics and Southern Recipe Small Batch Pork Rinds. It's been a great day.
Oh, man.
We've still got Carrot Top coming.
Fun day. Dude, you're looking forward to Carrot Top. I'm really getting a little worried about you.
I mean,
you got this Carrot Top fixation.
I'm starting to see what that woman on the plane saw. It's Vegas. I mean, we're supposed to get Wayne Newton, right? Wayne Newton's confirmed. Yeah, we're getting Wayne.
Wow.
And Carrot Top. So I think you get both ends of Vegas celebrityism when you've got the class of Wayne Newton and however you want to classify Carrot Top.
Yeah, I don't know how to classify Carrot Top. I wouldn't even try. Maybe he knows how to classify himself. We'll ask him when he sits down with us coming up here in just a little bit. But it's going to be fun. And, I mean, some of the people we've had today, everybody's been very interesting today. I mean, sometimes you do an interview and it's like, okay, well, whatever. We haven't had one of those. Not at all today. It's been very entertaining, at least to me. I'm entertained. Yeah, I hope everybody else is as well. But that's really all that matters. I'm entertained.
And really, and we think if we're entertained, you guys listening are entertained. A variety of guests that we're able to bring you with the content that you want to hear. Like earlier today, we talked with the Moose, Daryl Johnston, 3-time Super Bowl champion with the Dallas Cowboys, analyst with Fox, and he had some very interesting things to say about the Dallas Cowboys.
All right, Daryl, we introduce you as Super Bowl champion. It's been a long time since the Dallas Cowboys are able to say that. What do you think about the current state of the team? They had a lot of talent this year. It just didn't come together. Is there a quick fix? Do you have any answers for that?
Yeah, a lot of times the most talented team isn't the best team. We see that a lot of times. There's a lot of intangibles that create that opportunity to win a Super Bowl. That's why it's so important when you have that opportunity, you got to cash in on it because it may not ever come back. Dan Marino went to the Super Bowl his rookie year and never went back again. It's important to maximize that. And I think one of the things is you'll hear Jalen Hurts say it a lot. Keep the main thing the main thing. Does Dallas know what the main thing is? The organization. Is it football? Is it the brand? What is the main thing? What are we trying to keep the main thing the main thing? When we were there, the main thing was football. And everybody knew the main thing was football. And one of the things that I've shared with a lot of people here today on Radio Row is when I watched the Dallas Green Bay game and I saw Jair Alexander shove CeeDee Lamb and him not respond, I knew that they were not in the right frame of mind to have success that day. Because can you imagine anybody shoving Michael Irvin in the divisional round and something not happening? When we walked onto the field in our first NFC Championship game in San Francisco, our secondary was in an all-out war with the wide receivers of the San Francisco 49ers. That was pregame. That was the emotion that group brought. They were uber talented, but they were also competitive as any group I've ever been part of. And that's what I think is missing from not just Dallas. I think that attitude as the league struggles with the individual branding component created by social media and all these platforms that these guys can get on. How do you keep the main thing the main thing?
How does a team as a whole, because I was at that game in the stadium against Green Bay, everybody was flat. The offense wasn't very good. The defense wasn't very good. Green Bay took the crowd out of it early. I know it was cold outside, but they're playing indoors. But how does an entire football team in a playoff game come out flat?
I don't know. We had those games even with our great teams, but they weren't in the playoffs. We were 8-1, and we got beat at home by the 2-7 Los Angeles Rams. I don't know how that happened. I don't know how we played that poorly. We went out to the championship game in San Francisco after winning back-to-back Super Bowls and played the worst 6 minutes of football to open that game that group ever played. The remaining 54 was pretty good, but the first 6 put us behind by 21 points, and we just couldn't get out of that hole. But they were not good the entire game. They were very inconsistent the entire game. They never got into a rhythm the entire game, and that was the biggest mystery for me.
Daryl, when you bring that up, and I think it's interesting, and everybody wants to blame Mike McCarthy for that, for not having his team ready to play. But as a professional football player, isn't a lot of that responsibility on you?
Yeah, I wanted Mike McCarthy fired too. I mean, he missed so many tackles. He had several fumbles. He had a number of drops. He threw a couple interceptions. I know he missed at least 4 assignments. I mean, it was like, really? Coach McCarthy's fault? Your best players have to play their best football in the biggest moments. And Dallas's best players did not play their best football in the biggest moment. Dak, CeeDee, Micah, you can go down the list. All the guys that this franchise is known about did not play their best football that day. And I think the emphasis and the spotlight got put onto the offense. The defense did not support. They didn't have 1 sack against Green Bay that day.
The defense was awful. I know Dak gets a lot of blame, and he wasn't great in that first half, but that defense was awful. But going back to what you said a minute ago as we visit with Daryl Johnston here on the Blitz, it was about winning. It was about you understood the mission. It was about football when you were part of those championship Cowboy teams with Jimmy Johnson. Dak Prescott in his contract situation. Will Jerry Jones and the Cowboys make a winning decision or a business decision?
You got to find out what the difference in those two is. What is the winning decision? Dak has had his opportunities to step through the moment and become the Troy Aikman or the Roger Staubach of the Dallas Cowboys franchise. Tony Romo had a number of opportunities to do that. They were the number one team going into the playoffs on a number of occasions and got beat. Tony Romo had opportunities to step into the Troy Aikman or the Roger Staubach status for the Dallas Cowboys and never did. I really thought Dak was going to do it last year in San Francisco after the way they Brady in the first round of the playoffs. It's 17-9. He's going to take him down the field. They're going to go for two and make it. They're going to go to overtime. They're going to find a way to win this. And that's going to shoot Dak Prescott on the trajectory to be this generation's Troy Aikman, Roger Staubach for this franchise. And it didn't happen. And it didn't happen again this year. So if keeping the main thing is about winning championship football, then they have a hard decision to make.
Well, yeah, I find that interesting because obviously salary cap's a big part of the NFL. Cowboys would take a big hit. I mean, the fact that they don't have a plan B, Daryl, is that a problem? Is that a Jerry Jones problem?
I think you always have to have a plan B when you talk about the quarterback position because it's such an important position. You don't want to be there before you have to, but hopefully you've got something that you just haven't shared publicly. We know what we want to do if we can't do this, but you've got to make a decision because they have Micah Parsons coming up. They have some big contracts coming up. And let me tell you, you load up your salary cap into 4 or 5 positions, you will not be a great team because you're not going to be able to find that. As good as Will McClay has been with the draft the last few years, that's going to be key to keep those guys on their rookie contracts. But when you consolidate your cap into 4, 5, 6 players and expect to be able to pick up the slack on bargain deals in free agency and rookie players, you're not setting your team up for success.
Daryl Johnston, the Moose, earlier today with us here on the Blitz as he joined us here on Radio Row, and very interesting comments about the Cowboys. Just the real issues, plural, that they're facing. I thought that was very interesting.
Well, it is. And what I love about these ex-Cowboys, especially the Super Bowl champion Cowboys, is that they're as frustrated as the fan base is. I mean, you can tell that. And you know, Moose is a calm guy. But if you were to talk to Michael Irvin, and I can't wait to talk to Emmitt Smith, they're going to get fired up about it. I know they are because they want this team to succeed. And I love the fact, though, that they're being honest about what is going on and what is the main thing. I think that's a great way to put it. Is the main thing winning, or is the main thing just improving the brand of the Dallas Cowboys?
Business decisions over winning decisions. And they can be different. Because Jerry Jones is a businessman and business goals are there. And do they conflict with winning decisions, winning a Super Bowl because you're making business decisions because it is a big business. So it's interesting when you put them together. And I think about through the years of talking to Moose, from playing days to when he was just doing television, to when he started doing front office work. He was the general manager of the Commanders in the Alliance. And now, you know, he is the head of football operations for the new UFL. And he's looking at it now from, he knows what it was like as a player, but now he's kind of on the inside of what it's like to actually run a team or run a league and having to make those business decisions. And it's interesting when you think back about stuff that he was saying before he's gotten that front office experience, how different those thoughts have changed because of the information that he now has from sitting in rooms and meetings on this guy or that guy.
And wouldn't you love to have Moose in that front office of the Dallas Cowboys calling some shots? I would. I would love to see that. And there's no disrespect to Jerry or Will McClay or Steven. But, I mean, you know, the philosophy that's going on there. And again, I love Jerry Jones because all the guy does is make money. He has turned that franchise into the richest franchise in sports anywhere. And so for that, you got to love him. But I think Cowboy fans, just the regular Joe Cowboy fan, wants a winner. And 12 wins in the regular season just ain't it?
It really is. And we all want a winner. And what a great setup to game night San Antonio and our Spurs discussion. Thought we were going to hear the game night San Antonio open here. There it is.
This is the AA Best Bail Bonds Game Night San Antonio on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Every game night, the Blitz with Jason and Joe get you inside and ready for tonight's game. Players, coaches, insiders. This is the AA Best Bail Bonds Game Night San Antonio. The pregame show starts now.
Spurs do kick off the Rodeo Road trip tonight down in. We'll talk some Spurs basketball coming up here on the Blitz because we're going long today. We're going into extra innings with Pledge because we're on Radio Row. And we got Carrot Top coming up in 25 minutes, around 6:15. But right now, Kenny Mayne walking up, jumping on with us. How you doing,
standing.
Kenny? Standing.
I'm tired of sitting. I'm doing well.
If you could please sit because that camera right there is pointed right at.
Great point.
Yeah.
You said we're on the radio. I didn't.
Well, radio now has streaming stuff everywhere.
The last place I just did an interview, their local one, they gave away free gum.
Free gum. We got.
Hey,
we got
you gave me something last time.
Well,
it was something stupid too. What was it?
No, it was not stupid. We don't give away stupid gifts here, Kenny.
No, I swear. Am I wrong? I thought you had a gimmick. Hey, here's this for coming on, but it was something weird.
No,
it was like a wheel of cheese or something. I don't know what it was.
Well, no, there might have been a wheel of cheese that belonged to Rob Thompson that you just thought was a gift, and you took it. Out of curiosity, because we've got mints and we've got a bowl of chocolates, right? And what we have discovered is nobody likes those white chocolate Reese's peanut butter cups. Nobody has taken.
I've already
those.
got the gum going, and I'm trying to cut sugar.
And you throw the candy back.
Just get out of here. I don't
Look
want
at that.
We're feeling a little.
Where's the love?
I mean, we're trying to give you gifts here.
Wait, you have a football. I have a football story.
Yeah. All right.
Are we on right now?
We are.
Yeah,
we are live
yes.
on the
Like
radio in
this is
San
happening?
Antonio. He's Joe. I'm Jason. It's the Blitz.
No, but I mean, a lot of people tape, and it runs like 9 days later. I was like, when is this on? Monday. What do you mean Monday? The game's Sunday. So I have an event tomorrow. I think we talked about this last time. I have a charity foundation called Run Freely. We help veterans with leg issues like I have from football. And Joe Montana, former football quarterback, is our star. And if you go to our website, Run Freely, RUNFREELY, runfreely.org. Now, if you're out in Texas and can't get here, you can always do it and scholarship a local kid. We'll get somebody deserving. If you're hearing about this, like you guys are, and you tell your rich friends, it's a thrill. You catch a pass from Joe, keep the ball, shake his hand, get the hell out. We're going to take the money and buy the next veteran the next prize.
That is awesome.
I would do that. I'd love to catch a pass from Joe Montana.
I mean, I got to throw a pass to Jerry Rice before.
Really? Did he catch it?
No, I threw it well. I was nervous though. Like, don't bounce it. It was about a 15-yard post at Candlestick. They were playing. Oh, they did like the goodbye to Candlestick. That's what it was. Yeah, they had a little ceremonial, fun little game. And I said, Jerry, one time, give me the thrill, and he let me do it. So that was cool.
Well, Jerry would have caught it no matter how you threw it.
True.
That's what Jerry does.
Yeah.
I saw him earlier.
Just saw him
Kenny.
over there.
I know. Is that like I'm a fanboy when it comes to a guy like Jerry Rice? It's Jerry Rice.
See, the problem with Kenny Mayne is I don't know who you would be starstruck by. Like you're friends with Eddie Vedder.
Stevie Wonder.
Stevie Wonder.
I've been around him and worked with him. The first time I met Stevie Wonder, I was so nervous. I was like this, like I couldn't control it. So I laid my microphone on his keys while he's talking. So Stevie's like, whatever he's talking about, and and he went and turned it to 0. Never said a word. And I realized, and I pulled off. So I told him that story years later, and I said, so essentially we've collaborated, and he got it and said, let's make the album.
That is awesome. Have you seen the new Netflix doc on?
No, but I was just apprised of it last night. I'm watching it as soon as I can.
Dude, it's
incredible.
It's
insane.
It's incredible.
We Are the World, right?
It's a great documentary.
I got to see it. I saw a very good documentary called American Nightmare. Has anybody seen that?
No.
Okay. How about a podcast called High Roller Heist? It's really good. Some guy like 10 years ago, he went into the Bellagio in a full motorcycle outfit and a helmet still on, walked through the casino, put a gun on the craps table, stole $1.2 million or whatever it was, left on a motorcycle, and takes off. They caught him.
Of course.
He had blabbed to a dealer that he was going to do it.
Oh, wow.
Not the greatest move by him.
No.
I wonder if they would have caught him otherwise.
Probably not, but I mean, you see a guy walking around in a helmet. I've seen people walking around Vegas wearing all kinds of stuff.
That's a good point. People do wear wild.
Yeah.
So maybe, weirdo guy, must be a bachelor party or something.
Exactly.
Something. Yeah. There's something to that.
The gun might have been a little much.
Yeah, that might have been.
I mean, I want
Vegas.
I want your best Eddie story.
I don't know him in the same way I know Jeff Ament, the bass player. I'll tell you the best, it relates to Stevie Wonder. I saw Eddie Vedder at a Stevie Wonder concert, and I saw where they were sitting, and I went to just say hi, like during an intermission or whatever it was. And Eddie said something like, I bet you really like tonight, or something to that effect. Like, he knew that I was a huge Stevie Wonder fan, probably because Jeff had mentioned it. But my birthday, Gretchen and I went for my birthday 2 years ago to Quebec City, and literally on my birthday, September 1st, and they were playing this amazing concert. And it was just the thrill of celebrating your birthday that way. That's a good deal. So we go. I've never been to Quebec City, and I sent Jeff a note. Hey, dedicate me. I didn't say dedicate me. I said, if you're taking requests, I want to hear present tense or something like that, right? And because of the COVID thing, we weren't, like seeing people. They were like they were in and out. But Eddie, at a certain point in the show, literally, hey, want to say hey to her. He didn't say happy birthday, but he said my name. I was like, that just happened.
That is the coolest
And then
thing.
they played present tense.
Well, there's a it's been a while, but Brent Berry.
I love Brent Berry.
Has told me a story, something about.
It's a great story.
You, memorable. You, Brent Berry.
Do you want me to tell her? Do you want Brent or?
Well, you're the one sitting here,
I know.
so you.
Yeah, you should probably.
I was trying to economize time. I thought we were tight.
Well, we got 2 minutes.
Okay, then why are you screwing up the Brent Berry story?
Is it longer than 2 minutes?
I can knock it out in 30 seconds.
Do it.
We used to go and do pretend football stories, right, for the NFL Countdown. And we had this recurring character named Kim Il-sung, a Korean guy. The Seahawks had signed for $1 billion because they want to win now. And then it turned out he sucked at football, and they got rid. Long story. But one year, I needed Brent Berry to say a couple of jokes because he's a famous basketball player and like part of the whole town thing, right? So we go up to interview him, preseason game, and he's like, hey, what are you doing tonight? I said, what do you mean? We're at your game. We're at your game. He says, would you rather go to Pearl Jam? I was like, what? He's like, go in the locker room, grab my jeans, grab my keys. I have the hippie van, the VW long van, the key, they're right in the middle. I said, well, can we pay it now? I don't want them to go to waste. I got them. Just take them. So I went to the Benaroya Hall show, famous Pearl Jam show. If you're a Pearl Jam fan, they debuted Man of the Hour at that show. It was unbelievable. I got it because of Brent Berry.
You've got to go see. Brent Berry plays local places in San Antonio.
Oh, I love it.
With a band called Panic at the Costco.
I love that.
Oh, and they're actually good.
I have to do. I haven't talked to him in a while. I trade notes now and then. He used to let me stay at his house in California when I did Sports Center in Los Angeles. And instead of ESPN putting me up at a hotel, I would just pay him $300 a night and charge that back. So I enriched Brent Berry, basically.
He would charge you?
No, he didn't want to charge me.
Well, you wanted ESPN to pay a bill.
No, I mean, I wanted ESPN to suffer. And I thought Brent Berry should be rewarded for letting me stay at his house.
I think that's great.
I mean, I guess we could have given it to. Why did Brent Berry rip us off that way? I don't know.
$300 to stay at his house.
Well, a hotel would have been $680 or something in LA. Like,
we'll have to talk to Brent about
like it was the origins of
I'm not blaming it on Brent. Brent was saying stay for free. Then I said, hey, if I can give you money for this nicety, I think I should. So I told my bosses, I can save you money and pay this guy, then I'll bill you. Everybody wins. America wins.
And America wins when Kenny Mayne stops by your radio show. That is for sure.
Are you guys going to go to the Joe Montana event? I had a guy earlier today when I told him about it, just somebody else, he was being interviewed, he was getting up. What are you doing here? I told him the whole thing. He says, I might do that. I think I will do that. So now I got to call Mara, who runs the website. You know, she's like my administrator.
Yeah.
Did this guy do that or not? Because we have 7 spots. Ouch. Just stabbed myself. We sold 5 for sure this morning. We had 2 to go. I was pretty confident one way or the other the last couple would happen.
Give the website one more time.
RUNFREELY, runfreely.org. And it's all self-explanatory. It tells our whole story, and there's a way to sign up if you're in San Antonio and you're coming out tonight.
If you've got a private jet, you can afford to do this with Joe Montana.
Or if you're there and you're not coming out, but you want to benefit the charity and just have me pick some little kid off the street.
Which is awesome.
Nice.
Kenny, always great seeing you, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Kenny Mayne stopping by here. We're going a little bit long today. Extra innings with Pledge is going to be delayed. It won't be extra innings. It'll be shorter innings because we've got Carrot Top coming by in about 15 minutes. Carrot Top is an experience, says Kenny Mayne, and I cannot wait. You think about the game coming up this Sunday. One more game. Make sure that you go download the Underdog Fantasy app or go to the website, underdogfantasy.com, and have a little bit more fun watching the game, picking between 2 and 5 players to build your pick-em entry. And all you have to do is select whether they're going to go higher or lower on their predicted stats. If your pick hits, you could win up to 100 times your money on a single night. It is legal in Texas, a ton of fun to play. So go download the Underdog Fantasy app or go to the website, underdogfantasy.com. Sign up using my promo code STAR, and Underdog will match your first deposit up to $100, and you'll be set for the big game. Must be over 18 and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. Again, get signed up. Get that deposit match up to $100, and Underdog will have a special pickup higher than a half total yards to use in your first pick-em entry. Again, promo code STAR at underdogfantasy.com.
94.1 San Antonio Sports Stars Spring Golf Classic is set. Monday, March 25th at Golf Club of Texas. With plenty of prizes, including a shot at $50,000 in a trip to the big game. Go to sasportstar.com and get signed up. A 4-person scramble, $120 per player to join, or a group of 4 can sign up together for $400. It's the San Antonio Spring Golf Classic, benefiting the Will Smith Foundation. Monday, March 25th, presented by Flight by Yingling and 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Hi, I'm attorney Steve Benke. If you've made the decision to divorce, you need an experienced attorney who can help. I've helped many people get through divorce, custody, child support, and alimony problems. Call me. I'm attorney Steve Benke.
210-DIVORCE or go to BenkeLaw.com.
Injuries happen, and when they do, skip the ER and get to the Ortho Now Injury Clinic by TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine. Ortho Now provides walk-in care for injuries like broken bones, dislocations, sprains, and strains. Conveniently located in the Corey area with extended hours Monday through Saturday with on-site x-ray casting and bracing, Ortho Now has everything you need to treat your injury, and best of all, no urgent care or emergency room copay. Learn more online at tsaog.com.
Listen to this station anytime, anywhere on Odyssey. Odyssey is your new audio home for all the music, news, sports, and podcasts that matter to you. Odyssey. That's AUDACY.
Hey, poker players, the Big Blind is open. With a true Vegas feel, the Big Blind is the premier poker room in San Antonio, featuring an upscale environment catering to players from all abilities. Whether you are seeking high-octane tournaments or lively cash games, the Big Blind has a game for everyone. The Big Blind at 281 in Redland Road, just down from the Roo Pub, offers daily cash games to daily, weekly, and monthly tournaments. Learn more online at thebigblindsa.com. The Big Blind at 281 in Redland Road.
What's wrong, Cupid? Chris, I've lost my mojo. These arrows just don't work like they used to. The facts are people fall in love thanks to Kinetico, not poor old Cupid.
You don't say.
Oh, absolutely. Look over there. She's got silky smooth hair thanks to a Connecticut water softener. He's got softer skin and cleaner clothes, and now they're all lovey-dovey. Makes me sick.
Don't feel bad, Cupid. You still have your bow and arrow.
Oh, rub it in, Chris. I know a Connecticut runs on kinetic energy like my bow and arrow. There's no computer to break. A Connecticut has it all.
This is Chris Canepa with Connecticut and San Antonio in the Hill Country. There's a reason people love their Connecticut. Right now, I'll let you try one for 90 days, absolutely free with no contract. Just call 656-PURE.
You know, you're right, Chris. I love my Connecticut, too. My diaper has never looked so white. And my wings, oh, I look good.
Cupid, you can always come to work for me.
You serious, Chris?
But you're going to have to wear pants.
ConnecticutSA.com.
This is Rob Thompson. I'm here with my brother, Jason, a practicing attorney in San Antonio for 30 years. Jason, what does that mean?
What it means is I've been representing people and families here in San Antonio injured in auto, truck, motorcycle collisions, serious injury, death accidents, taking those families and helping them through some of the worst times of their life. I've been practicing law in San Antonio for so long. I remember when the Cowboys were champions.
Seriously.
And a great staff that handles kind of the blocking and tackling of what it takes to represent clients. There are so many phone calls that need to be made, so many connections you have to have between insurance companies, physicians, opposing lawyers, relationships that you build over 30 years with adjusters, with insurance companies, with defense attorneys, with local judges. When I represent a client, they know that I'm lending my name, my reputation built on 30 years of experience to that client to get them justice.
It's Jason Thompson, alawyerforus.com. Call him at 210-900-0400, alawyerforus.com.
KTFM Floresville. This is 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, your home for the Aggies. San Antonio's Sports Center.
Spurs kick off their Rodeo Road trip tonight in Miami. They'll take on the Heat. Tip-off in about 30 minutes or so at 6:30. Cowboys, Ron Rivera, Mike Zimmer, Rex Ryan. Who's going to be the new defensive coordinator? All those guys have interviewed. Who's it going to be?
Guess what day it is?
Joe Reinagel.
That's the third time in 7 seasons the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Hall day?
Dude, we're working overtime. Are you kidding me?
Oh, so
holy cow. Dude, we haven't done it all day.
Well, we haven't done it all day.
So I'm not going to start now. We're working overtime.
Wow, the streak ends.
No, the streak should have continued, but we didn't do it.
I mean, that's why we have extra innings. Like when a game, when something hasn't been decided at the end of regulation in baseball, we go extra innings.
Dude, it has been decided.
Games are decided in extra innings.
If they're in a tie at the end of regulation.
Well,
there's no tie here today. We are clearly winners by a long shot. We're like Green Bay over Dallas in the playoffs.
See,
that's
now you got to do it or the streak is over.
No, that's
you got an opportunity to give us a little. Give us a use your library voice.
No. See, here's
give your library voice.
I don't care about that. I don't care about these people. Gives a damn. See, I get a little salty when I have to work overtime.
You get a little salty when you have to work.
Well, no, I was perfectly happy to work.
Well,
we're working overtime.
I mean, you're
interview a dude.
This was y'all's idea.
To interview a dude who
what?
Good carrot top, for God's sake.
I can't wait for this.
That's great.
I cannot wait for this. Would you quit adjusting your camera?
Should be well on our way.
Spence keeps adjusting your camera for a reason.
Cortez.
Because nobody wants to look up your nose.
I don't care. What do I care?
Well, I mean, there's a reason Tim keeps reaching over and adjusting your laptop camera.
Well, I wish he'd stop.
Well, except for we're all looking. I mean,
see, look.
What? If you kids don't knock that off, we're going to turn this car around.
Dude, I'm telling you.
The hell is going on? Oh, good Lord. Extra innings with Pledge. He'll start, I don't know, whenever we're done with Garrett Top. It could be 7. It could be 9.
No, it's not going to be because I won't be here. You'll do it by yourself.
That ain't happening.
It is happening.
That ain't happening because we are going to the El Cortez tonight. We might actually get a meal tonight, too.
We might. We're working overtime, though. And then really, you might call me Mort today. A little salty.
Why are you a little salty?
Because I should be having a cold beer about now. Right now.
Yeah.
And I'm not.
Yeah.
Because I'm on the radio.
I know. On YouTube, Eric Jacobs says, Joe, if it makes you feel better, he's having a cold beer right now.
That doesn't make me feel better.
You know, Eric, if it makes you feel better, we're in Vegas right now. We win. We win. And you guys will win because Carrot Top joins us next here on The Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
If you miss The Blitz with Jason and Joe, then you miss this.
As we visit with ND Kalu here on The Blitz.
I believe the NFL is the greatest league in the world. With as great as the season the Texans had and the trajectory looking up, we've all seen it. This team, if you don't do the offseason, it could be 7-10 next year. So, yeah, the future's bright, but Nick Casario, D'Amico Ryans, they can't, kick back and put their feet on the table and fist bump each other. It's like they need to get on that grind.
Right home with The Blitz. Afternoons 2 to 6 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Attention all homeowners, do you know when to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've put off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And right now, you can save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. Just call 800-NEW-WINDOWS for your free consultation on top quality affordable windows or patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for a year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. But hurry, these big dollar savings end this month. Call 800-NEW-WINDOWS right now. Don't wait. Call 800-NEW-WINDOWS. 800-NEW-WINDOWS.
At Edwin Watts Golf Shops, there's something that binds us all. The collective goal to transcend the ordinary. Introducing the all-new TaylorMade QI10 Max Driver, combining TaylorMade distance with the forgiveness of 10K inertia. Experience your drives in 10K. Visit us in-store for a free custom fitting at your local Edwin Watts Golf Shops or shop us online at worldwidegolf.com. Get there.
Are you tired of going to the dentist over and over again? Hi, I'm Dr. Andrew Mueller, Chief Oral Surgeon at Doctors Implants.
We have put a lot of money into fixing my teeth over and over and over again, a filling or a crown or a this or that.
At Doctors Implants, replacing your teeth with full mouth dental implants might be the long-term solution you're looking for.
The 6-Hour Smile is a permanent full mouth teeth replacement. Your new smile will be custom designed to fit your face and lifestyle and will look and function just like regular teeth. You won't need to remove them from your mouth overnight, and you won't need adhesive to keep them in place. Eat freely and smile confidently again. Research them at doctorsimplants.com. Receive a complimentary doctor's consultation and CT scan when you call 210-640-0000. Again, that's 210-640-0000.
Home of the 6 Hour Smile.
Okay, if you love playing fantasy sports like I do, take it to the next level with Prize Picks. It's the #1 daily fantasy sports app. This is Rob Thompson, and right now, with the big game around the corner, NBA in full swing, there's no better way to get into the action than with Prize Picks. Just select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projections on a wide variety of stats, and place your entry. It's that easy. You can turn $10 into $250 just like that in 2 taps. I love the easy gameplay, the quick withdrawals, and huge selection of players, the stat options, and more. And check this out. Prize Picks is the only daily fantasy platform with injury protection insurance. It'll keep you in the game even if one of your players isn't. It's great. Over 7 million sports fans have already signed up, and I'm one of them. So join me and watch your favorite players and get paid doing it right now. Just download the Prize Pick app and use the code Alamo. That's Alamo on Prize Picks for your first deposit. They'll match up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more. Pick less. It's that easy.
If you get arrested, get out of jail fast by calling AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121. Text 4747 or online, mybestbailbonds.com. You don't have to call attorneys or anybody else. Don't be forced into a PR bond. If the jail offers you one, make sure you understand the conditions before accepting it. AA Best Bail Bonds. Nobody beats their price. They have payment plans. Call 210-225-2121 or mybestbailbonds.com.
License number 149. If you're a man and you live in San Antonio or the surrounding areas, you need to pay close attention to what I'm about to say. Are you having issues rising to the occasion? Do you constantly worry about whether or not you can perform? Have you completely stopped having adult time? Is it something you just don't talk about? Guys, we have a solution. Mojo, the 100% guaranteed male enhancement pill that's fast, effective, and was designed to reignite passion, performance, and confidence in the bedroom. Yeah. Be ready at a moment's notice with the Mojo Male Enhancement Pill from Pure Line Nutrition. And for those of you who have used Mojo, check out Mojo Enduramax. Touchdown! A new formula that improves the potency and effectiveness of Mojo. Get fast results, last longer, and be the man she'll never forget. Mojo and Mojo Enduramax, 100% natural male enhancement formulas, only available at Pure Line Nutrition. Call now, 210-494-2210. That's 210-494-2210. Or visit us online at thepureline.com.
Super Bowl 58 in Vegas is set. It's the Chiefs and Niners. Hear it right here on your exclusive home for the Super Bowl. 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
One at San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagle. I'm Jason Minix. Our AA Best Bail Bonds Radio Road coverage in Las Vegas. Continuing, brought to you by Synergenics and Southern Recipe Small Batch Pork Rinds. You think Vegas, you come to town, the billboards, Carrot Top. Carrot Top.
I know. I always apologize to all my locals. They have to see that crap every day for driving in the. It's been up here for, 29 years.
I was going to say, as long as I've been coming to Vegas,
29 years.
You've been a part of it.
Yeah, it's amazing. 18 years at the Luxor, and we finally got taken down by Doritos. The Doritos took over my Luxor, but we're still there.
Could you work with the Doritos to kind of get the chip to look more kind of like your hair? I mean, just your face and a big chip.
They should have done something and had Cheetos. Like I used to do a joke one thing about like Cheetos. You lay in bed when you play, it doesn't hurt me. But yes, I should have done that. But yeah, it's been a great run here. Yeah, Vegas is and having the Super Bowl here is just phenomenal. I mean, like Vegas isn't already crazy enough without the Super Bowl, and then you add the Super Bowl. It's phenomenal.
Well, you're a big sports fan, aren't you?
I'm a huge sports fan. I'm shocked when I go around people that I love. And I'm addicted to football. So of course I love football.
You're a Raiders fan now?
I am now, I guess. In a sense, I'm a Dolphin fan. I see my Broncos guys over there. But Dolphins from day one. I grew up in Florida before there was the Bucks and the Jaguars. So I was a Dolphin fan. I just apparently missed Dan Marino by a second.
We had him on this morning.
You did. See, I just dang it. It's the only guy I really wanted to, besides you guys, I really wanted to meet today was Dan Marino. But
instead you settle for Joe Reinagle.
I got Joe Reinagle. Is that right?
Yeah. It works. All right.
It works.
I got to ask. Yeah. This summer, you started making national news when that lady went nuts on the plane, right? And we've got Pledge. We've got audio of what was going on the plane, right?
I'm telling you, I'm getting the off, and there's a reason why I'm getting the off, and everyone can either believe it or they cannot believe it. I don't give two but I am telling you right now, that mother back there is not real.
They're all thought it was
And you
me.
can sit on this plane and you can dive the give or not.
Then when you hear it, you think that she's had to be talking about me.
All right.
No,
And then you put a video out. You were on the plane.
I was on the plane. I was. But so here's the whole weird thing about the story. So I put it out before it was real time. I put it out when it would just happen. It wasn't even on the news yet. So some woman walked over to me and said, "I got the video." We were waiting to get board back on because they had taken us all up to check for drugs or bombs and stuff. And so no one knew what the lady is. I think I just like listening to the audio because if you at one point she like runs out of breath, she's like, but I get the video and I said I was trying to get home for the fireworks in Florida, Orlando, but I'm not going to because some nutcase lost her mind on the plane. Now this is before it went viral. This is just day of, then hour of. So it's a 3-hour flight to Florida. I land, and then I think it was that night I woke up and they said there was something on the news about it. The next day, I'm at lunch and they say, "Hey, Fox News wants to interview you." And I'm like, "For what?" And they're like, "For this lady on the plane thing." I'm like, "Well, I don't really have a thing that's, I don't know what happened. I was just sitting on the plane." So what happened? So, was she on drug? I said, "I don't know. She didn't, she was just screaming. I thought it was a flight attendant. I didn't know who it was." So the funny part about the whole thing for me was the lady comes up and gives me the video. And I said, "Oh my God, this is great," because we all want to see it. So I post it. And then my friend sees it. He says, "You were on the plane with that lady?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "You're sitting in coach?" I'm like, "No, I didn't take the video. I was in."
You weren't in coach?
That was the funniest part, that I was sitting in coach. I'm like, I was not in coach. I was sitting in first class. Damn it. And then behind me, she came up to where the curtain is and was just yelling and screaming. And I was looking at her like, I thought it was a flight attendant. I didn't know what she was just screaming. I didn't know what was going on. I wasn't going to interrupt her. But she was talking about someone in the back of the plane. So I thought, and everybody else on the plane thought, it had to have been a date that had gone bad, right? Yeah. Like this guy promised her a trip to Disney or wherever, and he didn't come through, and he's not real, right? So I'm thinking, wait till the guy comes walking up, like, "Sorry, my..."
Yeah.
And there's no guy. So then finally we get off the plane. I'm like, "Who is she screaming at?" And everybody's like, they all made a joke. They was just talking about me.
All right, Carrot Top joining us here.
I am not real, by the way.
Carrot Top joining us here on the Blitz. So out of all that, the two things I've got to figure out.
Yes.
Were you more pissed off that people thought that she was talking about you, or that somebody thought you were sitting in coach?
That made me more angry. Yes, absolutely more angry than her talking about me. But that was the whole joke of everyone kept saying it. She was talking about me. And I said, "No, I wish she would." It was because if I was, it would have been maybe even all the memes that people came up with after. It was pretty funny when they were showing, what she was yelling at. And of course, I tried coming up with one before that you couldn't. People have already had 100 of them out, so it seemed kind of hacked to do. But
obviously, you're a unique guy.
Yeah.
Right. So I could understand the confusion, right?
Right.
I get it.
Yeah.
But so how long does it take to? And you just get out of bed like this?
Oh yeah, I just literally out of bed. I go to bed like this.
Yeah.
I don't even have to get dressed. I go to bed. I go to work in my pajamas, so I don't even think about it. But yeah, I don't know. I don't have a certain way I just get dressed and I just tie crap in my hair and I don't know, whatever I'm feeling that day.
That's got to be refreshing though to be able to do that because it takes me an hour to get this hair right.
I picked a profession that actually, people would be shocked if I didn't have bling on my sneakers. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? You don't have anything tied in your hair. Are you okay? So it comes with the job, I guess.
Where do you go shopping at?
Where do I go shopping?
Yeah, well, where do you get pants like that?
I try to dress like a bum so nobody asks for money. That's how I do.
But you're in first class.
Yeah, but I'm in first class. Like, how the hell? That is, and that's true. That's the first thing they look at with your ticket. They look at me, look at my clothes. They go, "We didn't call coach yet." I'm like, "I'm in first class." I'm an A1. Damn it. A1. Yeah. By the way, these pants are probably like $1,000. By the way, that's the funny part.
Are they really?
Yeah. The brand is called Magnolia Pearl, and there's the company that that I got into and love, and their stuff is. It looks like I'm homeless, but it's very expensive clothing. Someone gave me a hard time the other night on the stage. Said something like, "Hey, thanks for dressing up for the show." Something I'm like, I never got heckled in my life.
Yeah, my clothes are more expensive than yours, dude.
I
You're
didn't
in the
say
front
it.
row.
I didn't even say that, but that went through my brain because everyone always says you're a comic. People heckle you, and I said no one ever heckles me. I'm Carrot Top. No one heckles me. They come to see the show, but this guy did heckle me. He's like, "Thanks for dressing up for the show, pal." And I said, "What are you wearing?"
His name was Joe Reinagel.
No, I wasn't there.
But it sounds like something he
and
would
I went
say.
in the audience. I looked. I said, "What the hell? You're not even dressed up. Why are you giving me a brief for?" But yeah, this is just how I dress. But I like that. I'm more angry about this certain coach.
Yeah, it's pretty good. How do you come? Your act is very unique, obviously, like you are. How did that all start?
It started with one joke. I had a neighborhood crime watch sign that, as a gag, we stole, and I had it on my wall. And I tried to open up to do an audition for this comedy club, and they said, "Come down and do a little bit of your act." So I took the crime watch sign off my wall, and I walked in, and the first thing I said on stage was, "Sorry, I'm late. I was in the neighborhood." And I said, "How good is Crime Watch if they're not even watching their signs?" And the lady said, "That's hilarious." And I said, "Yeah." And she said, "That's really funny. Did you?" I said, "Oh, good." She said, "It's funny, one, because you stole it. Two, it's clever, and it was kind of smart." So she said, Do you have anything else that's kind of visual?" And I said, "No, I can go steal some more signs." So I went around town and I just stole all the signs that were kind of funny in town, and I put together a whole routine of just almost like a slideshow of signs. And there were everything from no train horn between certain hours, and I'm like, "That's the hour you need the horn." And slow children to play. There was no feet on the kids' feet. I said, "Well, no wonder they're slow. They don't need feet." And they were just killed. And so the lady said, that should be your act. You should be visual stuff. So it started. The whole props came about with that one sign. Yeah.
Carrot Top joining us here.
And my brother was stationed in San Antonio.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yeah, Air Force. Yeah.
Well, and your dad's a rocket scientist, right?
Scientist. How crazy! And I'm a prop comic. What the hell?
Well, but you're a brilliant.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Prop comic, son of a rocket scientist.
Right,
I'm sure he thought you were going to grow up to do all kinds of things, and but you've made a hell of a living. You can afford first class.
Yes. My father actually did say that to me. It's a routine in the show that I won't give you the whole routine, but at one point, my dad and I went to see Gallagher, the comedian, and then they're walking back. I told my dad, "I think I figured out what I want to do for a living." And my dad said, "What's that?" And I said, "I want to be a comedian, just like Gallagher." And my dad looked at me and swear to God, he says, you do know that's probably never going to happen." And I say to the crowd, "Well, it's probably right, but why would you do that? Why would you say that to me?" So then we're driving. This is all true. And I said to my father, "Well, if you don't want to be a comedian, what do you want me to be?" And my dad said, "I want you to be an engineer and work at NASA and train astronauts like your father." And I said, "You do know that's probably never going to happen." Like, that's Dad. I'm the stupid son. My brother flies jets in the Air Force. I'm the stupid son.
Yeah.
And my dad says, "Oh yeah, you're right. You're not Garrett." I said, "No, I call my brother Garrett Top. My brother's Garrett. I call him Garrett Top.
Garrett Top.
Yeah,
Garrett Top.
Garrett Top.
Mr. Top. You've got it all. With the long run like you had, how often
have.
Jesus. Well, it's have.
Has something happened for this?
No, not yet. But I mean,
have I been canceled?
As long as you've had this run,
yes.
How often do you have to change up what you're doing? And do you do it for the audience or do you do it for you?
Great question, by the way. I kind of was asked that today, but you put it better. First part of the question is, do I have to change the act? And I have friends that have not written one new joke in 30 years and they're still doing their stupid act, right? I hate that. I always tell them, dude, just write a new joke. Now, for me, yes, I do it for the audience and for me and my crew. I mean, I have to write new stuff for few reasons. One, I get a lot of repeat businesses, and I think people come back and say, "Jesus Christ, he's doing the same show." And if you do TV shows, you can't go back on the Tonight Show and do that set, and then they ask you to come back and you do the same set. They're gonna say you just did that set. So you always have to have new jokes. One for the crowd, one for your own well-being and self-being. You're working, just like if a football team never changed their plays and the same coaches play call, they're gonna catch up to them. They're gonna suck. So you got to keep it new. So something like this week, it's a dumb joke, but I've been only doing it for a day. I said the Allegiant Stadium, they're expecting to have 70,000 people in attendance. 70,000 people in attendance, but with only one usher. Good luck. So
I get it.
So it's a fun joke for 2 days.
It works,
but it works.
It works.
But it's current, and then people go, "Oh, he's writing. He's doing jokes."
You were right.
You were right. Now, what's a typical day in the life of Carrot Top? You look like you work out.
I do work out. I do work out a lot. Which is, I guess, you're a comic. You're not supposed to. I always find that funny. Like, what are you doing at the gym? You're a comic. I'm like, what? I find that to be odd, but yeah, but I've always worked out ever since I was a kid. When I wrestled when I was 14, so I started working out, and then I liked being in shape, so I just kept working out. But yeah, typical day is pretty boring for me. If a reality show, TV show wanted to do a reality show on me, they followed me around for a week and they said, God dang, you're funny. You're so funny and you're so off the cuff and but damn, you're boring. And I'm like, I told you before you even met with me. So I get up and I go to the park and I run, and then I go to lunch, and then I go to the gym, and then I do a show, and I go home and watch sports.
Nice.
Every day.
Sounds like
a
great day.
That's every day.
Yeah.
And they're like, but you don't have like a moment where you're some drugs and some girl yelling at you. I'm like, no.
Just normal.
Pretty normal. So they're like, we'd love to do a show with you because you're really nice and fun, but there's nothing to do. We need some controversy.
Yeah.
I said I can start doing drugs.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Awesome. Carrot Top, they're saying you got to go.
I got to go.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
This was fun, man.
I don't know where I got to go, but we'll find out.
Yeah. The next one for the same question.
Right. You were great. You guys were great.
Thank you.
Really appreciate
I
being on the
appreciate
show.
you. Thank you.
Appreciate being on the
Carrot
show.
Top joining us here on the Blitz 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. What a way to wrap up.
Nice.
Day 3 of our Radio Road coverage. Extra innings with Pledge next here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star.
It's the Morning Huddle with Rob and RJ.
Thursday on the Morning Huddle. Big game coverage continues.